Hello, Assalamualaikum. Saya Cucu, pengulas untuk PUBG Mobile. Kita akan masuk ke minggu ketiga PMPL South Asia. Setakat ini, sebelum kita masuk ke minggu ketiga ataupun nak masuk minggu ketiga, kita lihat performance ataupun aksi daripada Yoodo Alliance untuk minggu pertama cemerlang tapi agak sepi dan sunyi. Untuk minggu kedua berlainan dengan Geek Fam yang agak cemerlang di minggu kedua mereka. Tapi untuk tim Malaysia yang lain, di manakah mereka? Setakat ini kita nampak ada sedikit orang kata permainan yang nampak menarik daripada contohnya pemburu punya double grenade. Dan daripada segi firepower memang Malaysia sangat kuat, tapi daripada segi strategi dan juga rotasi macam seolah-olah tersangkut ataupun sedikit bermasalah kalau dibandingkan dengan tim-tim yang kuat di dalam PMPL South Asia kali ini.
Tapi backup dapat sampai sekarang ini. Adi mengganas. Bocah ajaib dari pasukan DVD. Dia percaya dapat satu.
Buat setakat ini yang tak nampak langsung orang kata potensial ataupun potensi-potensi yang masih belum dikeluarkan, terutamanya daripada DVD yang akhirnya berjaya masuk ke dalam PMPL SEA, tapi seolah-olah macam semangat mereka dah luntur. Jadi di manakah mereka yang kami tunggu-tunggukan? Dan sama juga dengan Sam9 bersama dengan Four Rivals yang agak sepi sedikit kalau dibandingkan Yoodo Alliance dan juga Geek Fam untuk minggu kedua. Jadi dengan persembahan yang ditunjukkan selama 2 minggu selama ini daripada semua tim Malaysia, cukupkah mereka untuk masuk ke dalam grand final kita di PMPL SEA? Memandangkan performance yang ditunjukkan kali ini tidak begitu memberangsang. Apa yang saya harapkan untuk tim Malaysia? Saya harapkan mereka betul-betul buat yang terbaik. Memandangkan ini peluang terakhir di dalam PMPL SEA kerana hanya 16 yang terbaik saja yang akan mara ke depan. Bolehkah mereka memperbaiki rotasi dan juga tactical gameplay mereka untuk mungkin menjatuhkan memenangi permainan menentang tim yang kuat yang lain di luar sana?
So far minggu kedua ni kita orang lagi teruk daripada week 1. Week 1 kita orang lagi bagus. Week 2 ni ada test-test strategi ke apa lah.
Tak lagi teruk daripada minggu pertama. Mungkin akan cuba je lah main. Kalau jadi jadilah. Kalau tak jadi next time.
Agak teruk performa kita orang. So week ketiga tak nak kita orang kena raih bonus point yang tinggi untuk lepas ke grand final.
So untuk week 3 ni saya rasa tim Malaysia semua akan lepas ke grand final. Malaysia boleh. Let's go. Kita pergi grand final sama-sama.
Jadi untuk tim Malaysia ini adalah peluang terakhir. Jangan bazirkannya. Kami yakin semua fans anda pun yakin dengan anda. Semua warga Malaysia sedang menyokong anda. Untuk semua tim Sam9, Four Rivals, DVD, Geek Fam dan juga Yoodo Alliance, good luck, all the best. Kami tahu yang anda boleh buat, hanya perlu yakin pada diri saja. Malaysia boleh!
Jangan tabrak kita orang, nanti rata.
เจอเฟสก็ระวังไว้ให้ดีล่ะเพราะบุลเลตมันจะทูโยเฟสโดยไม่ทันตั้งตัวจะได้ยินประวัติศาสตร์ซ้ำรอยไหมนั่นคือสิ่งที่จะเกิดขึ้นในตารางคะแนนสัปดาห์ที่เหลืออย่าขวางทางทีมผมมาหิวไก่ไม่ได้กินข้าวมา
Awak down. Hantar awak lah. Kau tak down.
Untuk last week PMPL SEA ni, semua tim kena hati-hati. Jangan tabrak kita orang, nanti rata. Untuk semua tim Malaysia, kita boleh sama-sama pergi ke grand final.
Bagaimana rasa 4 kill dari gue, Bacon? Lain kali permisi dulu ya, biar nggak kami ratain langsung ke lobby.
Ditunggu aja comeback dari kami guys. Nggak ada yang nggak mungkin di PUBG Mobile. Intinya dukung kami terus. Kami akan memberikan yang terbaik untuk Indonesia.
Apa kami bilang kemarin? Terbuktikan tim kita yang paling meroket. Invin aja si paling juara dunia bisa kita sikat. Next, tim dulu bos.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gearfront, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguised gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring one skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot air balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in ranked mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan silam, se elemen, Papa Boy, kuasa PUBG Mobile Esport พร้อมโหลดปะพร้อมไม่ต้องงงค่ะพี่ มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเรา4 Eve คูลสุดๆ ดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยนี่ชุดระดับ Epic และ Legendary สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็รัดไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะเธอไม่ชัดเจนหรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่คือที่เธอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรามีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GIDS. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and then just check in hotel and then just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it, to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! Fly flying. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
Neo 3. Neo Speed Awakens.
And welcome back once again to the week 3 of the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall. My name is Contra, and welcome back, Choo Choo.
Finally we're together. It's the OG back on the desk, but the thing is, are we still here? I hope it's not going to be last time, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's more to come.
Yeah, and before that, the formalities aside as usual, 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championship Fall also brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corruption, Livestream and Quantum Studios. But before that, we have to thank our sponsors, none other than Realme GT Neo 3 with the latest chipset Dimensity 8100. 5G, definitely one of the phone that you need to use playing PUBG. I'm sure if they give us extra phone as well, it'd be great, because I want to play PUBG on.
Exactly, and I've been itching to basically, you know, get a pair of my own. Like, you have the white, you have the blue, and it always looks great. And other than that, also thanks to our official live stream partners, TikTok, you can basically upload some of these highlight clips of your own. Or if you've seen something amazing like how Appy clutched that chicken dinner yesterday, go ahead and do that. And if you're feeling a little hungry, go ahead, snatch this code up, 50% off on your GrabFood order if you insert the promo code PUBGM, and it's only for new users. Terms and conditions apply, so make sure you can scan it real quick and get yourself ready for your own chicken dinner.
Yeah, all users like us, just, you know, go along with it and just be envious about all the new users. Might as well do a new account for you guys who want to use the promo code. Hopefully you guys have your tummy filled up, because we have a very feisty day today, which is going to be day number 3 of week number 3. Yesterday has been really spicy enough when it comes to clutches and flashy plays.
Exactly, and there's just so many amazing stuff, and we took a look at Buriram United. We thought that they would be able to secure 2 back-to-back chicken dinners in Erangel, and my word, even with 3 members, they could not outlast the tenacity that Appy has. 4 rivals got their first chicken dinner of week 3, and my oh my, they bring themselves a better chance to move into the grand finals.
That one person, that one-man squad just ruins everything when it comes to getting a double chicken back-to-back. But speaking of the teams, we do have to reconsider about how that's why I printed this out for you, for the bonus point standing, but we're going to get into that later on. But before that, definitely we're going to get into our schedule and format. We're almost at the end when it comes to the league here. We're already in October, and today's the 14th. 2 more days to go. We're down to week number 3, where we're going to play 5 matches per day. Only the top 16 will qualify towards the grand final, which is going to be 21st to the 23rd of October, and 6 matches will be played for the day. And also, only top 5 teams, it considered as top 5. If the team already got himself in the PMGC league, then it's going to be the one that beneath them that actually get themselves in our PMGC league. So it's going to be only 5 slots available for that.
Exactly. And for those of you guys who are brand new to the PMPL, welcome on board. This is the point systems that we'll be using, where the chicken dinner will award the team with 15 points, and then you have second place with 12, 10 points for third, and the numbers dwindle down -2 all the way down to 7th. And then when we go down to 8 to 12, it's only 1 point. 13 to 16 will not receive any ranking points at all. Therefore, every elimination point is important, as they're fighting for their whopping prize pool of $200,000 US.
Now, this is just the start for this, guys. There's more to come when it comes to later on, but definitely for our bonus point, it's going to be our weekly bonus point awarded each week. Now, this is what I mentioned before when we started before the format just now. We're going to get into it later on. Also, the league bonus point will be awarded based on their overall stage ranking. The total bonus point will be the addition of both weekly bonus point and league bonus point, which will be dragged into the grand finals as initial points. But how will the rank for the bonus later on will be given? It will be based on their placement here. 20 points for the first place, then you deduct every 1 point each, up to the 20th place with only 1 point for the last place. Definitely the teams that actually did the past 2 weeks that didn't perform, they need to get at least double digit by end of this week.
Exactly, and there's only 3 total days, including today, for teams to move up into the ladder. And now we're seeing 4 of these teams that are currently trying to make their mark out of that bottom of the ladder. That is going to be names like 4 rivals, which they managed to get themselves out of the way, while they still have BN United, Box Gaming, as well as Don't Break Dreams. But of course, these are the respective groups that are playing. this week itself, we see a lot of the Thai teams continue to exert their dominance, and we expect them to be able to qualify to the grand finals.
And the most problem will be having Group A playing, because it's going to be double Thai teams in there. So as long as we got Group A playing, there's going to be 5 teams of Thai at least who will be performing in that round. If not, it's going to be only 4. So far, our bonus ranking points is like how I showed you before. And the one that actually in the red zone, we talked about it before, and 4 rivals, BN United, Box Gaming, DBD, they are in the stage where it's really dangerous for them to stay there. The one that's not safe either is going to be Ego Esports, Sem9, Boom. Even D Xaviers is kind of really in a shaky position.
Indeed, and I'm looking at the Xavier here. They do have splendid performances in between the weeks where they can secure at the very minimum 1 chicken dinner, but they don't really have that level of consistency. But we've been able to see them at least being in the middle of the pack so long as they get themselves at the minimum 8 points this week itself. That should be sufficient. Whereas when we take a look at today's ranking, or the overall rankings of week 3, there are a few things that we have to factor in. Buriram United has rise all the way to the top after yesterday's chicken dinner and a 2nd place finish. But we will have to basically focus on the teams that are currently from 17 to 20th, because SLD, sure, they have some splendid moments a couple of weeks ago. They definitely don't want to be there over the bottom. Ego Esports, NFT, as well as Sem9. They're not exactly safe either, because we have 4 rivals now moving up. Certain teams are currently pushed down, and Boom is in quite a safe region, sitting at 11th spot.
The most problematic in this sort of a chart right now is going to be Sem9, because they might get pushed down later on. For our league bonus ranking now, this is a lot of numbers we're talking about. I mean, like, you guys know what this is going, right? This is just too much numbers for me. My eyes got, like, you know, I can't even see what's happening. But definitely the Thais are actually dominating. Thai number 1, not really. Thai number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there you go.
And there's just so many of all these lists of names that have been able to prove that they are worthy to move themselves into the global championship. But Grand Finals is still a couple of weeks away, while we still have to focus on other teams compared to the PMPL Thai region overall that's performing so well. Alter Ego came in with a bunch of surprises. There are games that they don't even need those chicken dinners to be able to secure multiple points. They have that consistent top 5, top 6 finish, and they've been able to make the cut with a lot of takedowns per round.
And the one that should be worried about right now is going to be DBD, definitely. I'm not sure if they can actually make it into the grand finals. So honestly speaking, they can, but it's a really sort of a last-minute thing. If they manage to secure the entire week number 3 as number 1 spot, they might actually have a shot. That's not even confirmed yet, because it's like total round up the scores is like less than 25. You need to get at least 30 points for when it comes to the overall rankings to make sure that you got yourself in the top 16 for the grand finals. Right now, if you add 4 to 20 points, it's just 24. It's just really at the borderline as well.
Yeah, cutting to 30, it's like they could basically dream about it, but like with at the very least 20 points, that's going to be that safe spot that they don't really have to worry all too much about. But then again, it's going to be a lot of challenging games that will be brought forward ahead. And heading into this weekend itself, I'm excited to see whether or not can these teams overcome those obstacles that were being set. As for Infinity, FaZe Clan, TEM, BAC, I think they're happy where they're at. And they're just going to be fighting for titles like the FMVP, the top eliminators, and many of all these other titles.
What do you mean? This is PMPL, you know what, Thai country finals.
It already feels like it. But you can't help it but to give it to them, because they're just so good.
And it's just so different when you compare with other regions, right, across Southeast Asia. They're just on different tier entirely. I'm not sure what, maybe one of the main reasons, we had the discussion with other casters as well, what caused them so strong this season particularly, and it just shows that maybe one of the reasons they have a lot of, you know, population-wise, I'm not sure about that, because if you compare, even Indonesia still, that's the thing. They don't have that much power if you compare with the top 6 right now. What makes such a difference?
Well, I think the first thing that I want to point out is their discipline and how organized they are when they do go ahead to basically go into every single match and still have a very structured way of playing the game.
Sure.
And it's really hard to break the code for many of these teams that go up against them. And we just see glimpses of Buriram United that has been able to get 3 really good rounds, I would say. Starting from Miramar, headed into Arangel, back-to-back. They could have actually got those 2 chicken dinners. But this was an impressive chicken dinner where we see Geek Fam take all the other players out.
I mean, like, that was Yuhai, if I'm not mistaken, the last play. That was really a remarkable plays. But Buriram, this one, it was a really genius move coming up from them. They have the ground where they are at most advantage. They got quite a number of coverage between the vegetation, the structures in between. They use it so well, utilize so smart that it's so hard for the Alter Ego to spot them out. And for Alter Ego, they actually have a shot, but it's just the ground, sort of a last-minute circle. It depends on who being favored. But the one that actually kind of surprises is going to be 4 rivals. Appy being hot carry the entire team with out of 11 eliminations, he got 10. I'm not sure how he's back right now. It might be broken up.
I think it's all muscled up. He's still playing. His back is broken. I don't think we'll see him alive. And he deserves these highlight reels, right? He started off taking out 4 members of Alter Ego. Wow, that was such a heroic play until this happened. Hangsel almost ran him over, couldn't spot him out just yet, gets shot out, and then out of nowhere, Vacant Time strikes back, and all of a sudden, that last shot onto Armstyles have secured it for 4 rivals. That was one of the most exciting games that I have witnessed throughout the past couple of seasons of the PMPL.
You know, the funny part, even the observer is not expecting him to get that chicken. That camera is not on him.
Nobody expected. I think like the odds for him to get the chicken dinner was 1 out of like 100. Yeah, it feels like it.
But for Team to focus in Sanhok, first match of day number 4 here. Sorry, day number 3. Infinity, Xavier, GIDS, and FaZe. When it comes to play to focus, you know what? Might as well just put one poster all across it. Our creative team definitely is going to be happy. It's going to just copy paste of all the players' portraits. So, yeah, newsy all the way, guys.
Yep, so good you had to say it 3 times. Newsy. So, like you said, I would prefer if they put like a giant poster, just his face, and like just put all the stats to the side. Like, okay,
yeah,
give him a trophy already. I mean,
make it a bigger poster for him, you know,
exactly.
Just because Captain Jack Newsy with those eyes.
He does look exactly like Jack Sparrow in a way. Like
he needs some weak.
No. Oh, right.
Weak. Okay. But back to our today's matches. It's going to be Sanhok, Miramar, double Erangel, starting off with the ABCE. So D group will not be playing a first match here. GIDS, DBD, Box Gaming, as well as Vampires Esports. They will not be performing our first match. Definitely was seated at the back while watching about what's happening in Sanhok. Now, Sanhok, first game, usually dominated by the ties.
Exactly, and I think that there are a couple of occasions where some of the teams from Vietnam has been able to clutch it as well. We take a look at the Xavier's performance inside this map. So long as they do get the good control of the central area, they've been able to shut out some of these matches really well. Whereas teams are actually really happy that Group B is not playing because GD, they're one of the best teams inside of Sanhok. But then again, you have Vacant Time, who's always going to be securing healing game finishes on top 2, so who's gonna take these guys out? Like, I feel Vacant Time's just too safe.
I mean, like, you know, when it comes to the times, they just know way too much when compared to the other regions. Right now, what you guys need to know is going to be what's coming up for you, which is going to be our True Speed Real Attitude, our first Oregon PUBG Mobile sports car. It looks flashy. If only somebody tried to invest and actually make this car a reality or in real life. It would be really great.
I've been wishing this as well. Tash was telling me like, oh, she will buy this car.
I actually saw this car before, like in real life.
Have you?
But it was in around the Middle East. You know how they actually make diamonds as the coating. I'm like, how rich these guys can get.
Well, they are definitely up ahead and when it comes down to advanced technology, but you know what? It's been spooky October happening right now, and enter if you're there. Strange Town is currently available in your PUBG mobile client, so you can download the map, have some fun with your friends, and don't be scared.
I mean, usually guys get scared easily. I mean, I'm sorry to say, no discrimination, but that's reality from my perspective. But also, what is your ace skill?
Like, my ace skill is I can eat a lot.
My ace skill? I don't even know what my skills are. Honestly. And also, there's going to be the usual RPM 15 already available for you guys as usual. The Clairvoyant Fox set and the Midas Fortune set. So, collectors, this is your time to shine and just flex over. It's okay if you're not that good in PUBG Mobile as long as you lose or win in style.
True enough, so long as we play enough game, you should be able to get the set itself and still look stylish as ever. Or else, if you don't really want to fancy yourself good suits and stuff, you can go under the sun and visit Nusa, as it's a brand new map with a whole lot of fun things in store for you.
You know what, the afro go with the yellow jumper, when you actually see the trailer, the latest trailer for Nusa, it was really funny. You should look at his facial expression was really funny. But
Yeah,
also,
it's lovely.
that's the voice pack, which is available for you guys right now, especially for females. You love you babies all the way. But we do have for the male, it's going to be
Baby La.
and her twin, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, they look the same.
And not forgetting, if you want to be good at the game, maybe you just want to download Tony K's voice pack as well.
Yeah.
But other than that, we have the collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Bobo Boy, as it's going to be released early 2023 with Bobo Boy Kwasa Elemental.
It's going to be elemental, what's power? Yeah, elemental power for Bobo Boy. And also you guys who want to be pro players, so just, you know, being backseat coach or backseat gaming all the way in the comment. Like, this is your time to shine, come on. We do know you can actually perform, be a lot of pros. Like, we have so much potential. Don't be shy. Just join in the PMNC 2022 because you might actually have a slot in the PMPL in the future, because the road from PMCC to PMNC to PMPL, as long as you're 16 years and above, because that's the legal age. And also, if you're from different institute, you can just mix and match. Also, when it comes to prediction, yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Okay, I'm feeling a little bit of copium today. You see, I'm wearing a little bit of yellow, so I thought, like, hey, let's start off the day by giving a little bit energy to Sem9. Like, I feel like they've been having their confidence on the low, but then again, we know them that they have high potential to close off games, especially if it does go into areas like the Alpha Island. But then again, Infinity, I know they are a great choice. What can you tell more about Infinity?
It's a boring choice. From me, it's going to be a boring choice. Because remember, it's like if I choose tie, it means like, you know what, I know there's going to be tie games, because we do know how, if you compare week 1, week 2, week 3, especially week 1, it's so domination. Entire week, except for last day, it was won over by the start of the ties. Only the last day that actually Xavier's won their fifth day, like the day number 5, Sunho. All Sunho usually taken by the ties.
Yeah, I guess there can be anomalies that can happen where other teams will be coming in to steal the chicken away, while we have seen other teams like GD, who happens to not be playing for this matchup. So yeah, good likelihood, great prediction. You guys can predict down in the chat below if you're watching from TikTok or everywhere else. This is the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship 2022. Make sure you clip some of these great highlight moments. Choo-choo, I believe we're ready to head right into flight.
Let's fly into our first match of the day, none other than the smallest Sunho.
A beautiful start to the weekend here as we take off into Sanok. And we're coming in from the south side, or should I say the southwest end of Nakhon, to be headed up into Mongnai, where of course most of the teams will be able to get to where they need to be. But currently,
you're like, whatever, team, drop wherever you want to go.
It's a small map after all, right? 4x4, get to anywhere you want. But
yeah.
I've always been noticing teams like Big in Time who take so much area. Look at that sort of split.
That spread is just so wide.
The spread doesn't cover 1 town, it covers like most different towns, right?
I mean, why not if they're confident enough when it comes to their individual skills? But the one that should watch out, as always, is going to become Alpha, which will be comprises a lot of teams. Usually it's going to be 3 teams. I'm not sure if somebody else try to clash into some certain compound, because it's the final week here, Contra.
Yeah.
If they want to disrupt the flow of certain teams, this is the time. And the circle is just too generous this time. Come on, guys.
Well, we're talking about disruptions there. I believe there might just be a fight that happens in Hattin. I see Boom Esports as well as Sem9 dropping into the city. And we're about to actually get ourselves some spectacular rounds of bullets flying up in the air. Putar has already got himself that micro Uzi. Oh, this fight's going to be good.
It depends on who started the fight and depends on the weapon as well. With Micro Uzi, limited clips at the same time, I'm not sure how that's going to fare for him. But the same goes for Octa. So it's going to be a fair fight between these two teams. But he got himself an AK and DBS. He picked up the DBS. If they walk in where Octa is now, that's going to be straight in the face.
Already challenging him with that grenade. It's like, and don't come anywhere near me. You know you don't want to be the first wanted, right? And the thing about Boom Esports is that they do have a slight separation between Octa as well as the other 3 members who are in a linear line. But the rest of SEM9, they're congregated. It seems like they can hold out for a little bit longer. Since this is the start of it, I wonder who will bow out first or just basically sprint off of the city. Already guarding the exit, so it's like nobody's coming out.
He got WMP, so it's okay. They don't have any gears on him as well. But the thing is, I don't like where SEM9 is standing here because they're right in the center of like the warehouse, and the warehouse don't have much cover around it. So if they want to, they need to get into around the containers. They're trying to sneak out where the position of Boom. They need that information. Where in this case, Depp tried to do that, but at the same time, he's just alone at the back line. If he's being shot down, there's no more informant giving away the information to a side of SEM9.
Exactly, and that doesn't really have angles of coverage as compared to Boom Esports, who's currently on a 2-2 split. Though, like you said, the warehouse doesn't really give them all too much of the opportunity to get cover from. They could still have a little bit of wiggle room. So I guess they won't be committing to that fight for now. As we take a look at DX in the middle of the swamps, just close by to the boot camp. Got to be really careful, though. We did see the circle to be around the central area, or should I say slightly south. So still plenty of time for them to
Is it south? It was right in the center of it for that circle just now. It was so
I was a little
big.
blind.
It was center, right in the center. So we might ended up right on the outskirts of boot camp, or maybe on top of Paradise Resort. We might shift over there later, but so far, the one that actually not having a truce is going to be FaZe versus BN United. Capone managed to take down on Tony K, but revived definitely by the side of Beer. Beer is playing this time.
Exactly, and I believe that he started playing some of these matches only on this week itself. And I've been pretty impressed ever since he stepped right in. We know him back in the days as RRQ Athena, and finally getting a drop. Racing's the first one to go down. SEM9 securing the first takedown of their own. Well, a little bit more problematic for the side of Boom Esports. They had a 2-2 split at first, and now numbers dwindle down. Things are going to look a little bit more difficult.
And they can't see what's coming for them. Now, SEM9, Mamparang down on the ground. The first one to be shot down, not yet being finished off by Hexas. The UMP trying to just execute it straight away, and just going to be 1 point. First blood taken over by the side of Boom, but that's going to be Depp trying to counter fire on the sideline. Putra with a micro Uzi trying to find shots towards the side of Boom. Hexas finish off straight away as well. Now it's going to be 3v3 here between SEM9 and Boom. This is going to be unnecessary fight we're talking about because it's still the first phase of a circle.
Yeah, now Boom Esports, they're just playing by the edges of the city. There's not many places for them to run about at all. It's going to be a lot harder. FaZe Clan now moves deeper up the hills, try to challenge BN United yet again. Capone has to give a little bit more spacing as Tony K being fully revived early on. He's ready to take them on with a full bar of health, and they finally find Octa. This could be SEM9's victory. They just have to find that final member remaining, and that could seal the deal.
Oh, here it comes, rushing into it. SEM9 finish off one more player. Octa already out and about, and down to only 2 more members for Boom. It's going to be 2v3, yeah? Take up that courage for the side of SEM9 to just push forward. It was a nice decision, by the way. Back to the side of FaZe, they are a very grudgeful team. You remember how they knocked down Tony K before? Now they're chasing the tails of BN United because they can't get it enough. They want to shut down BN United because Capone just take them down before. Down to only Yummy. He can make the plays. This is Yummy. We know he can 1v4 if he wants to, but can he make it?
Yeah, the last time that he has done so was by taking that S10 shotgun. We don't even know how he does it. This time doesn't have a shotgun in hand with the UMP. How much can he offer with those bullets in the clip? They hurt those movements already. Depp knows that he's by the wall. He's going to be able to get some shreds. And there we go. One drop down from the side of SEM9. But the days of Boom Esports just gets a little bit tougher here on Sanhok.
Bad start for Boom, but hopefully they can reset themselves for the next match. For SEM9, on the other end, they got themselves quite a bit of a casualty. Just one person to actually not enough for their whole roster, down to only 3 members. NFT, on the other hand, waiting for BN United, walking into that trap here. Also, don't forget to scan over the QR code if you want to join in with over 40,000 ringgit Malaysia for the PMCC 2022. But back towards the game, BN United were fleeing away from the side of a FaZe Clan, but now walking into the lair of NFT. Might walk themselves in the trap if they're not being careful here.
Yeah, Quarry is always a very difficult region to play out, as there's so many teams that will be hunting all out and about. Meanwhile, Big in Time, well, we take a look at them and just check in on how many first aid kits have they looted up.
Oh, well.
17 for Shirties. And it's impressive, right? Like, even though Shirties is like the main healer inside of Sanak, but he is currently sitting at, I believe, top 3, top 4 of the
top 5 for the FMVP as well, if I'm not mistaken, last time.
Yeah.
So he's really good. Like, this is what we talked about, the Thai teams, right? They are overall really great. They ace in everything when it comes to, like, not to mention about Nuzi, everything. He got himself the rescue, the damage, elimination, so on his, his name's up
Just need
there.
another 3 more Nuzis to make the perfect team in the world.
If you put 2 more stats, for example, like the Hawkeye or, longest elimination of distance, it might be him as well. I'm not surprised at this point.
Yeah, it's like this guy just does it all. But my name P, this week itself, we see this player basically popped off. Like, he's like an incarnation of Nuzi himself. The way that he has played out those solo fights, as well as the way that he has been able to hold himself well heading the late game, has been able to bring Buriram United to the top of the charts. Of course, we did see them clinch that chicken dinner yesterday, and the multiple games we've seen them finish number 2, number 3.
They're very consistent. They're very consistent. For when it comes to the top 3 teams, like especially, I'm not saying Buriram is very consistent every single week, but they are consistent when it comes to this week. Now, but if you compare with Infinity and FaZe, though, since week 1 until almost the end of week 3 here, they have been in the top 3. Just how much can they push themselves when it comes to the grand finals? Now, put yourself in their shoes here. You're definitely not going to show all your trump cards yet. So they can actually push further than this when it comes to the grand finals.
Exactly, and there's just so much more that they can basically achieve. And I do believe that if they do manage to go into the global rounds, they are one of the top contenders out there to face off against other teams, even from the
PMRC reminder.
PL region. Yeah, that itself. My goodness, you gave me that flashback.
Yeah.
I remember what happened now, where they hot drop Nova Esports just to show them who's boss.
I mean, like, they were the boss. They won that PMRC. It just shows how different they are when it comes to this year and last year. I'm not sure what happened between the 1 year gap for them, but definitely make such a huge improvement. When it comes to, like, the players, they have been playing for such a long time. Same goes for the other teams. Now, we want to know what the secret recipe, what makes it so different. How can they be so good when it comes to this year? If you compare with all the teams, they have been playing all their life when it comes to PUBG Mobile as well.
Exactly. Well, the game started like a couple years back. Feels like half a decade at the very least.
Yeah.
But, these players, they've been training themselves, maybe even on multiple other FPS titles before they come back in. Now, let's take a look at the circle as it will close up into a certain region of play. Majority of the players are hoping that it will move towards Quarry, but FaZe Clan is directly in the center, as it's going to be a surrounding Pineland Ruins as well as Boot Camp.
I mean, like, it's been a while we've seen Pineland Circle. I'm hoping to see one at least. There's a lot of boot camp, also Quarry for the past few weeks here. Definitely, that's why one of the many reasons why a lot of players saturated Quarry at the same time, because there's so many Quarry circles these days, even though it feels like a different place entirely. Back to the side of Yoodo Alliance. Now, this team, it feels like they definitely got the slot towards the grand finals, but they need more points, better points, to have a start for the initial points in the grand finals.
Yeah, or they just really have to find their winning tempo, where we've seen them being able to go into top 4 a couple of times. But for chicken dinners, I think their best rounds are usually in Miramar, inside of the Sanak. They have yet to really prove themselves to become the top contender when it comes down to the single plate map of every single day of the league. Whereas this is also due to the fact that they usually start off by some of the edges of the Central Peninsula, and rotating by the areas of Ban has always been a little bit tricky, just like how you want to cut into the quarry section. Buriram United's the one that is dictating that quarry area. Well, SEM9, after taking that win against Boom Esports, they were challenging out Ego.
That was really a sharp, crispy spray, I have to say. He didn't even whiff one bullet. There was like 5 to 10 bullets being used just to knock down on one. But how can they close the gap in between them? That takes a bit of time. I don't think they can execute or translate into 1 point right now. As Alter Ego have the space to actually reset and revive. Now, Putra try to push with the rest of SEM9. They don't have that much grenade right now. They try to save it up for later. But that might actually a perfect time for them to use right now because Ponbit is still there, lingering around.
Yeah, and another problem is that if they were to stay a little bit longer, the blue zone's going to close in as well. They won't have too much room to play out. Oh my god! Potato, he sees 3 members of SEM9. It's going to be hard for them to get that clean revival. Now they really have to take out Potato first before anyone else.
It was really remarkable how he just found himself a perfect angle to shoot straight in the side there. Putra knocked down, but they can't revive him yet. Harm trying to counter fire, but they're not connect any of those shots straight in the face here. Renare just finished off SEM9. They were not expecting that at all.
And that was a perfect flush where he just clipped every bullet of that UMP onto all 3 members. And SEM9, though they have 4 points, that wasn't exactly enough inside of Sanok. Now here comes the push coming in from 4 rivals onto members of Yoodo Alliance. It's going to be a tough angle for them to play out. DX now dropping a little bit more nades as there's going to be a more bloodbath coming on. Dude, having one hiding behind a rock. He's just going to be randomly throwing that nade, but I think Luke, he will find Rabis nonetheless. Yoodo Alliance holding strong.
I'm sure the Xavier is so confused right now. Where are the shots coming out from? They definitely heard a couple of footsteps behind as well, but here comes Adik Luke finish off with DBS. It's going to be tough for the side of the Xavier's leaving Duck behind, and now Rabies is also on the ground, but never mind, it's going to be Frankie tried to take and equal out the odds, and they managed to secure 1 more, but 4 rivals creeping up behind. Yoodo Alliance seems like they hammed themselves quite hard here in between the Xaviers and 4 rivals. Yoodo Alliance are quite far apart from each other. Now they cannot save and give extra hands or even try to pick themselves up in this case.
Yeah, and many of these Malaysian teams are in altercation. Same goes to the Indonesians as well. Mormon finds Swavel trying to move inside the shack, but he's going to be guarding it very safely. Nope, you have no rental fees to pay.
Oh, real life. Hello, real life.
Relatable sometimes.
Now, Circle pops again. I did mention about bootcamp. Now, this is going to be a hard one, a tough choice for the players. Do they go for Camp Alpha or do they go for Ruins? Do they go for bootcamp? Which island do you pick? Because it's going to be really crucial as it's going to be the third circle. Now, if the third circle already have all 3 islands inside of them, which side do you choose? Alter Ego still want to stick over towards the island on the left side. Geek Fam on towards the side of Ruins, and a lot of them actually on top of bootcamp. Now, Rapper Boy spot out Mela, but a bit late when it comes to his response there.
Yeah, Infinity have just arrived to the scene with those buggies, and Millie catches them out. This is how disciplined they are. They always leave no stone unturned. No pun intended. He was behind the stone. Oh my word. He still rams him over. Oh my.
Oh, he was the last member as well.
Quite a pity to Yoodo Alliance.
A tough start for the Malaysian teams, but back to the side of bootcamp. FaZe fighting over with the side of Buriram. Tiger Axe is going to be Bear trying to finish off with 1 grenade. Cook up quite nicely, but it's going to be a bit too long for him. And Tiger not being finished off by Bear just behind him. He's trying to bait out Sky, try to just revive Tiger in hopes that they actually show their faces, but never mind. He's just going to finish off Tiger Axe. We do have NFT, but into this business, but Buriram being shot down from the back as well.
Yeah, and I think like some of these teams that were coming from the central zone, they just try to book themselves into that bootcamp, and Buriram United just loses players instantly. Same goes to NFT, now trying to cut across, but there's both FaZe Clan as well as BN United clipping them off. Oh, it's going to be a tough way to rescue Ramones if there's even any chance at all, but Batman's going to try nonetheless. There's a little bit of cover between the stones, and he's just going to be able to do it for now.
Feels like a fish war here right now.
It is.
They are focusing on what's in front for NFT, focusing on Buriram, who's fighting against FaZe. Right now, they're being taken over by the side of TEM Entertainment, who are also being focused on the side of Ego Esports. Now, who do you want to focus here? Because whoever's actually win, the one actually furthest back is going to be winning this, and just going to bulldoze everybody from behind.
Yeah, and for now, I think like the first one to move will take the short end of the stick, and it's TEM. Still raining on the parade of NFT members out there. TEM, just knowing the angles against them, they're really lobbing those nades. It does connect to drone. Left with low HP.
Oh, it's almost a Kobe now. Lob another one, and it's going to be a perfect view, and one knockdown. Mormon, he wants to go for the Persia. Definitely he got the space because one more member of NFT being shot down. Mormon just going to finish off with an UMP. It's going to be easy peasy, lemon squeezy, not going to even break a sweat there. And found one more player, which is going to be Ramones. And now they got themselves, they've been hand down sandwiched so hard for NFT.
They're just being wrapped around, like, instead of sandwich, it feels like a burrito right now. And I don't know, they're about to be munched out. Batman, the final member alive, getting burned out. And Mormon, it's just so clean. TEM, they didn't even really soak much damage coming out of that scuffle.
And next, I feel like it's going to be Ego Esports versus TEM Entertainment next because they're just behind their tails there. Bavi climbing up the hills. The moment they climb up the hills, it's going to be viewing over to side of FaZe. Look at how saturated it is around bootcamp. But Geek Fam Bacon time, taking it in sweet time. Feels like they're only going to be one survivor on that side. But the one that actually favored by the circle, I mean like Alter Ego, this is your game now. You can just put a blockade on that one bridge on the south part and just fish away whoever swims over.
And I really feel bad for Sem9 because honestly, they never needed to cut across the bridge. They took a fight against Alter Ego, and Alter Ego's only challenge was to remove them. Now they have the whole island by themselves. Man, this circle's got to be kidding us. Everybody else just got to scratch their head, think twice. And FaZe Clan's looking at the tiny little island. Maybe that's going to be a little bit of a pit stop for them before they cut over into the other region. Victorious might be spotted out for now. I'm not too sure if Alter Ego sees this, though.
No, they don't. It's a bit too late for them. These Xavier's actually put down on his knees for Fnatic. Now, this gives a lot of space for the other teams that are trying to swim over to the side of Chem Alpha. For the side of FaZe, they're definitely not going to waste any more time. Seeing this for Lamborghini doing the same actions there. But instead of Alter Ego, they should have sent at least 2 scouters at the edge of the island itself, just to give information about how many teams are swimming over to that side.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. Geek Fam, they can cut across, tank a little bit of that blue zone if they need to, and things should be good to go for the Malaysian squad. Meanwhile, the X, they want to pick their poison here against FaZe Clan, who have just arrived to the scene. Thank goodness. Beer 11, he runs straight for the rock, but we'll be trading back. Oh, Frankie goes down. The Torres. Quick taps going on to the corner of the coast.
But at the same time, giving away his position to a sort of Alter Ego. I'm not sure if they are reacting fast enough for that, but Vintorius, how to swim over when these Xaviers already have their eyes onto that small island. That small islands will only have 3 coconut trees and 2 stone and 2 rocks. That's it. On the side of PN United, they're climbing up and hiking to a side of TEM Entertainment, being spotted out by Onton on that watchtower. And Silas trying to make a U-turn. It's a bit too late now. They spot him out. It's definitely on his knees, and the Blues are closing in as well, just helping on the side of TEM Entertainment at the same time.
Yeah, there's not much room for them to run. TM will eventually have to move into the circle anyways, so they will claim that point outside of the zone. Damroot will burn out one member down from the side of SLD and gets the angle, snipes through the smokes. Get those double knocks. Well, should I say just one knock, but Smap's the only one left that's going to be healthy and alive. He's hiding underneath the bridge. With that smoke, that identifies that he's underneath, and Snipes will seal the deal against the Vietnamese team.
Yep, it's going to be Geek Fam finish off SLD on the side of Onsen. I'm not sure what happened. He's fallen down on his high towers just now. Back to the side of FaZe. They are gatekeeping this area. They know how many teams are coming over to this time. And it's going to be FaZe, Tony K, trying to pin down on TEM Entertainment. Same goes for Ego Esports. But at the same time, he's not in the circle either. But they're not far off anyway. You can just touch the rim for a bit. But at the same time, Tony K, I'm not sure how he can actually try to farm this up. He's swimming at the same time. I'm not sure you can shoot while swim. Back to the side of Geek Fam, spotted on FaZe Clan. This Avis Rave is moving on the same direction. Imagine how many teams who just died try to swim over.
Exactly, and Yuhai, he's got a lot of fishes to fry. Like you say, it was a fish world. And man, these are the biggest fish on the block, but FaZe Clan says, you do not get anything out of this, Eagles. Chua down on the ground. Speed. Frankie taking a leap of faith. He survives.
That was nice. Nice moment for him to actually jump down.
He
But
did
at the
a
same-
somersault.
somersault all the way. But Victorious couldn't hold that small island any much longer. As UI tried to just pin them down, he got himself a reset. Not many first aid, none actually. Only had 4 band-aids at the same time. Now Geek Fam, they managed to swim over, but the problem how to push forward. And one more team eliminated here as Buriram will be on the 11th play. We talk about Geek Fam trying to gatekeep here. And also I'm surprised why Alter Ego not taking this to their advantage.
Yeah, they're just basically turtling in. It could have actually been a lot of elimination points. Tony K now being caught out, and Micah gets 1 more point in for Geek Fam. They got 6 takedowns, being the highest fraggers of the match, but Micah's now spotted out by Bacon Time. From where? We don't even know.
Oh, Bacon Time is like the other
side of the island.
I feel like we can't even see them in any sort of a map right now. Back to the side of the Xaviers, taking the blue zone while just spraying over whatever they can see. It's just really hard for the side of the Xaviers as they can't swim over. At the same time, just try to take down a couple of more teams or even a couple of more points while they can. Back to the side of Bacon Time, managed to take down on 1 players of Geek Fam, but back to a circle, ended up in no man's land. That's where Bacon Time is. Just so far they shot over just now.
And I think this match is between these 3 teams from here on. We're not even caring about who's over on the river anymore. Some may be healing. Gatuni's already playing the healing game. And Infinity, as you predicted, has gotten in. The only Thai team left, though, that's going to be vying for that chicken dinner. Potato, let's see whether if Alter Ego will choose to strike. They initially had that advantage, but now, in no man's land, it's anybody's game.
True. But Infinity being spotted out by Fnatic, giving his away just now for the side of Newsy. He tried to pick over on the side of this compound and take it over by Alter Ego the longest time. But at the same time, they need to make a move as well. They are at the edge of the blues and Bacon Time having the sweetest spot they can get. At the same time, Alter Ego still fighting and gatekeeping here. A bit too late for them, but still managed to secure on Newsy. Infinity losing men when they can actually count anymore. And Infinity down to 3, still taking the blue zone, while Ronaldo on the other end tried to push forward. There's a bit of a hot spot for them, for Infinity to hold. They need to make a move. They're quite in the blue zone and in the center of people transitioning to the safe zone.
Exactly, and Bacon Time, they managed to go catch out the rest of Infinity. Now they're challenging Potato over their back. Alter Ego, though they might have actually have good region for themselves, there's not much area of play left available. Geek Fam this time bounce out at 6.
I'm surprised Alter Ego, that should have been them taking over the Bacon Time's position, but Bacon Time just use it so well if you compare it with Alter Ego right now. Down to only Potato trying to just win over for the side of Alter Ego. We still have 4 men for Bacon Time, even though they got the circle for Alter Ego, but Potato,
my word.
He's having that Potato Rock with him.
Potato Rock.
That's it.
He's got to be hardier than a rock right now with 2 members of Bacon Time charging at him, throwing everything, including the kitchen sink. Let's see how he survives, though. Yeah, he's got a nade. Can he go get up?
Oh, where to run? Potato here, burning Potato. It's going to be a baked Potato by the end of the game here. Noah still giving out the pressure. There's no way he can run nor hide anymore. Look at the pressure. Pushing and rushing to the side of Alter Ego. Potato trying to hide himself just beneath 1-3, but it's going to be ice. Taking 1 nade away, and it's going to be Tony playing the healing game.
It's going to take a while, though. There's still more packs on the ground. Take a look at that. He's holding on to 10. I wonder how many packs is actually...
It's going to be more than that. It's still there. Like, there's something on the floor.
The game's already over, my friend. Just come out already.
It's going to wait till, like, what? Last circle, so hopefully that Bacon Time will finish off by the blue zone.
Yeah.
It's a miracle if you can actually do that.
I hope we actually see such a thing. Bacon Time maybe won't be all too prepared for that, but...
It's really creepy that you're healing in front of that figure.
He's not alone at the very least, right?
Yeah, he's not alone. I mean, like, you got a friend there, the mannequin friend with white eyes. I'm like, that's not creepy at all, but okay.
I would bet otherwise, but...
If the door suddenly moved now, that's really creepy.
Yeah, it's October anyway, so who knows, who knows?
They still got a lot of them. I think there's a couple of boxes nearby.
Refill.
Yeah, he can have a bit of refill, but I try to find himself a couple more because there's so many death boxes around it because his teammate being shot down. Noise definitely be punished the moment he try to pick over where the play of Infinity. Now, can he out-heal Bacon Time, which don't have that much heals anymore? Tani moving forward while healing at the same time.
It's also astounding that now there's only 2 players of Bacon Time inside the circle.
It's like the zone is blasting Sunny.
He's trying actually.
He's trying.
to
We've seen
move
this
into
before.
the
We've
center.
seen this before.
Yeah, but question is, does Shirties or ISIS even know that he's coming from this angle because they're on the far side?
Imagine if he clutched this. We've seen that before. Last time we saw this way back then, it was Team Secret. I shot did that.
Yeah.
So can they actually do this again in Sunhawk? 3 more to go. Down to 2. He spotted out Ice. He definitely sees Ice. But can he shoot both at the same time?
I hope he
Last
does one last pack. He does get the angles though. He sees ISIS, he sees Shirties.
He can't do a thing.
There is a smoke.
Here it comes! Spray and spray! Sunny! No!
Oh.
Nice try.
Yeah,
Not an effort.
that was probably the best try of any killing games that we've got so far. So kudos to that. Still fun to watch overall when we see this circle benefited the ones that were in the Alpha Island at Bacon Time. They are having a great chicken dinner time.
I'm surprised how Alter Ego didn't get that one. It was supposed to be have their guard up and by playing at the shoreline just to fish out all the fish he's trying to swim over.
Exactly.
I didn't take that to their potential. I'm a bit frustrated by that.
Yeah, you know, like because I voted for Sam9 and they also came from the same section. Like, imagine if they didn't take the fight. Imagine if they didn't push. Then they have the whole circle to
that's
themselves.
true. It might be a reverse of everything, but it's always going to be the circle that actually the player's fate will be landed on. Definitely Sam9. If only they won over that fight just now, it's going to be theirs. But Alter Ego, they just, you know what, Potato make a genius move, going to it, it's a different angle. I found all the players of Sam9 giving all the information, just tell Renore they are trying to reset themselves. So you just push forward to them, and that's definitely the call they made between themselves.
Exactly, and it feels like all these sort of fights that happened back in the mainland were rendered null. Like, everything else that mattered was whoever gets to the island first, and we saw Infinity sneak up on many of all these teams. Geek Fam was doing such a great job as they moved in from Ruins. They caught out SLD, and then after that, went up for a little bit of a fishing trip, and that's where they spot out some members of FaZe Clan jumping in, and there's also DX, but the trade backs come through where Infinity was on the other side, and Bacon Time was on top of those heals that punished members of Geek Fam.
I mean, like, I'm surprised whoever take over Camp Alpha can't actually hold the island. Imagine how Bacon Time, imagine how even FaZe, imagine how even Infinity coming up on the outskirts, on a different island entirely, managed to actually make their way in there, especially Tunny though. He still survived to the top 2, even though that's a bit of a healing game, but it just shows how much of a distance they have to travel, especially Bacon Time, 10,000 meters. If you compare with Alter Ego, they don't even have to move.
That's right, and overall, that's like 10 kilometers on foot. Like, they did it in less than 30 minutes, so kudos to them. But overall...
They did actually have Fickle for ice.
Oh, right.
Yeah, when
they
he
had
drove
a few.
in straight into the circle back then.
Exactly. And then, like, Alter Ego, I think, like, the lack of aggression being shown has put them into a very difficult position, but they still managed to get themselves a third-place finish, which was respectable. If only they had more members to laugh out against members of Infinity or even Bacon Time, then sure, it would have been theirs. But overall, we see a fair distribution coming in with Infinity, of course, celebrating the chicken dinner. Well, actually, no. They have the most elimination points to overtake Bacon Time
Who
with
needs a
1
chicken
point.
these days?
No,
Nobody
not
cares
necessary.
about the chicken.
Not necessary at all.
Not really important these days. but Bacon Time, this time they got a chicken, but they definitely didn't get that #1 spot. Infinity still consistently getting themselves at the top rankings here, but there's a lot of average of 6 and 7s here. And fortunate enough, we don't have anybody go empty-handed this round.
Exactly, and we've seen great work coming in from Mormon as he gets himself 5.5 MVP points this time around. But that's quite a number of damage. I believe that was due to the early initiation by the outskirts of bootcamp, where they managed to take down some of the squads that were cutting across. Yeah.
NFT,
this Ego Esports, there was who else? There was a fish eat fish moment, right?
Exactly, and then like he's just so cool. He just drops a Molotov.
It's Mormon.
Yeah, Mormon is just a cool guy. He doesn't look at explosions, so like he's not even giving us a smile. This guy, he's just out there to strike fear. Let's take a look at the weekly rankings as Buriram United is now pushed downwards as Infinity rises up on the top scoring standout round that they just had. And Bacon Time now pushes up to third, and that means FaZe Clan will slide down to 4. But 4 Rivals they continue their journey upwards, now tying with TEM.
Now, this is going to be a really tough ending if Sem9 didn't try to push themselves up towards the top 10 here, because 4 rivals might take over for the top 16 slot for grand finals. But for the others, especially BN United, now they had a bit of a comeback when it comes to the final week, but will it be enough for them to actually get into grand final? It's kind of a tough spot they got themselves in the past 2 weeks here. We're talking about the teams that are actually at 17, 18, 19, 20 in the bonus weekly. So we have to focus on a team like 4 rivals, BN United, Boxing, and DBD. The closest to actually take over to maybe the 15th spot here, possibly, is going to be 4 rivals. If that happens, Sem9 will be pushed down.
Exactly, and imagine that, because Sem9 currently at the bottom, if they don't do anything about it, the only bonus point they get is only 1. And 1 is not enough when you have so many other teams that have been able to make a surge of a comeback throughout the course of the week. But let's take a look at the recap once again. So, Bacon Time, they start off having almost the entire Charlie section, Sami, Nakam, Tambang, you name it, they got it.
They were far. I mean, like, Alter Ego should have
Everybody starts from the edge, by the way.
You know, the funny part is, the circle is very tricky because nobody can actually predict where it might land till the last minute. But the one that's blowing my mind off is the team that actually landed on Chem Alpha didn't manage to secure that Chem Alpha island in the first place.
Exactly.
They should have spread over the other way. I mean, like, they got so much space before somebody else tried to swim over.
Exactly, and they had so much time to take the compounds. Instead, they took the warehouse that didn't really benefit them, and they had to move back there.
Why did they just clump up there?
They wanted to fight teams like Geek Fam, I assume, but then again, they weren't really firing back. They lost 2 members, and then Bacon Time came in from the hills. Infinity even took the bridge. If they guarded it well enough, I believe that none of this would have actually happened.
There's so many good
chances.
That's true. There's so many. I mean, like, I'm still furious about that because they got everything, every box being ticked for their condition there for Alter Ego, but they chose to just stay indoors. I'm not sure if they don't like the wildlife or maybe they don't want to play under the sun, but they actually got the opportunity to take so many eliminations. We're talking about, like, out of 16 teams, like, we might ended up like with
they
what?
They can get double digits easily.
They is there. They just need a vantage point to even be on the roof.
Yeah.
They can see these Xaviers straight who shot them down before.
Fair enough. But all in all, I think at the very least they take down Sem9 and then they created a really significant.
What's the point of taking down Sem9 if you're not trying to get, you know,
Fair enough. They got at least like double digits for ranking points. I think, like, okay, that's fair enough for them. They managed to get into a top 2 finish.
It feels like, you know what? I give you a big chicken, but you're choosing the nuggets.
Oh, just the drumstick. They just want the drumstick.
No, I mean, even the drumstick feels better at this point. You know, they just want the popcorn chicken. I mean, like, come on, guys.
It's all good, all good. I believe that we'll see better performances coming in from Alter Ego and many of all the other teams overall. But as you predicted, another Thai team has gotten it. They got themselves in second place with Got City Healing.
That was got my prediction right.
Yeah, very, very close, I must say. And of course, let's compare results for a little bit. Despite Bacon Time having less elimination points, the damage numbers were actually really close.
No, the thing is, the damage done by Bacon Time taking away the execution done by Infinity. Yeah, they just, you know, we dish out all the damage for Infinity to take over the eliminations. You know what? It's just half of what Bacon Time have when it comes to eliminations. But they actually spend a lot of time in the blue zone for Bacon Time.
Yeah, like we even see Styles was healing up. There was even Shirties healing up. Like, was it necessary when you have the entirety of the circle? And now, let's move over.
PMPL, you know, country finals for Thai right now.
Exactly. Yeah, I would actually love to witness more of those action from the PMPL Thai.
Oh, we should see. I mean, like, if the teams are actually advanced to PMPL SEA is this scary, then how about the other teams that didn't actually make it to PMPL SEA?
Exactly. Remember names like Purple Moon and there's Valdez. Purple Moon?
Purple Moon. Yeah, I missed them. Yeah, he loved to smile.
Yeah. And on top of that, you have so many other names like
Golden Cat,
Valdez.
once upon a time.
Yeah, once upon
Newsy
very
was
long
Golden Cat.
time.
Newsy was Golden Cat, I think.
Yeah.
Or was it Newsy or Logan? Between the two?
Probably. And of course, this is the matchup that we'll have inside Miramar. We'll have Group E missing out. Therefore, Geek Fam, Group Esports, making time, who have just gotten themselves that chicken dinner, will be taking a rest along with SLD.
Yep, speaking of SLD now, they had a really hot first week, but when it comes to final week, it feels like a lot of teams having been overtaken by the teams that have more stamina. We're talking about the ties, and you know what, I think I'm done with the ties right now, because I don't know what kind of, they are different level of monsters basically, so they are not human beings, they are from a different planet entirely, they just don't know how to feel tired. They don't know fear. They don't know tired. They don't eat. They just play.
They eat chicken dinners.
That's the thing. They don't have a break at all to stop and eat and have to breathe. They're not human beings. They're
Well,
different.
if they are, they're probably farmers. Why? Because they farm all the chicken.
Oh, imagine we have
They breed
farmers
the
playing
chicken,
PUBG.
they farm the chicken, and they take whatever chicken they want. They sell them too.
So they are the one actually selling out the chicken dinners for the other players then?
Probably.
You
If
want
they
some
don't win,
chicken
it's like,
dinners?
oh,
Because we
okay,
have two
go
right
ahead and
now.
take it from me. Like, okay, I'm selling it for $5.
Oh wow, $5 only? Really?
First come, first serve.
For 200,000 USD price pool, you're selling out for $5 only?
Hey, that's how they make bank, right?
Oh wow, amazing math there. I mean, like, you're definitely gonna be a very successful businessman, Contra. But we're back about the next match here. Now, when it comes to Miramar, it's going to be a lot of Titans to focus on, but I do want some variety of other teams. I want to see the other teams start to rise up to the occasion, because this is the final week, their final shot to get themselves to the grand final.
Exactly, and I think like teams that definitely have stepped up in this matchup has to be Boom Esports and GIDS finally getting themselves some airtime heading to this matchup. They have been able to close off the other day back-to-back rounds in, I believe, Miramar itself. And, of yesterday's run, it was really close. I would say Geek Fam has gotten themselves that chicken dinner, and then you have Buriram United that always have team close. Yes, it's a tie team, but of
What do
all
you mean,
tie teams, I think Buriram was not the ones that have gotten that extremely frequently. And despite it all, the one that is the least performing out of the PMPL tie side is Vampire Esports, and this is also their
that's
best.
too early. I mean, like, that's too early for you to put them down here. Because I'm
Exactly.
talking about vampires. Within a day, they can just change everything in the very last minute.
By
when
nightfall.
Yeah, I mean, like, when they come this sort of insane mode, you know, there's what they are on different level when they need to.
Exactly, and you have players like Stone that have won the SEA Games, I do believe. Was it SEA Games or so? Like, these are gold medalists overall on the solo squad and even on this team itself. This team has already proven quite a lot, and even you can prove yourself in the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship that's going to be happening real soon. We have the second qualifiers that offers you over 40,000 ringgit, and of course all you have to do is scan that QR code, register with your friends. This is the last chance to qualify to the PMNC 2022 for Malaysians only.
If you guys are not Malaysian, I definitely feel like there's going to be more tournaments for you guys in other regions, but we do want to see if you guys can be a new era of glory in the future, because right now the players are actually, I mean, like, they're not as old as I am, but feels like the same name. It's always the same player, the same name since the dawn of PMCO, right? In season 1. It's the same player till we casted that game for
Mamparan is still around.
4 years. We have the same players. We need other teams to just, you know, take a bit of a courage and just have a bit of confidence, just go and push, because there's so many players out there that have so much potential. I've seen them before.
Exactly.
But when you ask them, do you want to play? They're like, I don't think I can commit to this. And I still have homework to do, you know, when it comes to students. So.
Exactly. No excuses. If you know that you are good enough, you need to prove yourself to be the best. And who knows, you might actually make a living out of esports itself. And, you know, speaking of new names, out of all these names that are playing in the PMPL Southeast Asia, I've been really impressed by ShineLikeDiamond, because over the course of the PMPL Vietnam, this is not a name that has been a household name for a longer time. And in fact, most of these players are fresh to the Southeast Asia scene. And they have basically done so much work that they are currently, I would argue, the best team in Southeast Asia out of Vietnam.
If we have a rookie award, we might actually give that to them. Between them and also NFT possibly. I mean, like, we do have Rafael, which is going to be a very veteran player. Same goes for Ramones. But instead of SLD, I mean, like, there are some veterans like Kwonzin and also Kwonji. I actually seen them playing other tournaments before, but not in the big scene like the official PMPL South Asia. So if we have a rookie award and most progressive team can actually give it to them. I mean, like, this is going to give more motivation towards these guys to actually push more in the future. But hopefully it's not going to stop here. Because we talk about the teams, even the veterans, right? Example like Xaviers. Okay, we're going to put, I know Xaviers not looking too hot right now, but Xaviers, when it comes to 2022, the early of 2022, right? They're suddenly just being so good. They dominate every single tournament out there. But when it comes to back then, Xaviers, it's not someone that, you know, nobody look up to them.
Yeah, exactly. Back then they were still known as Xavier team. They were having inconsistent run. Despite that, they have been able to make it to Southeast Asia. Even on the early days of PMCO, like heading into the second season or the very first season, like, it's been around for some time. The players might have actually come and go.
It's almost the same play, by the way.
But Rabbids, though, Rabbids have always remained to be one of the top players in the region overall in Vietnam, and is still very highly respected. Now let's see what we can expect, though, heading to this match.
Now he's doing the boring pick because it's going to be tied to him. You know, when we pick Ty, it's going to be a boring pick because, you know...
But I love FaZe Clan.
I mean, like, FaZe Clan has been great. I mean, like, Tony K, you know, you can't deny how skillful he is. But GIDS, come on, I want to see some other teams go up there. Because if... I just want to see a different flag entirely, just to show us how desperate they want this to work when it comes to the final week.
Exactly, and why I pick GID is that when we look at their performance heading into most of these maps in Miramar, if they do have Daybot showing up, sure, sometimes like he hasn't got that activation and Alan may not be able to get those sort of coverage. They won't be able to get all too much, maybe hitting the middle attack, that's okay. But GD, once they do show up, those chicken dinners were just absolutely enjoyable to watch.
For me, GIDS is just, you know, Alan. Alan is just Alan. You know, every single team we have sort of a player that feels like they are under the spotlight for a bit, under the radar. But for the side of FaZe, I mean, like FaZe, here we definitely know about Tony K. Infinity, almost Mela, and also Nuzi. But when it comes to GIDS, it's always Alan do the big plays. Where especially when he's being cornered up to the certain point, he's being pressured, that's where he'd start to bite back. That's where Alan shines the most. But the thing is, something about GIDS, they're always kind of caught in a transition with the other teams. And when it comes to this sort of a map, I feel like they have more chance if you compare to Urango.
Exactly, and overall, I think like there are a lot of opportunities out there for them. And so does other teams as well. We see Boom Esports doing tremendously well. And this is also one of Alter Ego's best ever map. So this is some of the things that we should be expecting to show up coming from teams from PMPL Indonesia. And also many more to come. It's time to head over to Miramar.
We are back into the Dusty Dunes and also the biggest map there is, but also we have Esport this time. If you guys notice, it's been a while. We actually use the two choppers on the left and right. Something they change colors. I don't know. It depends on whatever the mood they have to, you know, put up the colors. Anyway, this time it's going to be blue. But this is a beautiful flight path, evenly divided the map into two parts, which coming up straight from the north down to the south part. And it just, everybody can drop wherever they fancy. But the problem is, it's down to the circle as always. The first circle pop, the moment you realize, oh, it's quite too far there. But if you got vehicles, it's okay. If you're not, you're like running on foot, it's not going to work here.
Yeah, and despite that, many of these teams, they already established themselves at safe location of play, except for Geek Fam, who usually changes things around. Geek Fam's not playing this time, so there won't be any sort of altercation that will happen in Princess Impala where Buriram got to get challenged. And many a times we see GD moving into Punto Clariso. This could be a really good drop over onto the corner of the map whenever it does happen to be. But despite all of that, the biggest city of it all, Los Leones sees about 2 to 3 teams always within the sector of the region. And we'll see whether or not will Yoodo Alliance once again lock horns with TEM. And GD will be accompanied by TEM while they have the furthest journey to get to the circle. I don't think they want to take that fight anytime soon.
They have to take their own time to loot here for the start of GIDS. Definitely the furthest away. Next to is going to be in between Ego Esports. We always drop around Chuma Zero. I have a feeling. I want to see where Alter Ego was just now. They are playing, aren't they? A, B, C, E. So yeah, I think they usually drop around Impala. I'm not sure if Impala are vacant or not. Back to the start of Sem 9, well, Los Lunes always being shared for the other teams. So the one that actually we were looking over is going to be Sem 9, actually being scouted out by the side of Infinity. Now, Infinity only have Tunny this side. I'm not sure where are the rest of the teams here.
Well, for now, although it's a looting phase, Sem 9 is dropping in the middle of the open, accompanied by Gatsuni, who's also soloing on the outskirts. Putra found himself that micro Uzi. Tuni's going to be able to take that section, and Deb decides to challenge him. He's got to try to travel around. Found himself the back, still no helmets left available.
Just casually walk into it.
1v1 though.
I don't know, it feels like he's so casually walked into Sem 9 here. I think this is on top of Power Grid, if I'm not mistaken here. Around there somewhere.
Just by the west end side of Power Grid, where it's closer to El Pozo. Infinity has got a lost little kid somewhere.
Peacefully loot for Tunny. I mean, like, he's not being harmed or not being disturbed.
I think he kind of knows that Depp is around.
He definitely knows Sem 9, but Sem 9 don't have a clue about this. Now, this is going to be a problem for Depp. He got eliminated first in the last match.
Exactly.
It feels really bad if you're the first one to get every single round here.
The disparity, right? Gatsuni was also the one that survived one of the longest in Sanhok. That was the one that was not the one that survived the earliest. I mean, longest.
Here it comes.
Oh,
the prize, motherfucker! There you go. Give it away, but he whipped it. Oh my god!
It's the Mini 14. I will excuse him for that. No sprays available. Gatsuni now runs for his life. Moves inwards. So 50% of that grenade. Shredding him up. Hey, he's got the shotgun. And let's see what does Step offer this time. Okay, gives the warning shot. Drops the nade. Runs back in.
Nope, wrong move.
You know, this feels like a hamster cage where they're just running around, except there's no wheels.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, who's the hamster right now?
Both, I would say.
I mean, like, Tunny, here comes Mampara. I mean, like, this is going to 2v1. There's nothing can go wrong for Semnon, right? Knocked down. Tunny waiting for another one. Switch over to Mini 14. Never mind, get back to it's a shotgun. Try to finish it off, and that's going to be Dap again, the first blood. My god.
This is such a painful fight to watch. I mean, now the rest of Infinity is here. The big boys down to play, and Mampara has to deal with this situation right here, right now. Mela now bringing him down. Harms all alone. And once again, Sem9 on the disconnect. Like, this could have been theirs. They could have taken down Gatsuni if they were to flush it together. The indecisiveness costing out members of Sem9. Only one player left. Putra, how long can he hold? He will fall regardless. And oh my.
Oh, again, Sem9, one of the first few teams to get out without any eliminations. They managed to knock down on Tunny and Logan. That's what I said. When it comes to 1v2, it's Infinity player. No matter who it was, you have to be making sure that you can win that because they always outwit you. You saw the shotgun play just now. That was like,
I don't want to see
like,
it, honestly.
I don't have helmet, but I'm going to be fine. I'm going to loot with you. Yeah, we're having fun. Oh, rabies.
It's so painful to watch. I mean, for Sem9 fans out there, right? Like, this should not even happen. Like, they guarded off the whole area, and for some reason, Infinity was faster than Sem9 to get to where they need to be.
Mampa was there. Yeah. Mampa was there when it was 2v1, but that shot
he held back.
It was so perfect. That small triangle, that small space of triangle gave him enough space to just, you know, the moment you pick, I'm just going to pull the trigger, and that's it. That was being...
Smart plays.
It's just outplayed.
Yeah.
Sorry to say, but that was definitely outplayed by the side of Infinity. That just shows how much of the difference when it comes to the mindset of a player.
Exactly. They're just so well adept to all kind of situations. Speaking of situations here, Rabbits, next one to be knocked out. Both sides of the Vietnamese squads are trying to take on each other. Sunoas at the peak of the hills of Crater Fields. But then again, it's still going to be a little bit of a tough area for them to keep themselves safe. There's going to be more teams that will be rotating up over the northern end with this sort of circle. BN United, though they had the angles initially, Sunoas is still all alone. I don't think he can deal with so many of these members of DX. And therefore, we'll have to take a look at the other side of the map. A FaZe Clan as well as Alter Ego.
Oh, Renal, right? Bless you. Don't forget to scan over for PMCC, guys. You might actually one of the teams that actually can take over Infinity. If you did that, you're definitely going to be one of the best players in C region right now.
Exactly. And you know what? If only we were still students, if we can back ourselves 40K. Okay, will you choose to be responsible with the money? Or would you just spend it on, you know, a brand new gaming laptop, a brand new GTD03?
I mean, like, you can reinvest and also give it to your parents because they've been raising you to be the pro player you are today.
Pay off that student loan.
That feels like your story now. He just wants that money for himself. He got so much things to actually think about. You have so much commitment right now, don't you?
Right. Signs that we are getting old.
So
many bills to pay.
I'm still young. I'm still so young in my heart.
Yes, we're all young at heart. Four Rivals having a really good week, by the way.
Speaking of Four Rivals,
they're currently number 6.
You know what? The thing about the Malaysian team, or the other teams, like specifically Malaysian teams, here, they have very powerful firepower. But the problem with them is just synchronizing with the rest of the members and the roster to actually work and organize the push or try to transition. They have a bit of a tactical problem sometimes. But here comes Ramon for the rest of NFT. Spotted out Xaviers. Now, Xaviers, they have 2 eyes watching for them. It's going to be NFT Ramones on this end. The other end is going to be Shunos coming up from BN United. Now, the moment they try to hike up, it's going to be 2 eyes. Yep, there's going to be a clear view. Rabies again.
Oh, man.
2 times in a row now. This time, no saving him.
Oh, there was some return fire in exchange, though. So that will buy a little bit more time. Dude, is he ready to go in for the pickup?
I'm not sure.
He's leaving him.
No, it's just the place is just so unusual. It's not an uneven terrain. You want to get into the nook and cranny. It's just so hard to get into that certain angle.
I agree.
He's stuck there.
And even though he slided down,
there's no way he can slide down.
He tried, and then after he slided, and his teammate was like, "No, I'm not gonna be the next one to be fired up."
It wasn't that shallow. It was quite a high mountain. The moment he slid down, he's dying anyway. It's like
yeah.
You know, there's no way he can actually survive that. Back to it's a crater field. We have one more. We didn't mention about Four Rivals. Firepower really great. But it happens to be they have a bit of a problem when it comes to rotation. In this case, it's going to be DBD, another Malaysian team, having a bit of a civil war between themselves.
And it's interesting that they're taking the fights here by the Oasis all the way over the northern end. DBD, we're seeing them going on long-range exchanges while we have Ziggs being their main marksman of the block, trying to pull off the flank angles against Appy as well as Voki. And Four Rivals have taken note of that. This is going to be a head-to-head between Pamburu, as Echo spots him out as well. More damage being done onto Pamburu. He'll be the first one to be knocked out. Four Rivals now in trouble while Appy tries to hold the angles against him. Echo has already notified the rest of the squad about his location, where this will not be a saving grace for Pamburu as he's the first one to be taken out. Appy will reposition with his buggy as the rest of DBD trying to cause a commotion here. And Voki doesn't really have those angles. He's inside the shacks. Has to give a little bit more breathing space for DBD to play it out.
But at the same time, they didn't actually expect that DBD going to push like that on the side of their Four Rivals, making their formation broken a bit when it comes to their spread here. Quite too far when it comes to Appy and the rest of the team, but trying to reunite sort of a middle point there. On the side of FaZe, Ventura is just going to bait out Alter Ego shoot, so FaZe Clan can actually have a sort of a pick towards where they are, but I don't think it's a bait anymore. This is definitely Ventura has been taken down entirely by Alter Ego.
And Alter Ego just being so sneaky on this engagement. There was a little bit of exchange early on. They'll have to revive Fnatic that has fallen through. And FaZe Clan, despite trying to make ends meet, Gerja is being challenged wherever they rotate currently. And there's not much real estate that they could basically play out from these areas. Man, love the skin on MR5. He's so decked out. Except for the gears that he has, still level 1 vest overall, Beer 11 on the red dot instead. It's still going to be a little bit tougher for FaZe Clan to make decisions, but they are going to be on a convoy. They'll continue to journey their way further up in towards the northern region. At least this allows them to bypass players of Alter Ego and MR5 found at AUG.
You just mentioned about his level 1 gears. He's going to show you and prove you otherwise. And it's really smart how FaZe trying to actually relocate themselves in a position where they won't be pressured that much. They chose the one that actually moving backwards instead of forward. But TEM Entertainment spotted out on Bavy spotted out on MR5. We saw just now it was Alter Ego shooting over the side of FaZe. Now, if TEM Entertainment push forward, it's going to be straight into the lair of Alter Ego. If that happens, they're going to have a bit of a clash between them. Along the process. Back to the circle, which is going to pop. If it's on top of Creative Field, it's going to be a really tough game. Yep, there you go.
It is exactly what you said, Choo Choo. And I think advantage is given over to NFT currently, where you look at their positioning. They are over on the top of the peak, and they still have Ramones to guard on the lower ground, along with Swavel. The only problem is that there's a lot of teams coming in from the east. So Alter Ego, they're about to push up. FaZe Clan, we're taking the other quarters of the hillside, where GD is going to be convoying their journey into the circle itself. TEM, they're also trying to push upwards, and little do they know, there's just too many marksmen on top. A lot of guns to be pointing at their direction eventually. And TEM don't seem to get this little van out of the way.
I'm not sure about that minivan to climb up the hill. Honestly speaking, I don't feel that's a good decision if they really want to hike up. It's going to be the slowest hike in the entire universe as we speak. But FaZe, they still have the low ground, and NFT just going to hold their grounds at the same time. Heard the Buriram movement coming out to Kenzo, going to spray over. Box on the other end, but they are on the low ground as well, so they won't actually get into their nose in this business. But Kenzo managed to actually climb up.
And immediately, Batman will back away. Drone is a little bit further down. Despite him whipping some of these shots, he did do a little bit of damage over onto Kangzo. But yet again, they're not holding just fine against BRU. Kangzo's just worried because he doesn't want to burn out his buggy just yet. Still a long journey up ahead. It's only phase 3, and it's only going to shrink deeper and deeper into the craters as we speak. NFT now go in for a refrag as they manage to take down Sea Sky only.
Yeah, but at the same time, FaZe coming up at the same time. We're talking about two teams might actually involve a third party really soon. But Batman, before things getting, elongated or just being prolonged, he tried to wrap things up nicely. In a very short time, Batman secures eliminations for the side of NFT, while we saw Ego Esports try cooking up the nade. It's going to be a bit of exchange of nades between Infinity and Ego Esports. Now, Ego Esports, the team, I'm not sure if they ran out of their stamina or they just want to surprise us in the last minute. They have been really great when it comes to performance in the first week. Second week, a bit quiet. Third week, totally silent.
Exactly, and we expect them to do a lot more, but it seems like they didn't really have that much of a stamina heading into many of all these rounds. But we've also seen Eagle Esports to be quite great on long-range engagements, but with Gatini coming closer and closer, but then again, he's over on the lower side of the warehouse. It is a little bit harder to even tag players of Infinity. Look at those sprays, not even hitting the mark.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm not sure if that's a wise move. Well, we're talking about Infinity anyways. They can just get away whenever they want to, because that's the problem with warehouse, right? If the circle next one is not inside of that warehouse, so it's like the circle didn't comprise of that warehouse. And when we step out of it, it's got to be an open field at the flat plane, by the way.
Exactly.
It's so easy to shoot them down.
They could easily be surrounded. The only thing is that maybe there's not too many teams around them. That's the only refuge for now. But they don't really have the circle on them either. So their journey continues on. While Yoodo Alliance also on their way.
The way you talk about the journey continues on feels like I'm watching Lord of the Ring right now.
Lord of the Ring.
Like, who is Frodo?
Frodo Baggins. Who has a ring? Is any of these players married? Oh, Manbara.
Okay.
But he's out of the game, though.
I mean, look at this.
He's not delivering rings.
Wait. 4 teams, 5 teams squish
Look,
into themselves. It's going to be a cramped space here for these guys. Box Gaming versus Ego Esports. There's also 2 teams differently behind them. I think it's going to be possibly Buriram. I'm not sure. But at the same time, there's like total 6 teams, including an FT or even GIDS there. FaZe taking on Vampires. Again, be eliminated quite early. Vampires don't even have a breather when it comes to week number 3 here.
Quite the urban party that we have all the way up and towards the northern end. Ego Esports slowly getting depleted. More and more players of Box Gaming hoping to flush them through. Brick goes down instead. Chua switches over to the M4. He thought to get 2 members out, but Frisbee's here to challenge and will win this fight between the 2 rival teams of Vietnam. But here comes Infinity. They have just arrived from the warehouse, now into the shed, and Box Gaming, they're about to turn into cranes.
It's gonna be cleaning the mess. Falls out of Infinity, the housekeeping team already here to bulldoze every single team they can. That's it, 1 more team in the hands of Infinity.
Wow.
Tony gonna be happy about this. They definitely secured quite a number of eliminations already for Infinity. It's gonna be 8, the highest by far across the chart here. And for Infinity, they're not stopping. They have more to go because we're talking about Buriram next to them. We have also DBD, 4 rivals across them, and an FT behind us somewhere. Whilst Alter Ego taking their own sweet time to get into the circle, we might actually see another war coming up if FaZe happens to be moving the same direction.
Exactly, and you take a look at how they picked those fights. The first fight they had against Set9 took less than 5 seconds. The fight that they took against Box Gaming, less than 5 seconds as well. Such a masterclass performance coming in from the Infinity. Yet again, we still have another time team here. FaZe Clan trying to tack onto Pombi. Sees the journey of the rest of Alter Ego. They blow up the vehicle, get some damage done towards Fnatic as well. Beer 11 and the 3, of course, all 3 members of the side of FaZe Clan. They are basically gatekeeping this whole area by itself. And Alter Ego.
Who's gatekeeping who?
Initially, it was Alter Ego gatekeeping.
I don't think so.
Now it's like, it's a swap of a role, musical chairs, and the music's about to run out.
It feels like Alter Ego made a bit of a delayed reaction to get into the zone as fast as they can. And that definitely will kind of punish them in this sort of, circumstances. Back to the side of the Xaviers, feels like they're losing a lot of team members and the entire team be eliminated by the hands of BN United. Back to the side of Alter Ego, they start to make a move. They realize it's not worth waiting for because the circle will shrink even further. FaZe got a bit of a counter fire, but the circle shift over towards the side of DBD and Infinity and Buriram. Hello.
Immaculate predictions.
I mean, like,
just gotta give it to them. Like, take this championship title already, guys. But over on the north end, take a look at 4 rivals, though. They have to fight TEM, they have to fight GD. It's a long journey ahead, and DBD, if the circle does pull further up towards the northwest, sure, they'll be able to reap the rewards. NFT, BN United, they have to just book it into the city. Tony K, head-to-head, Potato with the micro Uzi.
Oh, it's going to be 1-to-1 man fight between these 2 guys trying to brawl each other out. A lot of nades being thrown over. Potato fighting down on the ground with Tony K. Got clipped a bit when it comes to the grenade, but Bear and Tony K, what a duo here. But Tony K, he tried to play double down. He might just clutch it entirely by himself, but finally Bear tried to help him as well. As Bear fallen off, the charge is going to be Emerald 5 finish off the job. The duo, Bear and also Tony K, nice play, nice synchronization, and also when it comes to timing of MR5, FaZe is just so good at it.
Yeah, and that was a team effort being displayed overall. They managed to still save themselves out of a really dangerous situation against Alter Ego. Now Infinity is watching every step of the way of the teams that are trying to surround them. Instead, tries to clear up everyone on the south side. They spotted out NFT and also some players of BN United. NFT will be able to take out Silence, while DBD has got troubles with their own, fighting another Malaysian team, Yoodo Alliance. They try to cut across, but there's too many smokes and Molotovs on their way. And there goes. NFT secures 5 total takedowns throughout the span of the round. Only 10 more teams remain in Phase 5 of Miramar.
At the same time, the smoke bridge, actually the perfect time for Yoodo Alliance to push forward because there are so many smokes in between. They can't shoot you down unless they're non-stop spraying. They need to reload their magazines anyway. That's a perfect time for them to cut across towards DBD. But maybe because of lacking the manpower on the side of Yoodo Alliance, they only have 2 men left. So they feel like it's not going to worth it for them to push forward too early on. Back to side of 4 Rivals, taking his fight against TEM Entertainment. 1 knockdown, finished off straight away. It's going to be Asso Zip. And on the other side, we have GIDS, waiting for the right time. We look at Snizzle cooking up the nade. Try to toss over towards Mormon and Onsen. And Boots waiting with a mini 14. Now, hoping to flush them out, but Buriram taking a fight against GIDS. Allen's being knocked down. That's going to be the star player for GD.
GD, they've been holding on to every single angles here. Allen now being knocked, but he will be able to be resuscitated by his teammates. TEM just dropping nades after nades. Haven't been able to clip onto my name P. Buriram only has 3 members to play out with.
Oh,
and despite
Infinity.
that,
Look at the circle.
It drops directly
right on top of them.
And now how is everybody supposed to play out? Like, there's a lot of open space from the north side of the city. The city is divided by 3 sections: the factory areas, the middle, and also over the south. And I guess this is also a chance for NFT to slide in if they want to.
That's true, but here comes Buriram, the one slide in first, and try to shoot them down. It's going to be newsy. When it comes to the tie, like Sir Cloud mentioned, it needs a tie to take over another tie, basically. And back to the sign of Newsy, cooking up the nade, try to flash out the rest of Buriram here, but Tiger Axe definitely been knocked down, left with only 2 members. On the other end, TEM Entertainment taking it on sweet time, stopping in at a Buriram player here. My name being stopped here. Definitely their formation has been broken by 2 teams at the same time. And Buriram only left with Kangzo. Now Kangzo cannot do much when it comes to against Infinity by himself.
Exactly, and they definitely need a little bit more backup over on the other corner, while DBD is basically clearing every other team by the western side. There's still 1 member of the side of 4 Rivals, though, while Olio is sneaking his way out, hiding behind those cactuses, hopefully not to be pricked by those Torns, but there's more Torns in their flash here. But they pick one up. TMOP did not check the angles through, but Olio now has been scouted out again, as well as Echo. They'll be able to do the job and take 1 more member down. More and more troubles up ahead as GD will have to leave behind Snishel.
At the same time, here comes a big hit from April. Almost clipped the entirety of DBD, but there's so many buggies and also barriers in between. Make it so hard for him to actually flush them out. But at the same time, since being knocked down here, April trying to make a play. Need more to go. Voki tossing out the nade!
Wow!
A big one, taking out so much space for the side of Voki and the rest of 4 Rivals. 2 down on that nade only, and Voki managed to just give space for April to reset himself. Here comes the rush for the side of 4 Rivals to finish off DBD, but he still managed to revive who he wants to for Echo.
Echo still has a little bit more time, but how much more can they hold on to? April just showing his finest nades, had firepower. Happy over the top side, the man who clutches it all could not be pushed by Bevy. There was a Molotov on their way, and TEM have been so aggressive. Infinity has already farmed 10 total eliminations in this matchup. The nades are flying in. Appy getting clipped for only a tad bit. TEM surrounding that sole member of 4 Rivals. The blue zone's clicking in. There's not much space for him to run, and he's got no options.
No space at all at this point. What much space? No space! Look at how they just covered every single tier of the grounds there. We're talking about first, second story will be taken by the side of TEM, and Blues are coming in. Here comes Appy slowly dying on top of the second story. But it's going to be a bit of a grenade exchange between these 2 teams. Here comes another one coming up from Bavy. Look at the commitment. They're just trying to take down 1 player. Appy managed to reset himself. But Angle perfectly. Oh my god.
It lobbed back over outside of the window pane. Appy just hoping to survive. Leave this man alone, TEM. They just really want this 1 pointer there.
He needs to jump out now. There's no other options for Appy. Back to the other side of the map here. Infinity definitely, nobody tried to touch them here. So I have a feeling they might actually have a shot at winning this chicken.
Indeed, but there's 2 other Indonesian teams to challenge that. NFT as well as GD. Still relatively healthy, while TEM getting those shots fired up. Appy finally goes down. 2 more members left for the side of 4 Rivals as they're playing on the western end. Sunoaz being scouted out. Sovel might just fancy this 1 pointer there. This is one of the toughest circles to play out. Imagine everybody having like kilometers to cover on the vehicles and now stuck inside the city knowing that there's so little room for cover. April does find 1 player out of TEM as they try to cut across the entirety of that highway. Do you call it a highway? I'm not sure. But yeah, things are looking pretty bitter over here.
It's an open road. Oh, Abe will be shot down badly. This is going to be the one that will never whip when it comes to shooting
Exactly.
and spraying. There's going to be one more player, 4 rivals down, left with only 1 more members here. Definitely we're down to 7 teams. At the same time, 4 rivals definitely not being blasted by the circle in this sort of state. And quite an open plane. A bit and United eliminated at 7. But look at Infinity take it down on 1. It's going to be GIDS. Will they actually take this one? NFT Batman coming up from behind. Going to be backstabber here, but Propel. Shot down by Davo. It's going to be an exchange between them. Infinity got the upper hand in this state.
Debbie, he got this angle through the cracks.
How?
Hey, he's inside the school. He sees out the window and he spots him out. And now GD loses 1, and that buys more room for Infinity. Somehow they're still holding on. That Molotov's coming in. Got Tuni still within those smokes. Boki tried to squeeze right in. And man, there's just so little space left. Drawn, the only member of NFT still surviving. While the rest of GD, they got crushed. We thought they had a chance.
You know what, Kangzo, the last player coming up from Buriram, still taking an NFT player down just now, left with only Drawn. I'm not surprised these guys tried to pick a fight against Infinity. If only TEM Entertainment fight against Infinity first, it might actually have a shot for the side of Buriram to actually win this. Out of all the teams out there, it's going to be 3 tie teams remaining with 4 players for Infinity and 3 for TEM Entertainment. I mean, like, talking about firepower.
Yeah, the only one that could challenge them just got to be TEM, right? Like, the only problem is they're so far away, they're not even going to touch the members of Infinity right now. They have the safest haven, they got the circle, they got everything running perfectly for them. And I'm just wondering the solo units like Hangzo, Voki, as well as Drawn, where do they end up? Which one of these guys will make it to the top 3 or even top 2? Can it be another chicken dinner for 4 hours? They did it yesterday.
But the game changer is going to be Kangzo. He got himself the highest ground there on the top of the apartment there. But at the same time, 4 rivals for I mean, like, this is going to be a tough one. The blue clothing on his side first. He got only walls in between him. Look at how he locked. Just to perfect Kobe. Infinity trying to spot out where the nade's coming out from. It's just too high for him to actually see.
And Voki is just playing with them. He gets the shot, he gets the drop as well. My goodness, 1 HP left, and Mormon's the one that claims that TEM now proceeds ahead. Only 4 teams remain for the moment. Top 5 finish for 4 rivals. Despite having the most challenging circle, now Bevy's just hugging by the corners of the wall, dropping nades after the grenades. But this is a bunker that Infinity is currently hiding at. Drawn, he's happily waiting. He can't see the rest of TEM. Mormon does get the members of Infinity, got Infinity on the ground. But there's just not much angles they can work with. There's still smokes inside the shack.
There's too much smoke there. They can't actually see what's inside for the side of Logan, and they know where the entry points are. All they need to do is just shoot, even though there's so many clouds of smoke in between. Logan knows there's going to be an exchange between Infinity and Miller to get on more, but Drawn waits on the right side to spray with a mini. Sorry, micro Uzi. Here comes the jump to leave off Fizz, but Nuzi still might actually win this on the side of Infinity. Look at how well they secure this compound.
There's too many smokes. They just have to basically spray every single corner as they can.
Come on, bro.
They still survive. 3 members versus 1. Drawn. Can he do it? They are going for the revive. And they finally resuscitated Logan. They find him pushing out the doors. And there's not much space. Melo goes down. And the rest of the members are low. He can clutch this one though. Drawn. What can you do? Can you make this move to claim the chicken dinner for Indonesia?
They don't have enough for healing themselves inside of Infinity. Here comes Drawn. He managed to reset himself a bit, swap both into M416. But there's going to be another reset for the side of Infinity. At the same time, where the blue closing first. That's more important inside of Drawn's view. But at the same time, he wants to not have another go. But here comes the 3 other flushes. Well. Surprise, surprise, Infinity. They got themselves another chicken for the day.
Despite Infinity having everything, they still have made the cut to secure the chicken dinner this time around. 2nd place finish in Sanok and 1st place finish in Miramar itself. Wonderful job accomplished. But that was a nail biter between all these teams. They already know where Infinity is at, but none of them have the numbers to basically lock them out.
I mean, like, Infinity was untouchable and unharmed because nobody tried to pick into the bunker just now. And also, it was a tough fight because so many compounds in between. There's so many buildings in between that they can't take covers, and too many angles have to be. And this is one of good.
We started perfectly for them.
from the face of one. We're talking about 4 minutes into the game. Infinity always start gun blazing everywhere. I'm like, Tony just managed to bait out the entire team of 7-9 by doing that.
Exactly that, and most of these fights, like I said, ended up in less than 5 seconds. So when they were challenged by Infinity, overall there were so many close quarter combats where we see Box Gaming, they won this war, and that's where Infinity, they took the chance to strike again. And it didn't really last all too long for Box Gaming. It felt really bad for these squads, and after taking over, they just got the best area play.
You know what, this might be the first time we're looking over, I'm not sure during when I'm not casting, but this might be the first time we're going to see MVP on Tony. Because we actually got him before. The one that actually never got the MVP, maybe Logan on the side of Infinity.
I think I've got a game with Logan. Probably. I won.
All of Infinity already got himself one.
All of them.
Well, we are not counting on the side of Mela and also Nuzia. I mean, these guys have been like monsters since day number 1 anyway. But back to the side of Infinity, are we looking by end of today? It's going to be a streak of a tie team here. We're starting off TEM Entertainment. We finish off by Infinity just now. We have these days where a lot of ties getting a lot of domination within a day.
Exactly. I think that it could be the case, but too early to tell. I'm pretty sure that a few teams that are not from PMPL Thailand that could basically snatch 1 or 2 for the day. Perhaps so.
I mean, like the times, like example on week 1, day 1, right?
Time, they
yeah,
got it.
Like week 1, day 3, FaZe, Buriram, Bacon time, and then suddenly DBD squeeze in. The Malaysian is always the one that disrupt this continuous victory of for the ties and the FaZe. I'm like that.
There was 2 chicken dinners for Malaysia yesterday. Maybe they could do it again. Instead of 1, make it 2.
Hopefully. I mean, like I'm looking forward for that because right now feels like nothing can stop. The Infinity is one team. Like the team that is so consistent every single week. We're not talking about always number 1. We're talking about top 3 every single week. 29 points for them. If you compare with all the other Thai teams, NFT actually perform way better when compared to week number 2.
Exactly, and it feels like Infinity, they don't need no secret sauce. They don't need to do things too extraordinarily different. They basically take an area. If there's somebody out there, fight him out. Fight him out every single time. They are just like-minded overall. All of these 4 players are remarkable. Of course, Nuzi always being the standout player for those sort of...
Just now was Tony.
Exactly. And whenever he's not around, other players will step up as well. This time, of course, other than Infinity, we have NFT that has secured a number of takedowns in this matchup with 8 elimination points, securing a total of 20. 16 for TEM, 12 for Buriram, and 4 rivals definitely deserve that 10-pointer.
I mean, like Vampire 7-9, the only team, especially 7-9, they are in the dire spot of needing points here. Well, still Newsy. I mean, like, come on, guys. Tony did so much plays just now. Give a spotlight to its Tony sometimes, you know? We've seen a lot of Newsy. This Captain Jack Newsy is still here to take over the MVP because maybe the damage output and elimination definitely here to take. But I also want maybe Tony or Logan to show up more.
Exactly, and I really want to definitely see even Mela to be able to actually...
Mela's been there a lot.
Yeah, he does get a lot. I don't mind seeing him yet again, but Newsy makes it so hard for Tony K to chase up to his scoreline.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Every game in, every game out, you see Newsy at least adding 3 eliminations, 4 or 5. Now, this time, 6 takedowns. And they're basically trailblazing, leaving smokes behind everybody else. Buriram United, as well as Infinity, remains unchanged. Number 1 for Infinity, 2 for Buriram. And this time, FaZe Clan, despite falling a little bit early on, they got those elimination points, and therefore they break the 100-point mark, make it 101. And like you said, dominated by the ties.
I'm not surprised they ended up top 6. Top 6 as ties again, except for Vampires. Now, they've fallen off the chart quite a big gap between them and when it comes to the other Thai teams. There's going to be around 60 points in between them. But back towards the side of the other teams, also Ego still managed to squeeze in the top 5 here. It's so hard to see these days. The other flag waving on the top 3. Now, I did notice on Kunal Singh's mention another excuse, even sorry, not this one. I heard Jack. Yeah, he said. Newsy interview, he said it himself that they will play series to give Goptan his birthday as a win.
It's his birthday?
It's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Gotini.
Thank you for the info.
And I think Gotini himself have played so well on all these matchups, and overall, it's just a perfect systematic play that they've always had, where the backup comes in very early on arrival, and thank goodness, even when he was surrounded by 7-9, they didn't leave him be. The backup came and they ensured the birthday boy is safe.
I mean, like, the response coming out from FaZe and also Infinity, if you look at how their team play, is just another level of, it's just another part of it. And like, there's a benchmark when it comes to South Asia team play. And these are the two teams that they should look up to. It's just such a performance, what a sublime performance. Back towards how rotations going on, the circle is just up north all the way. Now, back to the side of Infinity, they love to drop somewhere around Ponte Nuevo, so it's not too far off to a set of crater fields anyway, if you compare to the other teams. So I think Buriram had a bit of a not too long in that. I think that's almost the same when it comes to distance set for NFT, which is not that far off.
Everybody else had to come in from a really long route. Despite Buriram being one of the earliest team inside of Korea, out of the top 4, they haven't been able to secure all too much because they were securing the eastern side of the city instead, and only till then they congregated. It was only Kangzo left, and I think like at the very least they managed to bring a lot of points back. Like Buriram United, they're not the flashiest of team compared to, of course, Infinity as well as FaZe Clan, but there is just so much that they offer per round that they're just so consistent.
True, and also Infinity, how they managed to get into the last I have no clue. But before we get into more of the action-packed games after this, definitely want to thank none other than our official smartphone partner, which is going to be Realme GT Neo 3, the latest chipset, Dimensity 8100 5G. Definitely your phone to upgrade yourself and get yourself in the tournament for maybe in the pro scene in the future. And also we want to thank our TikTok as our live streaming partner. Don't forget the hashtag #BeTheOneChallenge, and don't forget to follow all the pages, which I'm going to read out right now because it's a long names. PUBG Mobile MY Official, PUBG Mobile Esports MY, PUBG Mobile Esports.SG, and PUBG Mobile Official PH for the Philippines. So also, since we're going to head into a long break, don't forget to use the coupon or the promo code coming up for our official food delivery partner, GrabFood, 50% off the food promo code of PUBGM. Put it all in caps, okay? Only for new users, terms and conditions apply. I think we're going to have the break for a bit because I'm really hungry right now for our dinner. We're going to get into our third round after this. See you guys in a bit of long break. Bye.
All right.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2's new mode, Gear Front, we've introduced a new gameplay feature, Strange Town. Strange Town has a spooky atmosphere, which spices up the gameplay. In this video, we'll be exploring Strange Town. So, come on, let's go! Strange Town will be available in ranked modes Erangel. Strange Town will be located between Stalber and the western coast, and will be shrouded in darkness. It's styled after a medieval European village. Upon entering Strange Town, players will discover that it's nighttime. Experience the return of battles at night. Strange Town has a fairly compact layout, where a tall, mysterious bell tower occupies the center. The four sides are surrounded with houses and cover. Strange Town is littered with Andy's puppets, as well as decorative pumpkins, which really add to the spooky atmosphere. This area's design is full of personality, and we hope it will give players new and interesting combat experiences. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. During this period, Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, and will be a hotspot for trigger-happy players to scavenge and fight. Strange Town will also spawn a recall item, the Respawn card. If a player has a Respawn card, and they get eliminated, they'll be able to respawn and jump back to the battleground. The Respawn card uses a recall tower attempt when activated. With a Respawn card, players can try out more daring tactics in Strange Town and really take the offensive. But keep in mind that the Respawn card can only be used for a certain time after the match starts. The item itself only effective for this duration, and players can only pick up one Respawn card per match. Make the most out of it. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air. From the center of Strange Town, players can pilot them to get away from Strange Town and avoid more battles. Once players leave Strange Town, it will no longer be night. Hot air balloons can be flown across Erangel, and you can pilot them again even when you get off. When players are riding a hot air balloon, they'll be able to parachute to the battleground again. However, it's important to know that hot air balloons have an energy meter, and they will automatically descend before the final play zone, after which they'll deflate. Players should take the opportunity to pilot the hot air balloon while they can, and travel to a more advantageous position for battle. Furthermore, players can also ride the cable car at Stalber. There will be 3 cable cars at Stalber that players can use to quickly travel across the map. The new gameplay will be available from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. There will also be a disguise gameplay feature in Strange Town for a limited time. Throughout Strange Town, a special item can be found, Andy's puppet. When players enter Strange Town, they'll be able to disguise themselves as a puppet and blend in with their surroundings. It's a brand new, never-before-seen tactic. When players disguise as a puppet, they can still move about, albeit slowly. You can choose a good hiding spot to disguise yourself and avoid pursuing enemies to survive. You can also surprise unsuspecting enemies by removing your disguise and taking them out. The moment the disguise is blown, you'll become the target for enemies. Once struck by enemies in succession, players will still return to their regular appearance. Disguising comes with risks, so remove it with caution. At the same time, make sure to pay close attention to the Andy's puppets in your surroundings. Any one of them could be an enemy in disguise. If you see through the disguise, fire at will. Do keep in mind that disguises only work within Strange Town. As soon as players leave, they'll revert to their regular selves. So, have fun in Strange Town and experience the unique, spooktacular gameplay. While Strange Town is available, several strange garden parties will appear on Erangel. Players will receive a Halloweeks crate full of extra supplies from October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0. The crate will turn into a clown crate. When opening the crate, there's a chance that a clown will appear. Make sure to dodge its attacks and defeat it for advanced supplies and firearms. Strange Town's spooky theme, abundant supplies, and disguise gameplay will give players a fantastically fresh new take on exciting combat. Call your friends now to go to Strange Town and experience all the surprises. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time! Gearfront Introduction. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players. Welcome. PUBG Mobile is launching a new themed game mode, Gearfront. In this video, we'll be introducing the skills gameplay, Strange Town, and more. We hope you'll like it. New Gameplay 1, Skills Gameplay. In the upcoming Gearfront mode, players can have 8 skills to choose from. Each skill has its own distinct characteristics, and players can bring 1 skill into battle for each match. Different skill combinations will add to the team's tactical and strategic options. Now, let's take a look at these skills in action. Trace. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. Supply Scan. Use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. Black Market. Quickly builds a black market shop to conveniently purchase items. Gliding Doll. Makes players soar into the air before deploying a puppet for gliding. The puppet will be deployed automatically when used in the air. Play Zone Analysis. Analyzes the next play zone and displays its location on the minimap. Lucky Backpack. Gives the backpack the new ability to convert items into another item of the same type. It also increases the default load of the backpack. Healing Smoke. Throws a special smoke grenade that restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. Vehicle Airdrop. Throws a beacon, which calls a vehicle airdrop. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. It will be available ranked mode in Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. There are a myriad of skill combinations to choose from, and different combinations provide different advantages on different maps, which provide players with a wide range of strategic options. So, go invite your friends and experience it together. New Gameplay 2, Strange Town. We've also added a new gameplay mechanic to Gearfront. Strange Town, Area Introduction. Strange Town will be available from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0, and will be released in 2 phases. On September 29th, UTC +0, themed area gameplay will be released. And on October 13th, UTC +0, the disguise gameplay will be made available. Strange Town will be available in Erangel's ranked mode and is located between Stalber and the West Coast. It's styled after a medieval European village. When players enter Strange Town, they'll enter night mode, allowing them to experience the thrill of night battles. Respawn items. Strange Town will become an important resource zone in Erangel, allowing trigger-happy players to loot and battle to their heart's content. When eliminated, players can use the respawn card to respawn and jump back into the battleground, which also uses a recall tower attempt when activated. Hot Air Balloon. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, 2 hot air balloons in the form of Andy's puppet will rise to the air in the center of Strange Town, allowing players to ride away and avoid confrontation. The hot air balloons can be used to travel the entire map and can be used without limit. Players can parachute again while in the air, but hot air balloons have an energy meter and will descend automatically and deflate before the final play zone. Furthermore, Stalber will also feature 3 cable car lines for players to ride and move around. Disguise gameplay. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, disguise gameplay will be available in Strange Town. Players will be able to disguise as Andy's puppet and blend in with their surroundings. By disguising themselves, players can escape enemy pursuit and counter-ambush them. But keep in mind that, after being hit multiple times by the enemy, players will return to their normal appearance. Strange Garden Party. Strange garden parties will also appear in Erangel. From October 13th to November 14th, UTC +0, there's a chance that a clown will appear when opening crates, and players can defeat it for advanced supplies and weapons. Other updates. Vehicle Radar Scan. While Gearfront is available, the in-match shop in ranked mode, Erangel, will offer players an all-new feature, the Vehicle Radar Scan. It can be used to easily search for vehicles. That's all for this video. We hope the upcoming Gearfront mode will give you a better gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG mobile community. And I'll see you next time. everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Gerakan gila, elemen, boy, PUBG Mobile Esport East พร้อมโหลดปะ Go ไม่ต้องงงค่ะพี่ มีไอเทมใหม่จากพวกเรา 4 East ครูสุดๆ ดูอย่างเครื่องบินลำนี้สิน่ารักปุยนี่ชุดระดับ Epic และ Legendary สวยไหมคะ สวยพอคิวค่ะกรอบรูปโปรไฟล์ก็เลิศไม่แพ้กันเลยนะพี่ แถมยังมีแพ็คเสียงน่ารักของพวกเราด้วยนะ เธอไม่ชัดเจน หรือเราไม่มีสโคปจะวิ่งให้เหนื่อยทำไมขึ้นรถมาดีกว่าไม่คิดที่เจอเอาละนาPUBG Mobile X4 Eve ไอเทมพิเศษสุดคิ้วจากพวกเรา มีแล้วแจ็คพอตแน่นอน PUBG Mobile X4 Eve ที่หนึ่งในใจฟีดเลย
Good morning. It's really early in the morning right now. Today I'm gonna do a vlog. It's a very special day because I'm gonna do something very special. So I'm ready and let's go to the studio. It's so hard to find the parking here. I'm at the studio now. So we are here today to do something special. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GIDS. We are doing my edition of voice pack. This voice pack is for the community and for the fans. Let me drive, baby. Baby, I got you. The experience so far, I feel like I'm an artist because this is my first time. The experience it was fun. It was strangely fun. I'll go from the back, baby. Nice one. Because it's too early today, so I decided to came here a day in advance. So I came yesterday night and I opened my waist. It was super jam. So I closed my waist and I waited until midnight. Only I came to KL and then just checked in hotel and then just sleep. Yeah, it's also my first time doing vlog. It's a very strange experience also because the moment I enter my hotel room, the first thing I look at is there anywhere I can put my phone to because I don't have the tripod with me. Anywhere I can put my phone to record myself. Oh, there was here and here and here. And then I had to just record, then record myself, checking out this and that, driving here. It was something I always wanted to do. I just didn't expect to do it like now. Get in the car. Get in the car. So the favorite thing about having my very own voice pack is that I can add in my own style, my personality to it, to make it different. Wait first, baby. Let's go. Hiya! 5 lines. All those with babies. Oh, sorry, baby. Let's live, baby. I got you, baby. Get behind me, baby. Oh, and nobody but you. It was freestyle, it was last minute, but I think it was a good one. So other than the voice pack, there's also something special here. So you guys can stay tuned. See you.
GTD3, Neo Speed Awakens.
Assalamualaikum, good evening and welcome back ladies and gents, back to the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. I'm gonna be Chuchu and this is gonna be the handsome, amazing Contra Oppa, but we're back with our recap on the last match, right?
Exactly, and of course, that match was astoundingly won by the Infinity, and you have predicted them to win the chicken dinner at least for the very first game, but they managed to achieve it on the second game. Still not too late for that.
I'm too early for my predictions.
And perhaps there's going to be a lot more to come, Choo-Choo. So let's take a look at some of the stats that we do have here. Back in the rounds that we had, Kangzo has been the one that take down the most players in that matchup as he set BRU with 6 total points.
I mean, like, this is what we call a set award, me and Sir Cloud, because you get the knockouts, but you cannot get the point. It depends after this when we get most eliminations anyway. But for Tunny, he got quite a number there as well. But here comes the most damage. Still Tunny and our Infinity. Drawn for NFT got himself quite a number as well, 7, 8, 9. That's a pretty sequence of number, don't you think?
Yeah, I gotta say, it's all lined up. I hope that NFT will be able to eventually find their winning ways. They did manage to achieve quite a lot back in La Corporea where they played out inside Miramar. And this is another round inside the Miramar. We hope that it's going to be another difficult scenario for most of the teams out there, as we're going to be taking a look at the teams that will be playing in this matchup. And in this match, we won't be seeing any form of contention coming in from DX, for Rivals, Buriram, as well as TEM.
So we have a maximum of 4 Thai teams this time, so definitely going to be a bit of a chance for the other regions to start to fight themselves, getting themselves a chicken for today. We did mention in our discussion back during our break regarding the teams that really in a dire spot of need when it comes to this week, which is going to be DBD. So I'm looking over if DBD can still have a shot at fight, which I think is kind of a really damn light for them right now. We're left with only 2 more days, including Saturday and Sunday. Only 3 more matches left when it comes to today. And still on the top of the ranks. No surprise at all when it comes to the top 3, top 5 maybe for all the Thai teams. But the other teams though in between, you do have I think it was NFT and the number 5 recently. So they still have that shot of getting at least in the top 3 by end of this week.
Yeah, I do believe that for those teams that are currently at 17th to 20th, they need at the very least 1 chicken dinner. And you know what makes the chicken dinner possible? When you basically go move around the map swiftly to get to where the circle is at. And with that true speed comes real attitude. It's the first ever original PUBG Mobile sports car. Of course, this is the Facilius, and man, there's just so many line of vehicles. Not only this beautiful blue neon looking dual-seated vehicle, I think there was a lot more that they have.
Well, speaking of a lot more, we do have also, I think Halloween is this month as well, right? So we got ourselves the Strange Town. Enter if you're there, but some of our players or even our production crew did mention about they're trying to find the town, but they're having a problem to find it anyway. So also, what is your A skill?
What is my A skill? I'm still trying to figure it out, but like I said earlier, eating is one of my A skill. If there's a secondary skill, I wish it was running faster. I wish.
I wish my A skill is actually flying, but I'm too happy for that. Back to us a set, also for collectors out there. We do have the Royal Pass available right now, RPM 15, the Clairvoyant Fox set, and also the Midas Fortune set. I think it has been here for quite a bit now. Definitely you guys already have this if you just log into PUBG Mobile and do the missions. And also you guys know that new summit already available for quite some time, since September if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly, and there's so many of all these new weapons out there, and I just love the brand new crossbow where if you equip it with a flaming arrow, you can just basically burn out those buildings. Who knows, one day it might just be introduced to other maps as well, but this is what you guys have been waiting for. You want to hear Tony K whisper to you? You want BB to call you baby?
No.
Go ahead, get those packed up.
Or for the guys out there, if you want to have your virtual girlfriend to give you motivation, it's going to be Mute and Baby La, the twins coming out from the Indonesian players as well. They are pro players, definitely. Also, we have, if you actually witnessed just now, our Bobo Boy, the Elemental Power coming up. And also, this is really a cool set, by the way. It looks so funky.
Yeah, I just love how all these great collaborations are coming in, and Bobo Boy has been a staple name, not only in Malaysia. I believe our Indonesian fans have been keeping their tabs on. And hopefully we do get it real soon. I believe it launches early 2023.
And also, you guys who want to be a pro player, this is one of your chance, your last chance to join in this year, because next year is going to be really difficult. I heard there's going to be franchise, I'm not sure. But this time is definitely yours to take for PMCC 2022. We'll carve your pathway towards PMNC 2022 and maybe even give yourself a slot towards the PMPL 2023 in the future. Now, we did all the graphics just now. Definitely, I'm waiting for another collaboration, which we mentioned back then. It was also in 2023, which is Dragon Ball Z.
There.
So I'm waiting.
Wow.
I'm waiting for that.
That itself, I would basically get it. I mean, my hair is half Saiyan already. And
but the power is not up there yet. It's not like going
it
up.
has to be killed out.
But for prediction, SLD, I'm loving your prediction for LSD. You do launch like, I just want to root for them for this round.
Yeah, and overall, Yoodo Alliance have been able to also show their strengths back in the past round of Miramar. SLD have been able to conquer some really good regions, especially when the circle goes down to the southern side, around the Los Angeles area, where they've been able to close out with a chicken dinner. So hopefully we see some good numbers coming in from the PMPL Vietnamese squad overall.
Yeah, I'm surprised the fact that SLD shines the brightest. Yeah, they do shine like diamond, but they did surpass the other teams, even though they are in the 5th when it comes to country finals. So where are the others of Vietnamese team right now as we speak? Because they are not as consistent if you compare with SLD so far.
Exactly. I think the only one that has been able to match up has to be DX. And even DX have their fair share of struggles or whatever map that they were playing on. It's either chicken dinner or just
I mean, like
DX
DX, only in the week 3.
Yeah.
They start to rise up when it comes to the week 3. When it comes to week number 1, week number 2, they're nowhere to be seen at all. I'm talking about they were in the bottom back then. Same goes for Boxer.
Yeah, and Box Gaming is a squad that was revered as one of the very best in the early days of PUBG Mobile Esports. And now, of course, they have to regain their glory as they seek their way for another chance at a chicken dinner. So let's head into Miramar this time around, hopefully with a better scenario for some of these teams.
Yep, I agree. But it depends on the circle by the end of the day. So all the fly part of the circle, let's get into Miramar.
It's time to be the one yet again as we move into match 3. Hope you guys have already gotten yourself your own dinner. Whether it's a chicken dinner or not, you can basically grab your food orders by having it sent to your doorstep by GrabFood. If you key in PUBG while you check out. Remember, terms and conditions do apply. As we continue on with our journey, this time we see the flight path coming from the northern section, and it seems like it's really skewered towards a certain direction, but
no, it's actually quite even.
Yeah, kind of even, I would say.
Now, this makes me wonder, why is it chicken dinner? Why is it not duck dinner or turkey dinner?
Because turkeys are usually very dry. Like,
but turkey is more healthy.
I would absolutely agree. I think like a lot of my friends who actually celebrate Thanksgiving,
turkey is bigger than chicken, by the way.
It is a lot bigger. It's like a giant chicken.
Yeah.
So just like in bowling, you get 3 strikes, and then they call it turkey. But none of my friends who had those Thanksgiving turkeys actually enjoyed it. I think chickens are very flavorful.
That's true.
Duck is very flavorful too.
It's easy to just cook it in whatever way you can.
Yeah, okay. So out of all these Southeast Asian regions, which do you think actually cooks chicken the best way? There's so many ways you could cook chicken, right? I mean, there's a westernized way.
Do you know like each region how they cook their chicken then?
The traditional way, I mean, for us, nasi lemak, it comes fried. We have rundown chicken. We have...
there's so many. Okay, we'll put aside Malaysia because we do know Malaysia. How about the Thais? How do they eat their chicken?
Red curry? Red curry chicken?
I love the green curry.
Chicken? Yeah,
the green
even
curry.
better.
The green curry is really good. For Indonesian, definitely a lot of chicken stacks. It's very similar to us anyways.
Yeah.
But for
Vietnam,
I don't
pho?
have a clue. Do they have chicken in pho?
They do, actually. But they don't call it pho.
Usually it's beef in it.
Yeah, it's usually beef, but there's also a chicken variation of the noodles.
I never tasted that before, ever. It's so hard to find
I
a
can
chicken
find
version.
through GrabFood if you want.
Oh, yeah,
I got the
yeah, I put in the
50% code.
PUBGM code. Yeah, thank you. Are you new user then?
Actually not.
There you go.
It's okay.
Most of us aren't.
I'll try to use other codes like what hot deals.
Oh, they have that?
They have that.
Oh,
Time
thanks.
to time.
I never know.
Yeah.
I actually subscribe to them.
Oh.
But I never know they have sort of a hot deal, sort of a promo code.
Yeah.
Thanks
you
for
just
that.
gotta look for the best deals out there on the offer section.
I'm so hungry right now.
Yeah. I thought you had your dinner, but apparently
I have
not.
raisins.
Raisin.
Cutting on my carb, but thanks for that.
Okay.
Okay, back to it, Sergey.
Okay.
It feels like everybody is marking their own respective territory, so there's no more early clash. It's all down to during the transition. When it happens, it's going to be in the third or fourth phase circle. The fourth phase definitely will have a lot going on because the Great Migration, as we call it, where a lot of teams will, you know, kind of saturate it in one circle that's really small. But back to its GIDS, they got themselves 6th place just now. It's just really unfortunate how they're being eliminated because they're being shot down. Was it by Bacon Time or was it by a different
I
phase?
believe there was NFT around, there was FaZe Clan,
the
there was...
small window that
Yeah.
actually been shot.
There was TEM, there was Buriram United. They were surrounded by multiple Thai squads, especially the nearest one being Infinity, though they were hunkering inside of the building. They managed to land some of these shots. GD did have a decent performance. Maybe not enough to secure that chicken dinner, but
Well,
hopefully we get to see more.
They're still in the top 10 so far. I mean, like, this is not all the rankings. We still have 4 more teams that's not inside here. Definitely the Thais, which are going to push down GDGIDS later on, if you look at the overall rankings. But speaking of the other teams, right, Geek Fam, when it comes to their country finals of MYSGPH, they definitely perform well when it comes to South Asia. Now, there's so many at stake in South Asia. Not just that, but there's also a lot of challenges to adapt yourself within small amount of time. In the first week, if you don't get the momentum first week, your second and third week going to be a drag. We talked about this. Like, first week, it's all about you dominating certain compound. You try to snatch away that drop spot. And you try to show off the vibe that you will not be easily taken down if it's going to be a CQC.
Exactly.
But for Malaysian teams, though, they're having a bit of a problem to actually do something about it.
Exactly. We see a little bit of a hesitation, especially from Sem9. I think like the previous fight have exactly shown us that. And speaking of Sem9, currently the nearest to Sem9 is going to be FaZe Clan as they are moving out and about. Ooh, that shot actually lands. They see that, but they can't afford to even get him with the moving vehicle. Well, I guess like he's going to have another go. FaZe Clan will check into the motel.
Now, Sem9, DAP is still not happy about the taps. They're still trying to push for more. Now, at the same time, Mampa has been playing a lot when it comes to week number 3 if you compare with the previous 2 weeks there. And we did mention about, okay, I get it, Sem9, that this is their first time to actually get into South Asia, right? For most of the players except for Manpa.
Exactly.
The others are having a sort of a first time. Maybe they're a bit nervous. Maybe they're having a bit of a pressure. But same goes to the side of DBD, having their first time to South Asia. But that's not an excuse if you compare with SLD.
Exactly. And there are so many of all the other players that hasn't been always getting all these chances. But it's all about making, transitioning from having this mindset that, hey, we're new, we're not better than them. Like, there is a really good reason why they have been able to triumph back in their local region. And overall, you take a look at some of these names, even from Indonesia. Some of them may not have appeared in Southeast Asia frequently. I would agree that Alter Ego has been there before, GD's been there.
NFT is like one of the new ones.
Yeah, but they have been to Southeast Asia some time ago, though it was a different roster altogether. But for most part, if you have a game plan, stick to it. Don't change it too much, right? And you should be confident of what have propelled your team forward into these stages of the groups that you can't afford to give too much respect to your enemies. And now we do see Vampire Esports appearing inside of Minas Generalis. Might just be having a little bit of a long-range altercation later on.
Yeah, but this is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, either Junkyard or Graveyard here. But for the side of Vampires, now this is a team that you have to be really careful about them. When it comes to the last 2 days in a week, they will definitely ramp up their performance, and they will surprise you how aggressive they can get within a day. I'm not surprised if they try to, keep it quiet, maybe reserving their energy when it comes to that last push if they want to. But on the side of Indonesian team now, we haven't spoken about them that too much recently. Speaking of Boom, I do know the player which can be Octa and Yami always do a lot of, they did a lot of clutches, even against, if I'm not mistaken, that was Octa back then in Sunhawk, that 1v3 of entirety of Infinity managed to decimate the entire team by himself.
Yeah.
But it's like sort of a one-shot thing for some of the players, and especially when it comes to Indonesian team, it's like more towards a one-shot chance of something. It's never consistent for them.
I think like Boom Esports, they only start to rise by the end of week 2 and then transitioning into the new week of week 3. Early in the weekdays, they did manage to secure themselves a chicken dinner. Just the other day, Pastor was posting up, it's like, like a lot of all these fans, they start to lose hope, and some have stuck around, and Boom Esports have proved that they are still here to stay. And we have seen big clutches coming in from not only Yummy, but also Octa, who's been able to secure a few more. Ventora's now on the crossover stone. This could be first blood secured by Vampire Esports. There's nobody else around, but thankfully Ventora's gets a little
Where is that
cover.
shot coming out from? I think that's going to be a different team entirely.
Oh, it's
There you go.
Ravenclaw. Vampire Esports still secure it.
As the other, look at the spread between the vampires. They're just so wide between themselves, the gap between the players. It just shows how confident they are when it comes to taking certain spot and just reunite and regroup in certain point. But look on top of Graveyard, it's so saturated. We talked about when it comes to this circle, St. Martin's one of the places they want to be right on top of those mountains.
Exactly, yeah. And I guess like the ones that are trying to find pickoffs through the middle of the valley, it's going to be Sem9 this time around. SLD is going to be pretty close by, while there's a lot of flock of crowd heading into La Bandita as well as Minas Generales. So we expect a lot of fights to happen after this blue zone closes up. And Shamil has been switching in and out of the team, as we've seen like most of the members of Yoodo Alliance having significant improvements.
Yeah.
But heading into week 3, still trying to regain that tempo.
I mean, like for Yoodo Alliance, they have the idea. The thing about some of the teams, that they have the idea about what's gonna be next. But I think they always got caught in between off guard. On the side of Alter Ego, managed to knock down one player at the same time. We do see a couple of teams still in the blue zone. Not one of it is gonna be Boom coming up from the northern side. But Alter Ego spot out GIDS. We do know Alan is so crucial for the teams, but the rest of the team is just too far off. Snee's still trying to climb up, trying to help on Alan. But I don't think he can make it on time. He's lost tick of health, but he still managed to just revive in the last minute. And Alter Ego, they want to go for the rush. A bit too late right now, if you ask in my opinion.
Yeah, and there's a lot of distance to cover from. La Bandita has a lot of other crowds that they have to worry about. And GD, they're just going to be going for some soft resets, coming up with a couple of smokes. And now shots are being fired, but not really towards their direction. Vampire Esports not too far away. They're trying to stop Palmby from pushing upwards.
They're angry.
They definitely are.
You shot one of us down. But at the same time, he's driving on a reverse on Daybot.
At the very least, he's not running onto trees and stuff. We see that happen
He's a
a whole
good
lot of
driver.
times.
He's a really good driver.
Yeah, like, especially on these rough terrains, it's always going to be a little bit funky. Sometimes you run into a rock and your car flies 360.
It's been a while we've seen that happen. We've seen motorbikes flying recently. There's quite a lot of them. But not too much when it comes to the four wheels.
Exactly.
We haven't seen, like, minivan flying, right? It's so hard to see a
I
minivan
hope
flying.
not. I mean,
I wish to see that
it's such
one
a
day.
heavy vehicle. And,
I'm like, if that happens, imagine how fast that person
it'll be
can drive.
funny if that vehicle lands onto another team.
Can they run splat the entire team with that
Maybe.
length of that minivan?
I think there is a possibility.
We've never seen that before.
Never.
Can that minivan fly? That's the first thing in my mind right now.
Somebody send us some clips. Hashtag be the one on TikTok. And maybe we'll get to see that over on the social media.
Yes, please.
Yeah, now moving over to Geek Fam. They're coming up with the Car 98K coming in from Snipes. And popular weapon choice for the likes of Manny. And in fact, we haven't seen many of these AWM shots in a long while.
What's AWM when we have DBS?
Right. It used to be in crate. Since it's not in the crate anymore, a
I think
lot
they
of
should put
players have been
DBS
abusing
back
it.
in the crate. They should put DBS
It's
back
so
in
strong.
the crate.
It's so strong.
Rhino is just scattered everywhere. What we mentioned before, St. Martin will be right on top of the next circle. Maybe even
Power grid
Picardo with a
too.
heart shift. I mean, like, this is a very normal circle. I mean, like, if this is Cloud, I mean, we are so bored of this circle already. But it's very generous, definitely easy for the players to, from any angle, to actually go to it. But NFT going to take this really slowly. Compare Octa is quite far off from the rest of the team here. He might actually run into NFT. That's going to be a bit of a problem because they're just too far off from each other.
Exactly, and it also benefits Sem9, who's still staying around that power grid region. This time, they're onlooking the areas of Picardo. Oh, looks like we have a fight going on, and Vampire Esports wants to steal some of these numbers. Soaz goes down. Tony K burns him up.
Oh,
he denies himself. He burned himself alive.
Oh no! Accidents happen for Box Gaming in the worst timing possible. Here comes the nade. Cooked up. Perfect. It's going to be Tony K on top of that Kobe. Back to the side of Box Gaming. But the thing is, the ones winning here might be Vampires who actually steals things away. But back to his break. It's going to be FaZe eliminated. This is a rare sight we're talking about.
And now for Vampire Esports, they're looking to strike. That grenade clips onto both members. 2 stops. He just got into the game. He substituted right in, and Millie not catching a break at all. Welcome to the PMPL.
Oh, there's going to be a really disappointment on the side of stops. He got to play like 14 minutes in, and that's it. He's still on the ground. Will be revived, though. For the side of Vampires, look at how they just open their angles, open their positions, reposition in a place where the navigator himself can see clearly what's happening inside towards the windows. But at the same time, the other two kind of been left behind. Vampires, they want to take down being the third-party housekeeping team to the side of Box. But Box Gaming, when it comes to CQC and defending, they know their ground so well here.
Exactly. Especially inside Miramar, this is their playground. And it's hard to really catch him off. Bensu, though, gets clipped. Great attempt coming in from 2 stops. He's basically watching multiple windows at the same time. But remember this, Bacon Time is on the other side of the hill. And Vampire Esports got to keep an eye out for that.
Here comes Sem9. It's also eyeing out towards these two teams, exactly where Vampire stood before. And this is where Harm is staying right now with a mini 14 scope out towards the side of stops. He's just being revived. Now, come on, give this man a break.
And he's just trying to get a little bit more spacing. This grenade's flying over onto break.
A bit more airtime. Just a bit more airtime.
I guess they don't get a break, but they do get the nade onto break this time around. And Bensu tries to deny entry coming in from Vampire Esports. Smart measures coming in from Bensu. He finds the angle. He finds more damage. 2 stops. Stop twice.
And yep, he's going to finish off straight away towards the side of Box Gaming. Bansu trying to do the push, but at the same time, break next to Ravenclaw. Now it's really hard to revive it. Bansu taking a fight against Traps. Yes, what a response now, giving such a short amount of time reaction. And now Ravenclaw trying to find the rest of Box Gaming as well. Slowly, one by one, be chipped down and be taken down in the hands of Box Gaming. Vampires, they thought they had this. But when it comes to defending, Box really strong in this compound.
Oh, more of these grenades flying right in. They try to make sure that Stone don't stay alive. Stone's getting revived though. Box Gaming try to hold on. Currently only having 1 member left versus 3 members of Vampire Esports. We'll see whether we can clutch it out though.
Oh, it's just in front of him.
Building, but the rest of the Vampire Esports members are queuing up.
They had it before, it's just a bit more hesitant on the side of Box. If only they pushed forward earlier, that might be a different story now. Vampires try to find last member of Prisma. It's going to be Box Gaming, praying that nobody can actually find out where he's at, hoping that nobody actually venture into the smoke, and they found him. Stone spotted him out, Prisma running. But at the same time, what saved himself in the last minute? How? He's been outplayed, but almost not been knocked out, but it's going to be 1 knock. But finally, Trisme brought down to his knees and into the box they go.
He's so sneaky. He bought so much time.
For what?
For hopefully a point at the very least. BN United gets taken out as well. And
it's just...
Bound ammo as well as Box.
5 seconds. But there's still going to be no points there. 13 to 16 place.
If you ran another 5 seconds...
He might get 13 place.
still not too much of a difference of ranking points, but there's more to go. Bacon time now being challenged by Potato. He gets the drop. Teams, they're falling out so early. Now only 12 more remain. 3 points have been secured by the rest of Alter Ego. But keep in mind though, Box Gaming took out FaZe Clan. That was quite the statement, and I would argue that they almost took out Vampire Esports as well. Imagine taking down 2 Thai teams.
They knocked down a couple of times. It's just they're too, how do I say, hesitant to push in. That's it. The moment they got knocked down, it's just a bit, you know, kind of a critical moment where they want
chaotic.
It just they have no clue where the knockdowns are. They can't clear it out and translate into 1 point. But, you know, like it or not, things has passed. It happened anyway. Back towards the side of the other teams, Yoodo Alliance moving straight into the side of Alter Ego. And there's 2 more teams right across them as well. Everyone wants to get a high ground where Ego Esport trying to climb up as well.
That's right. Sem9 will be waiting for anybody to reach the peak while Alter Ego is holding some of all these lower ground fights. Sem9 trying to pepper them up. Yoodo Alliance will have a little bit of difficulty here. Olio does go into challenge Runaure. It does get a little bit of damage, both equaling in terms of what they offer, but Poppy rushes out, 1 tick of HP, gets it.
Whoa, Poppy still survived! This is last breath. He got himself Rebel Boy on the ground as well. Alter Ego down to 2 men here, maybe 3. They reset themselves. Pombit managed to actually have a bit of a more commotions done here, but at the same time, they won the high grounds. Sem9 taking it away the moment they won that fight for Alter Ego. No time to reset. And this is just going downhill for them. They're trying to actually be in between the valleys or even around the corners of a steep cliff, but it's not going to be enough. The circle is so far off for them.
Exactly, and overall, it's also one of the best performances that we're seeing coming in from Sem9. Though members of Alter Ego is getting clipped up, Dep is the only member of Sem9 that's currently around that area. Harmon is on the other edge of the hill.
He's trying to redeem himself.
Yeah,
he's being the first one to eliminate every single round today.
Exactly, but Deb, if he does go any further into the circle, there's Ego Esports, there's GD as well. Dron getting shot as he approaches into the middle of the circle. NFT crashes out early. And Sem9, things can only get better from here on for the team that has been hoping to land big corners. They really do need a chicken dinner in order to sustain into the grand final opportunity. And I think they heard those engines roaring. Palm as well as Fnatic. Oh boy, here comes DBD.
No, and there's only 3 of them for Sem9. The rest of DBD, whole cavalry has arrived. It's going to be 1-2-1 trade between DBD and also Sem9. Jimmy OP finish off straight away for the side of Mamparang. While the rest of Alter Ego, they still have 2 more men and they want their revenge back. They're trying to find the rest of Sem9, but definitely they're quite far from the circle. DBD and Sem9 sharing a very small compound here.
And Timmy, he screams back. Sem9 bots the attack. Now it's only going to be 1 player left. Deb left outside of the outskirts. Oh my word. Sem9 shouldn't have put. Here comes Alter Ego.
Here comes another go. They want to have a bit of redemption, but they didn't stop. They can actually retaliate, but back to the side of DBD, that's going to be the end of them. Alter Ego still wins the fight, regardless how much they've been fought, you know, gotten down by the side of Sem9.
They have the last laugh.
They got it. They had it in the bag.
8 points secured by Alter Ego. How about that? That, and of course, Deb over on the other side of the hill. He might actually know what's going on after his teammates were taken out, but then again, he's looking for pickoffs. Shrebs now being naded by Mela as he was trying to shoot down over onto Mela's section. Vampire Esports going down at 9, 5 elimination points. He will move over with the buggy. SLD now challenges the rest of the Infinity. Nate's already flying right in. Let's see how they manage to play through this terrain. It's quite out in the open. Tuan lands one over onto GD. And Logan being the front line of defense, they have to keep an eye out on Boom, who's moving closely.
Oh, SLD, you don't have that much space to actually take covers from. The moment they just walked out there, it's going to be plain flat field, that's it. At the same time, Infinity do have more spaces, but both of them actually have to move downwards towards where the circle is. We do have Boom actually gatekeeping them at the same time now. Infinity make the first move, spot out with the side of Chuanji, and now going to shoot Al Nuzi on his bypass, giving away his position towards the team on the other end here. They definitely take advantage towards whoever in the center of the circle, shooting towards both teams at the same time.
A 2-2 split formation to keep themselves safe for now. Infinity, they don't really have to circle, but they will need to push through Boom Esports if they really want to take over. They have 4 players, but then again, it seems like their firepower isn't all too amped up for this. Alan sneaking in from behind.
Oh, Alan, he tossed over the Molotov, hoping to get one, but he's bleeding out, being burnt off by the blue zone. And finish. At least he denied himself in the blue zone. But at the same time, Ego Esports have to leave this compound. They won't leave out. It's going to be giving away the position to a side of Boom. And Boom got themselves the only team got themselves the circle. Yeah, Infinity fighting against SLD head-to-head. While God, Sunny and Logan try to reposition themselves. They got caught by Tranji. It's going to be 1-to-1 fight between these two teams right now.
And they managed to have Logan clipping onto Kwang. And my goodness, he rushed too far forward. And that Taxus catching him off guard from the back. Boom Esports have been waiting for these types of opportunity, and they have some high grounds here to play across and the circle to book as well. They just have to wait and seek them slowly. While Alter Ego still waiting it out. Nuzi brings out the AUG to play.
It's going to be last player left for SLD. At the same time, seeing it's for Sam9 Dap trying to pin down. Oh, last
what is me?
Again, Pombit! Slither of health left remaining on that guard, but he still refused to go down. He's bottom him out, finally being knocked down on the Dap side. But Fnatic managed to reset. At the same time, can pop a couple of smokes to revive his teammate. Nuzi finish off Okta from afar with the AUG. Eagle Esport going to push forward towards the side of Fnatic. They want to take advantage of that, but cooking up the nade. It's going to be Twanzi, but Sam9 finish off Pombit and Alter Ego. But he's in the spot where actually Eagle Esport pinpoint them out and want to take him down.
And look at Sam9, they already got 10 takedowns, all thanks to Dev to still remain in the game, making it to the top 4 as well. But there's still more commotion. Here comes Eagle Esports, 2 versus 1 on this section. The other 2 members are basically keeping an angle onto Boom Esports instead. Boom having one knocked out. Sam9 has so many smokes on Dev, so they won't be able to get those pick up just yet. The grenades are flying in.
Just now, Eagle Esport a bit busy on the other end as well. They're splitting into 2-2 formation. Back towards 20. Go finish off that, who's slowly crawling, making sure he's not inside the blue zone. But Circle just shrinks even further more. That, where would he toss that nade? There's so many players of Eagle Esport rushing to his side. It's going to be 3v1 there.
Oh,
He's
no.
knocked down 20. But Yummy take the advantage.
Saving him.
He saves Sam9 by the neck.
My goodness, Yummy! He's helping out this Malaysian brethren instead. Boom Esports says, no, we're gonna deny that. Dev's pushing forward! He might actually get them all! And Dev will be secured. Still a 3rd place finish, but there's only one player of Eagle Esports left.
At the same time, this is going to be Boom's game. They got themselves an extra bonus of that loot. Reset their gears. Down to one last nade here to take down on Chua. But at the same time, Eagle Esport managed to reset themselves. It's going to be 2v2. Fair fight, Twanzi. He managed to reset himself as well. Yummy. I'm not sure how much grenades they have left for both teams here. Do they have enough to even open up a smoke at the same time?
You know, this suddenly feels like an Arango round because there's so many flat areas of play. As if we were in Gatka instead. Yummy, he got himself restocked from the crates, and he's got the MK14. Sharpshooter he is, but can he catch Tron inside the smoke? Quan's on the other corner, and Hex is pushing at the same time.
But at the same time, we were talking about Boom getting a bit of elevation if you compare with also Eagle Esport. But one Hexas on the ground, down to last member. Yeah, Yummy really low. Eagle Esport, can they clutch this? They got it. It's going to be chicken dinner. They were having this advantage before. It was a 3v1, a 2v1.
And my, oh my, Eagle Esports, they clutched it out. They finally earned that chicken dinner in this week itself, as they've been waiting and waiting, and it has finally arrived.
They knocked down on one. It was 2v1. They managed to reset with that time given. I'm surprised how much composure they actually had.
Exactly, and that scare, especially when Dev was being focused on, and Boom Esports have struck down 3 of their players. Dev came in to claim out the other 2 on the outskirts. And we start off this match.
Oh, box. We have to have this highlight where
there's so many great plays from the Vietnamese teams, and it's amazing.
It's just incredible. I mean, like, this is where this kerfuffle happened. Like, but they could have had all their position. I mean, like, they managed to actually hold quite some time. But the thing is, Dunos accidentally, I think, Molotov himself in that situation where you don't want that to happen in the last minute. But Alter Ego, the moment they won that fight, lucky enough, I think Potato and Pombe managed to just barely make it out. And this is where the Malaysian team have, again, the Civil War, have the same mindset, have the same shot, want to share it for a bit, but none of them willing to tolerate. But at the same time, Alter Ego trying to just finish them off, being a third party, redeem themselves early on when they're being shot down by that. But that, though, he was solo army quite a long time.
Yeah, this was some crazy play. Despite how many nades, look, the first nade came in, the Molotovs came in, and the backup arrived from the edges, and Boom Esports, they say, sure, go ahead, take them down. I'll try to help out. But then again, they didn't manage to get the dinner. We thought that they should have actually secured this. Hexes pushed out in the open, and then Yummy was stuck behind that rock. So that leaves a lot more room for Ego Esports to play around with after that reset that they had.
Yeah, if only they had more Molotov or the utilities that actually have tossed over that situation, they might actually got it for Boom,
I agree.
honestly speaking. That's why I asked how many utilities they have left in their pocket during that time where it's really needed.
But I guess it's just about enough, as Boom Esports, they came really close to that chicken dinner, but Eagle Esports definitely deserving of this big win.
And I only got 6 grenades in their hands.
Yeah, to be fair, like the fight ended before they could basically do much, especially the push coming in.
Oh, wait, that 6 grenade, was it by Dap himself only?
Feels like it. It really does feel like Dap was throwing most of these grenades. But putting the grenades aside, it's 1,000 damage being offered by this handsome gentleman with 6 eliminations being
1,000
secured.
damage.
But that was one of the longest distance coverage coming from
You saw how high he was in the grounds. Like, he was on the peak of the mountain where he shot down all Alter Ego players.
He tapped onto FaZe Clan with only 1 bullet, moving into Picado. That was also pretty amazing. Though it wasn't a knock, it was like, look, that touches the edge for the first time.
The first time. This is one of the longest elimination distance we had. I think we almost had the similar numbers with a different player entirely, but this is the first time we're looking over 7-9 Dap. I hate to break it, but he hard carry the entire team for this round. I mean, like, he got himself, he's deserving this MVP. He's soloed so much.
This could be the saving grace for 7-9 in this round itself.
Is it going to be enough, though?
Perhaps so. And remember this, there's still 2 more rounds to play out for 7-9, and I think they desperately needed all this to be secured before they head into the weekend run.
I hope it's going to be enough for now, but definitely it's going to be breaking the streak of the Thai team so far. But, well, hey, hello. The only team that actually still on the second page for the Thai is going to be only Vampires. While we're slowly looking over TEM Entertainment, Baker Time FaZe with Alter Ego being the third party or just at number 3 at the same time. And BRU Infinity getting himself first and second respectively. There's so many times on the first page. 2 teams of Indonesia got themselves in the first page. Same goes for 4 Rivals and Geek Fam. 1 team only for the Xaviers from Vietnam. But just now, Ego Esports shows us they are not willing to give it up yet. They can have more after this.
Exactly, and we're just going to see a lot of changes, especially in the middle of the pack. There's a lot of teams who are around the 50, 60 point mark on the second pager, and in the first page, we expect Geek Fam, Boom, DX to have a little bit more of a fight, trying to reach into the top 5 itself. Whereas moving into Angle, you know, this is a map where it has been very erratic. We've seen a couple of circles going to the melee base, a lot of it heading into regions into the central zone. So I think it's going to be very exciting. But yesterday's round, majority of the circles went into mid-tap 2 times in a row.
Usually they're going to change it every single day. Like the same sort of a circle, usually within the same day. That's the pattern that I actually witnessed. Also, you guys got to cast this on Oscar military base. I don't. So, you know what? I'm not happy with it, but I want to see that game. But at the same time, you have to also give a lot of praises to a side of Alter Ego. They were being shot down where they can't possibly shoot whoever's on the peak of the mountain, but they still survive and maintain consistency when it comes to the entire week of week 3. The only Indonesian team that's still in the top 3 and try to hold on their spot as long as they can.
Exactly, and I think like there is still a lot at stake for some of these teams out there, but let's rewind it back once more from the very start.
At least this time we have all different flags here.
Yeah,
it's a good thing.
I love it.
I love this. We have a different sort of variety and different plays from each of the team. Now, Boom, I think they are one of the furthest away from the circle. They enter really late if you compare the other teams. But if you compare with the other teams, they're definitely not much distance, like almost the same, like 8, 5, 6K of them. But if you compare with Boom, though, they're really close of getting that chicken as well.
And overall, Boom, they take the safe passage. They snuck past members of the Infinity, and then they were having a little bit more elevation as compared to the rest. Whereas Infinity, although they weren't close by, they were inside the power grid. Not many opportunities to shoot out. While Deb has managed to get into this moment, he almost managed to basically take down the rest of Ego Esports, hopefully. But then again, Ego Esports had like, what, 4 members in total that they could basically utilize every single firepower that they had, and they closed off the round in a really good fashion.
I mean, like, close enough to losing it as well. They got Twanzy knocked down at first. If only Boom actually rushing, it's going to be a different story. But at the same time, Infinity, I chuckled a bit because why? Infinity, last match, they always predicted a circle multiple times they're in the center of it. But this time they try to predict it. Every time the circle just runs away from them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just, they are the furthest every single time.
Despite that second place finish, first place finish, now fourth place finish.
It's still a very good consistency.
It's great. It's great for the Infinity overall, as they always kept the Thai flag up there in top 4. And overall, I guess bonus points, they are number 1, currently tied with Big Time as well.
They are the Thais. I mean, like, we have nothing else to say about the Thais for now. But for the other teams, I want to see the rise of the Vietnam team especially, because they are one of the strongest back then. Especially not really that long. If we talk about early this year, they're one of the strongest teams, even if you compare with the Thais. But I'm not sure where that team went off to. What happened to the entire region? It feels like they playing a bit low profile here.
Yeah, I feel like they're not exactly showing the best of their strengths just yet. Maybe saving something for the grand finals itself. Perhaps, so that basically maybe there is a secret rotation that they're not basically allowing other teams to read. That could be a possibility. And then once you get to the grand finals, 4 other teams will be removed. Meaning to say that there is another new direction that they can basically...
There's a lot of vacancy in certain compound as well. But at the same time, if you want to change things up in the last minute, we're talking about 3 straight weeks, 5 days per week they've been playing every single day. And they want to change things up for a bit. Now, that's going to be against their habit. At the same time, can they adapt in the last minute change? But we're not surprised with Mo's elimination coming up from that. He definitely redeemed himself and managed to show us that, you know, even though he'd been eliminated quite early in the past few games, but he got himself quite a number of eliminations in this round only.
Exactly, and overall he even bested Newsy, the Top Gun himself, to be able to get double the amount, while Fnatic has dished out quite a significant run, especially when they were under fire by Sem9, under fire by another Malaysian team. Overall, DVD couldn't even hold on, and he even claims the most damage. And to supplement that, Haram is on second place for first time.
Am I the only one feels like Ghost feels like one of the celebrity in Korea?
You know, he kind of looks like Biu Biu with hairstyle.
No, you know
not
that,
the face, of course.
That one, I think it was in Big Bong. You know that team? The one with a bit of short guy.
I heard of it.
The short guy. I mean, he's one of my favorite in the entire group. But he does look a lot like K-pop, like, you know, singer. But back to our next match. It's going to be ABDE. We don't have Group C this time, which is going to be Ego Esports, who just got himself a chicken. We have to have a halt when it comes to the momentum. FaZe Clan, next NFT, and Sem9. It's going to be this 4 team will not be playing, which they are all in Group C. Now, we talked about Group A have two Thai teams. So we're going to end up with 5 Thai teams, yeah, with no FaZe. But NFT, they just got themselves quite a good consistent. Now they have to rest for a bit. Same is for SEM9. A lot of Group C perform really great when it comes to the last map.
Exactly. And now I would say some of the best players of Erangel comes from TEM, Buriram United, and also arguably, well, let's just say Infinity plays every map the best, right? Like
Infinity is. I told you they're not human for a reason.
They're spacemen. If they
no, they are on different planet entirely. They are different universe. It's just so good. If you look at the difference between the other players, and just roll the just roll it. We're just gonna talk about the graphics as well. You know what? Okay, we talked about the ties. Okay, we talked about Infinity. Now you guys can try to be one of a team that actually be stronger than them. If you just register to PMCC 2022, this is where you start. This is where everybody start. Way back then, this is how the players start as well.
Exactly. Back then, there's not even this swapping prize for 40K. So you guys are lucky that you have the chance to win a lot of money. This is the last chance to qualify, so make sure you go ahead, scan that QR code. This is open for Malaysians only, so yep. For the other regions, we'll keep you guys posted.
You guys have your own respective country, how do I say it? Like a
country finals.
It's not really
campus
like
finals.
more to
Qualifiers.
Yeah,
I think qualifiers is the word.
I think this is actually the best platform where youngsters want to shake themselves into pro players, because you can start as young as 16 years old. As long as it's your birthday and you consider as 16 years old, you can play in it. You can actually mix and match with different institutions and schools as well. Even if as long as you're a student, this is where you start. And I regret myself that I didn't start playing games way younger.
Okay, how young did you start it? How young did you start playing games?
I think maybe when I start really playing competitive game or games?
Games. Okay, competitive.
Okay.
Let's talk about competitive.
We're gonna start competitive then. 2008.
2008. Wow. That's like...
it's not young enough. I mean, like these days youngsters
more than a decade ago.
Thanks for that. But at the same time, these days, a lot of players being training themselves before 16 years old. Like some of them, like if you remember Loon from Genesis, right?
Exactly.
He's under the, how do I say it? He's the prodigy for BVU. BVU scouted him since he was 13.
13?
So, yes. And when he can actually can enter and he's 16 years old after 3 years. He's been training for 3 years to get into PUBG Mobile Pro scene.
Right. Such dedication. I absolutely respect that. I know that there are some of you guys out there who's vying for that chance. You don't know how to get in the scene. You want to join your favorite team out there. It could be, I don't know, Team Secret if you're in Malaysia. It could be any other teams out there. Like, this is your chance to be spotted out. So far, you just got to take every single opportunity out there because they don't come by every single day. But now for another round of Erangel.
Spider versus the Wolf.
Because it's Halloween season, right? Like, we've got to pick out everything scary. The werewolves, the spiders. So I know they will be pretty scary in this map.
Hopefully, because right now, I'm not that worried for these ABs, but for Boom, both teams are really good if you compare. Like Boom, on the other hand, they're kind of in the borderline at 15, was it? 16 spot right now when it comes to bonus ranking. So they really need to make sure they secure themselves in the best place possible by end of week number 3.
And I think that they have been able to achieve at least a certain target for this week. They are still on the first pages. So long as they maintain top 8, they should be good to go, I would say.
Hopefully, well, it depends on the circle still. But at the end of the day, you know, it's so rare to see Sonoska military base. And yesterday we got like within this week we got it back then. It's just such a chaotic situation because the players haven't seen Sonoska military base in the longest time. That's just how long. That's just how long that they haven't been playing in the southern part. It's just a lot of team being... I think there was like less than 10 team when it comes to the 3rd or 4th circle. It's just how fast it was.
Yeah, then sometimes it just speeds up so much. And when it comes down to the island circle itself, we expect teams like GD, NFT, as well as perhaps Geek Fam to be able to shine brightest. But of course, we'll let the PUBG gods decide where it's going to go. But for now, you guys will be able to enjoy Match 4 as we dive right in to Arangao.
Let's just dive into our very green map here. We're talking about Erangel. Bacon Time and Infinity got themselves a chicken for the day. Starting off Sunhawk Bacon Time. First Miroma was Infinity. And Ego Esports final break. The streak of the Thai flex waving up there. And who will be next? There will be another Titans getting in this map or this Erangel. We'll have a bit more to it. Skew it to its more than southern part when it comes to the flight path, which sometimes I predict, which is going to be contradicting when it comes to the circle. We've seen Joggle Pool or Ruins even shooting Rain Circle before.
Yeah, this is a little bit more of a dreadful situation for those who would like to move into areas like Zarki. That's for Vampire Esports, and also for the likes of those who want to go into Georgia Pool. Well, if it does get into the island though, this is direct access coming in for certain teams. And we're already seeing Fox Gaming floating across the river. SLD decides that, hey, they want a piece of the pie too. But they will have to deal with DBD. And I think I see Vampire Esports inside the island too for the very first time. After Eagle will take the main areas of the center of military base, while Boom Esports will be one of the teams by the edges of the map. And thankfully the circle does bring it back to Gatka. With such a flight path, I think like it's still very, very dangerous for many of these teams.
That's kind of true, but for Vampires, they are not actually just going to drop into Sonov's military base. They're hovering around, maybe drop on top of Ferry Pier, and then just going to drive vehicles from there on. Now, these Xaviers on there then already got himself Pachinki. I'm surprised nobody tried to contest Pachinki like how it used to be in the old days.
Yeah, I feel like more of these contentions are coming into areas like, I don't know, places like Rozhok, sometimes
It's
South
like
Georgia Pole.
a bit odd, isn't it? Because you always want to contest the center of a map.
Yeah.
And it's one of the places right in the center with so much luxurious loot. We're talking about more than one team can equip in Pachinki.
Yeah, I've talked to some of the teams before who used to play in, say, Pachinki, right? Like RSG, like Team Secret, those were local teams. And they find that there is one problem with Pachinki sometimes. Sure, you do have fixed drops. Oh, what do we have?
No, he's just flying over. I thought he's going to land himself there.
Back to the point. There was certain times where the vehicles don't really spawn around the city, and you're kind of stuck. You don't really have.
It's the city. It's supposed to have most vehicles.
Right, and most often than not, you will try to send like a player on the outskirts, or even two if you need to get more options available than to just check the garage and then like, oh, who stole my car? Nobody.
And one
Send
more
repairs.
And one more down. I mean, the downside of being Pachinki is it's quite heavily included with buildings, right? So there's going to be a really hard or tough time for you to actually vision out whoever's trying to get into Pachinki because there's so much building in between. So it's just hard to see anybody coming through the buildings with a lot of corners and a lot of area that can actually peek and even hide.
That's actually very true. And also for the fact that sometimes people from Rozhok and school likes to sneak behind.
And it's in the center. So anybody and any sort of angle can just,
they
try
like
to
to
corner
be a
you.
little bit nosy sometimes.
I mean, like, nosy is good when it comes to this game.
Yeah, I mean, just don't stick your nose too far out. Unless you're Pinocchio and you like to lie, then...
Wow, that's turning really dark, really quick, and really deep. I see a lot of things rolling in the deep now.
I wonder what else rolls in the deep, but you can roll in cash money, 40K for PMCC 2022.
Okay, now boom. I don't know, like some teams really have so much potential in certain aspect of the game. But when it comes to getting consistency, it's always the biggest problem. It's like sort of a flip of a coin, depending on the situation for them. It's different when it comes to Infinity. Now, we try to get the secret recipe of Infinity right now. It's just we couldn't pinpoint it out. Is it something to do with the circle? They always like have certain checkpoints, possibly, when it comes to certain circles, that they're really familiar with that certain compound and try to just memorize every nook and cranny, like the back of their hand, and know exactly where the entry point. That's the most important thing.
I think exactly what you said. On top of that, they are great predictors of the circle. Like, they don't always have to chase it.
They didn't manage to do that last time.
Yeah, they did not. They will always plan themselves like, hey, we got the center. Oh no, we have to find the center again. Let's move again and again. But most often than not, you see this team doesn't seem to struggle even if they don't have the circle because they know how to fight their way in. And even when you're playing by the edges, there's also advantages given to them. And it's a team that can play on both sides of the coin very, very well. And that makes them a very scary team to deal with because you don't know whether you can stop them.
And also, speaking of before the PMPL South Asia actually begun, we had the PMRC. So I think the PMRC sort of gave a lot of experience for the Thai team, especially. It depends on how much
And
you can
confidence
absorb.
too, right?
Yeah, because of how they just being the first place, fighting the China team, by the way.
Yeah.
It just shows how much are robust these days for Infinity, especially.
And we saw the rise of Nova Esports. Sure, day one, they didn't do that well, but every single other day, Nova Esports kept climbing and climbing. I remember it was like about, what, 17 points of a difference or like 23
It was
around
less
that.
than 20. It was
So
less
that
than
means
20.
that Nova Esports had to secure that chicken dinner, and not every team would have thought the same way as Infinity to drop into Nova Esports.
And we're
win the-
talking about one of the best team in the world there. If you
They
can
are the
actually
best
win them over, it just shows how much you improve the past year. And for the start of Infinity, definitely that's going to give them a boost, a huge boost of confidence. Not just that, they learn how the rotation of Nova. If you actually notice, they always play the center of a circle these days. And the most important thing is how much you need to have utilities, especially Smoke in that certain situation.
Exactly. And I think like everything when it comes down to decision making is all about timing as well. They're very quick to react, very quick to move, very quick to strike first. Like you put just what happened today, like 2 versus 1. We don't expect Gatuni to survive. He did because the backup was so quick.
I mean, like, have you seen Infinity from the start? I mean, like, even if you have 1v3 against him, you have to be still very careful. They're just how
Agree.
scary these guys. Wow, Onsen.
Can we get a little bit more of the bell rings?
Oh, so cute. This is like, it feels so happy. I feel so carefree to see Onsen on the bike. It feels like nothing dangerous can happen.
I hope it stays that way for now. And, you know, for most part, it's still something that we don't see in the final circle. I wish we get to
Never.
see somebody on the bike on the final circle, if that ever happens.
And we never seen a bicycle in the final circle. If that happens, that's really going to be comical. And
Yeah.
if he gets away with it, that's going to be smooth criminal.
Yeah. And imagine getting a chicken dinner or just running around with a bike and
Can
shooting
you run
others
over
down.
people with bike though? I don't think it hurt as much.
I don't think it ever hurts.
And
I mean,
maybe just
you're
a
the
tiny
one
bit.
supposed to hurt because you're the one flipping over that bike in real life, right?
Well,
Oh,
the
look at
physics of PUBG Mobile is different, just to remind you.
Exactly. Speaking of the physics, looks like Max LV have a lot of strength to climb up that bridge. He's already the sentry for the team.
Yeah.
Try to spot out Logan. I don't think he has
Hey,
angles against Logan.
Logan can actually see him through. Can't
He
he?
might
can't,
know.
He can't. I don't think he can
Okay.
actually see Logan from this distance as well. The blue zone closing in. BN United, they got bridge camp.
Can I also add for the fact that BN United has gotten into this situation with Infinity for so many times, and they still choose the same bridge. They don't want to take the West Bridge. Why is that? Like,
They want to challenge themselves.
Uh-huh.
Maybe try to crack the code there.
when you are currently fighting for your tournament lives to qualify to the top 16, I think take the safest way possible.
For BN United, they got nothing else to lose here. Definitely, they're still
The slot to the finals, maybe.
It's kind of hard for them. You look at how... Well, they still have a shot still. But it's kind of dim. But back to the side of SOZip. Bavi knocked down here. Definitely will finish off the side of Kick. Mika already down on his vehicle. Back to the side. Smap is waiting for a Box Gaming. But we have another team fighting. Team Bavi will be revived by Onza. No, he definitely changed that bicycle towards a vehicle now.
Yeah.
If he
thankfully.
actually tried to revive with a bicycle, no, that's funny.
Yeah, overall, Geek Fam are having a very widespread. SOZip getting tagged out as well, being spotted out as he tries to turn over on the other side of the belly. Snipes now will have to try to seek him out into the smokes. Geek Fam scattered up, but they still need to cut across. They pop a tire though. Yuhai doing the damage against him. For some reason, after so many bullets, that buggy is still working out for Sozip. Snipes continue on with the chase, and Geek Fam playing it really risky.
That's an immortal buggy, by the way. It feels like it clipped quite a number.
Yeah, like
But it didn't explode.
Snipes did like what, 2 full rounds on him, and it didn't explode.
Oh, but the sort of box gaming though, they're fighting 2 teams just now. I think they tried to flee from a different compound to another, but they got caught in between GIDS along the process. For box, they lost 1 man before and now losing 1 more bleeding out. BN United taking the blue zone. Geek Fam on the other hand, it was less than 50 meters he sprayed just now, but the buggy just will not explode. It refused to do so.
Exactly, and Geek Fam still trolling on to the engagement. They spot out Bacon Time, I do believe. And Snipes understand the risk. He will try to swerve away from danger. EM kind of stuck over on the northern section. Both of these teams, they can't loiter for far too long. Remember this, Sickle appeared back in Gatka, and they don't really have too much time to expend.
If that happens, now the first thing we should focus on is going to be the trenches in Gatka, the chopstick bridge or whatever. I would prefer to call it the trenches in Gatka. A lot of players will actually try to push there, but for Noise, Beacon Time finish off by TEM Entertainment. Even though TEM being pinned down by Geek Fam earlier, they still redeem themselves and get a bit of a redemption by taking one of Bacon Time's player. But it's too far off for the spray shirt. He managed to flee, but leaving 1 man behind, and that's going to be one of the members being sacrificed for the rest of the team. But Mormon managed to squeeze into the safe zone, but the rest of Bacon Time, well, they managed to get away in the nick of time, but they can't linger here or lurking around this corner too long because they might actually be chased down by TEM Entertainment.
Yeah, and Bacon Time, they've also been able to suppress the rest of Geek Fam at the same time, looking over onto TEM, keeping TEM inside of the blue zone for quite a bit. And remember, this isn't Sanok where they can heal up as much as they want in the early game, and heading into the late game, they'll be running out of resources. Guess it won't be inside Gatka for far too long, but the circle will pull. And let's see what we've got this time around.
We're going to get Gatka.
A lot of players are actually surrounding Pochinki, and now they have to exit that. It's going to move further into the south side. Vampire Esports, Box Gaming, Alter Ego, absolutely happy with this.
I mean, like, that's a rare sight. I definitely want to see the fights in Pochinki because that's going to be one of the rarest fights we're actually going to see. Pochinki, nobody wants to play themselves in urban warfare. It's just so hard to land the shots with a lot of buildings in between and so many corners to actually get yourself secure and get a lot of eyes to actually back you up at the same time. But Geek Fam, they're coming out on the northern side, entering through Gatka, but we might bump into another team here. We're shooting to a side of these Xaviers. They heard the gunfires. I'm not sure if they want to stop here or not. And they don't want to take any part of it. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance, Adiklook alone, shooting towards the side of these Xaviers. But joined in by the rest of Cavalry, they're moving straight into where Geek Fam as well. But maybe just rush into, never mind. They want to take the fight towards Geek Fam.
And they're just chasing on. These two Malaysian Science have never lost track against one another. And with every member of Geek Fam on wheels, they're not going to be able to exchange trades. Tags being far at the side of Geek Fam, but not enough to take them down. Rapid Boy leading the charge, but the rest of the Yoodo Alliance members are inside of the hut. This whole compound is a safe refuge for the rest of Yoodo Alliance. They're going to be inside the circle. And yes, too many of these other teams are also going to move closely.
Because Yoodo Alliance being spotted up by SL, they're doing shooting towards them for quite a bit just now. And right now we do have Geek Fam being shot by SLD again. And at the other side, we do have the Xaviers. Now, how do Geek Fam approach with this fight? At the same time, they're too open. We're talking about Gatka field. It's a flat plane of field. They do have bushes. They do have the trees and vegetations. But you can't survive that much longer if you're not sticking yourself with the entire team.
Yeah, overall, at the very least, they have gotten themselves a safe distance for Geek Fam. Whereas Yoodo Alliance, this has got to be using that as a bunker. While Infinity comes in from the south side, they know that this is going to be a very safe region. Vampire Esports not too far away. Hangzhou tagged up in the open fields of Gatka instead. I'm not sure whether or not can Buriram United do anything to be able to provide assistance to Hangzhou. He's not knocked out just yet. Alter Ego hides himself inside the farm. And on style, he finds one. Kangso's still getting tagged. How many times would you go for it, Logan?
It's going to be tie versus tie. It's like it takes a tie to take down another tie. Always the same place, but Onzo's taking on DBD6, but the one that actually in the open field is going to be on the side of Buriram. Sky only being spotted. Oh, he got a flip. That's a bad timing for Name. Lucky enough, he got away with it.
And now they're just going to be stuck there. Logan can continue to pepper spray onto those buggies, burn those tires if you want to. And they're going to be stuck there for quite some time. Circle will further shrink deeper into Buriram United side. So I guess it's worth the cost where they have parked. But look at where GD's at. They have a little bit more of a separation. Booms watching over north.
But they
northeast.
got the airdrop.
Yeah, on top of that, Allen is going to be somewhere towards the center. So Boom Esports, they might just actually find ways to crash into a compound where somebody's already holding at.
At the same time, Infinity start to move towards the team right across them. We have DBD still trying to counter-fight towards the side of TEM Entertainment. Tiny finish off. Silence straight away. Mormon being finished off by the blue zone here. Definitely too far from the rest of the team. Infinity being visited by vampires. Ravenclaw, the moment he just wants to get into the forest, being shot down instantaneously by BN United. Where's that shot coming out from?
I believe it might just be Gatuni. He's been marking onto many of all these players out there. Hexas was the one to take that killing blow against Schweppes. And it's going to be Buriram United that finds Boom Esports with Yummy down on his knees. And Stone is not really in the best spot possible for Nare. He's basically using that PP. And let's see what Mela's got.
He solo pushed in towards the small shack. Found one, finish off the N United. And another one to go. Miller, what a ball movie. He couldn't spot them in the smoke to get one, but he just jumped out of the car. And get another one, Miller.
He flew out of the car. What? Okay.
He flew out literally out
I don't
the car.
think he intends to fly directly outwards. He wants to be in the smoke. And
He
Mela
didn't wear
says,
his seatbelt.
yeah, he didn't wear his seatbelt. He fly through, smash through the front, and like, yep, that is very, very painful to visualize. But here we go. The rest of Infinity, they got those 3 pointers. Now they are on 5. Today has been quite the perfect day for the Infinity, who have been the Southeast Asian champions previously. And Micah found himself with that open shack. No rooftop. Grenades can fly in. Thankfully, no teams are around Geek Fam for the moment. Meanwhile, Box Gaming, they're going to be sharing this whole area of play along with TEM, but there's also damage by the outskirts. Oh, we see grenades flying in. Fencer's got 3 more to offer.
At the same time, Box Gaming, just a couple of structures in between, the small ones actually, to barricade themselves, hoping not to be found out by the rest of the team. They're actually moving straight into their compound. It's going to be 2 teams at the same time. Akko will be burnt off by the blue zone. I'm not sure he's healing or not, but definitely Akko have to make a move here. He managed to heal himself, but DBD Yan, Yoodo Alliance just got finished there at 14 plays. While DBD pushing forward, they found out Beacon time. Out been sprayed, but he whiffed quite a number of it. And Yan still not happy about Jimmy OP. Going to continue to spray over to a side of the Omstal. He managed to get away.
But with only a tick of health left, he's dropping towards the players of Buriram United as well. It's never going to ever be safe for members of TEM. What? Here comes GD. They find themselves locked against the X. And Lambo, he sprays through the tall grasses, catches off these players, and Bacon Time's already eliminated. And Boom could easily be resuscitated as well. Trying to make ends meet. He's just going to be running all around. DX, though they have 4 members, they have to find a safe place to get into the circle with all these individual teams already booking their way out. The next team to move in.
They got the space. Boom's already knocked down here. That's an opportunity for these Xaviers to push and rush towards the northern side. They're leaving Boost behind from GIDS. Definitely that's going to be a sacrificial lamb for GD now. And these Xaviers, the moment they do know that one of the players of GIDS, they don't know what's the team. Definitely they know one player is already down for them. And they will go for the rush. Box Gaming on the other end, spray towards, tapping towards with a mini 14 on the other team there. They're still not inside of a safe zone. They do have another visitor next to them, which is going to be Geek Fam. Both teams are having to, must move towards the same direction here. Only one team will survive.
Yeah, whatever vehicles that they still have, they really have to expanded for now. Box Gaming hoping to make a move for the moment, as SOAS is the only one on Buggy. And Geek Fam, they're just going to be met with some grenades flying over on the other section. Just a little bit of chip damage. Boom Esports this time doesn't seem to have the best of luck throughout the run, only imagining a single elimination point in this matchup. But Fox Gaming, they're trying to stop Geek Fam, and I'm not even certain if Geek Fam can actually make the cut, because they're trying to get into the vehicles, but the vehicles are kind of stuck over onto that ledge. And SOAS continues on with this flurry of grenades that's still popping out.
Renare taking on Tiger, Axe, Fnatic taking on Buriram and finish off Tiger Axe. Infinity taking on Alter Ego, but the ones fighting is going to be Geek Fam versus Box. Bans to finish off with a very swift spray there, but Damroot couldn't caught in the hands of a side of Trisman, but Buriram finished off. Yuha tried to push in, but it's not a good attempt to do so. A lot of teams here, both teams are failing to actually enter the safe zone. Most of them being knocked down, finished off by the Blues, and none of them actually winning. Took them too long to wrap things up. But Infinity, look at the eliminations, 10, and it's just the only team got themselves a double digit. They will not have it now. We still remain with 6 teams that didn't get the circle, but they are hunting for more.
But it's a good news for Rivals, as they have managed to keep themselves alive for most part, not getting themselves into any form of danger. They have spotted out that DX are hiding inside the smokes, but they have to worry more of the other part of the surroundings towards the central grounds. Massive land attack onto Lamborghini. Though he's hiding in the smoke, the rest of the DX, they don't really have much options left, though they are still within the circle. The circle's about to move for Rivals. April, he's not going to be having much of a boosters left. Well, Appy tries to utilize whatever bandage not to waste any of these resources, but GD, they're just basically waiting by.
They got the most solid compound to work with. They got themselves their circle. And the only time I think it's going to be last circle, they're going to shift on towards the outside. So that's where they have a bit of a problem to actually reposition themselves.
What's the likelihood of 3 teams running directly into that place and just start a fight? It's a possibility, I would say. And this 2-2 split might not be the best.
They will have to fight each other on the outside first before they get in.
True enough.
If they happen to be moving at the same time, in this case, it's going to be the Xaviers, and there's another team on the left side there.
Infinity
might have a go against Infinity, but at the same time, we might have a visitor on the other end. That might be going to be DBD.
I just love for the fact that Infinity is in the middle of the forest plantation. The only few remaining trees that's actually reliable other than the north that the X is currently hiding out. And since it's elevated, everybody can somewhat see members of the X. And that's why they can't even move right now. But there is a lot of spacing for Rivals, though. They're taking their sweet time. They know that it could be a little bit more risky if they were diving into this trap being set up by GD. Therefore, it will take a while before either sides actually settle the score. 4 points have been secured by the rest of GD.
However, it was a random spray, was it?
Yeah.
Feels like that's a random spray.
Just trying to tap it out, and DBD. I think this is the quietest bunch of them all,
But
right?
at the same time, GIDS just picking a fight in every single corner they won. Everybody's not happy about it. It's definitely attracted way too much attention. With Jimmy already being knocked down, Infinity taking on 4 rivals. Now, this is what I mentioned. The moment they want to step into GIDS, they have to fight whatever next to them first. 4 rivals, and there's also, you know, on the other side, it's going to be DBD for Infinity. They have to take down those teams. But at the same time, these Xaviers start to move forward. They spotted out 4 rivals. Now, the team that actually in dire need of help is getting 4 rivals. They are in the center of everything here.
Exactly, and early on, we also see multiple angles taken charge by Infinity. Here comes DX. They finally opt to push towards GD, but they have prepared the grenade. Rabbit's the first one to fall. They say, no entry point for you, DX, and GD pulls them on. They already know that they're coming from that section, and Allen will continue to keep watch. He's preparing those grenades while 4 rivals tries to push through. They finally find Logan just to go in for a refract, and only 2 members left for the side of 4 rivals. 5 elimination points secured by GD themselves. Gatini and the rest of Infinity trying to rely on a little bit more smokes. The circle will start to shift as well. Might just be outside of the hut that members of GD is currently hiding. But too much damage. Can you heal up?
Oh, I don't think so. It's really tough for the sort of 4 rivals. But GIDS taking on the Xaviers. Slowly they're losing men for the Xaviers there. Down to only 2 for rivals with last member surviving. GIDS still got their compound inside of that circle for now. But Infinity still run and gun for them. They try to take one by one, even if they lost along the process. Newsy and also Logan, they still have 2 more men. And you know, 1 person of Infinity equals to 1 squad.
It feels like it's written in the stars for GD, like the circle kept shrinking and shrinking into the shack. And those on the outskirts, they don't really have vehicles to utilize anymore. Biggest threat comes in from DX, but they have already locked onto that section for the longest of time. Appy can afford to make a move as well. Infinity, I guess they are the only other team that has those vehicles to charge.
I mean, like, if Appy can pull another clutch like yesterday, never mind if he shot down straight away. That's going to be last member of 4 rivals. Remember we mentioned we jinxed them. We're down to only 4 teams. It's going to be 2v2, v1, v3 for GDGIS got themselves the movement. And the compound is still inside of the circle. I mean, like, how can this be fair?
Exactly.
They got there in the first one. They don't even have to budge, not even a second.
Which is why I was saying that GD has gotten this perfect script written for them. And DX, they bleed out to the blue. Now that only leaves Box Gaming. Wait, Box Gaming.
That echoes my prediction. Oh, I didn't
They
even
slotted into the top 3.
There was. He can get himself an air drive if he wants to. Nobody's spotted him. Ah, never mind.
Every single time
We
you
should've
mention a
mentioned.
single
I don't want to
player,
mention the players
they go
anymore.
out. And
it's
let's not
sad.
name names anymore, but they bought. Okay, he's
Infinity.
over on top.
Now, Infinity, they were kind of cornered between 2 teams before. It was 4 rivals in DBD, but they still survived. The secret of their play technique is going to be the trees. Save the trees every single time, but here comes the spray coming up, exchanging between Mela and Daybot, and suddenly giving a support fire from the other end. Allen trying to just drop. Nay, they got Mela down to Tunny left. It's going to be finished off on the side of Allen. He tried to go for the flank side, going for the push. And it'll take his time to actually upgrade himself.
Yeah, there's a lot of time for GD. They have to circle, and the Blue Zone's kicking in. I think Gatini will deny himself the point. Is by the edge, but take no consideration here as Nishil will burn him up and cook this chicken dinner for GID.
I mean, like, I predicted them before. Why is always my prediction a bit early?
It's okay. It's a mix and match, right? Like, so
No.
long as you kind of get it right through the day, it still counts.
It's always close enough. Xavier's was there. Yours is boom. Like, yours is always a jinx.
For today at the very least. But I'll try again next time. And of course, Indonesia celebrates the victory of Genesis Dogma of Indonesia, where we have seen this team shine really bright for the past couple of weeks, and they will continue their reign this time around, taking out Infinity. Definitely quite a statement itself, but a lot of all these fights actually happen on the outskirts, where there's a lot of players by the corner of Gakka, in the middle of the forest as well. Infinity started off the streak here by picking out the end.
Wait, how much elimination that's secured by the side of Infinity? Last time we saw it was 10. I think if they finish off with a double digit, definitely. Is it 12? Possibly. Now that's going to be securing their #1 position stronger than ever. We're talking about, look at the gap between the first and second place. Feels like a bit like a week #1 here on a replay, honestly speaking. But it was FaZe back then. But back to the side of Infinity, they have been bulldozing all the teams surrounding them. They haven't stopped shooting since FaZe #1 contract.
Exactly, like they just went on a rampage, and I've really felt bad for DX because their area of play doesn't seem too bad until every other team was just targeting them, where they just forced to hide, and they just have no chance to lead the room. Same fate over onto Gatsuni by the end of that round itself. And of course, GD celebrates the most point, but of course that is comparable to Infinity's takedown by the end of that round.
But at the same time, I want to see how much GDGIDS. They got a bit of a domination just now, but I'm not sure if they secure a double digit or not. But still, congratulations for GDGIDS. That was a nice play and secured the most efficient place and position they got themselves. Lucky enough, they've been favored by the circle all the way.
Yeah, I want to highlight that Infinity has 46 smoke grenades.
I think this is the most. Possibly this is the most. Because last time the most it was 64.
Ooh, look at that. We have a tie going on between both GD as well as Infinity. And that's also due to that elimination points that we did talk about.
My God.
They also managed to clinch 10 elimination points. Everybody else left for scraps, while the next highest number we're talking about is from DVD.
There's so many
Geek Fam,
zeros
yeah.
down there. Look at that. It's like rank points for Yoodo Alliance is going to be 0. Vampire, 0 eliminations, 1 point. SLD, 0 rank point, 1 elimination. And Bacon and BN United with the most zeros on there. This is the thing about domination of certain teams having a double digit. There must be somebody got himself a 0 in this round.
Exactly, and who could have actually blamed them, because that circle was a little bit more treacherous. It was very...
It's been a while.
Wow. I'm actually surprised. I think it's due to the damage that he has offered in this matchup that has resulted in like 1,000. Though there was a lot of all these high fragging names out there coming from Infinity, coming in from GD, or even the Savior is definitely on that list. But we have not expected Lambo to be the sharpest shooters in this match.
He dished out 1,000 over damage, only got 3 eliminations. Now, definitely he gave away all the eliminations towards, I'm not sure if it's his own teammate or it's going to be a different team. But when it comes to the overall ranking, this is where everything matters. These Xaviers pushed himself up 1 point shy, swapping the places with FaZe at 4th place right now. 5th place for FaZe. At the same time, the top 3 feels like they're going to stay there for quite a bit of time. If you compare first and second place there, it's going to be almost 50 points different. Now, how can they take over number 1?
Oh my goodness. I think just because of today's result coming from Infinity, they just made it impossible for everybody else to take it away from them. But I'm just happy to see the top 8. All of them have been able to breach that 100-point mark. Of course,
Well, number 9 is soon enough.
Yeah, 4 rivals will be joining the party, and Geek Fam, they always say, hey, our target is to reach 100 points by the end of the week.
Are they playing that?
Let's check it out later on, and of course, we'll be able to...
Hey, they're going to play.
They should be playing, because they took a rest earlier today. And I guess like the biggest impressive run for the most part, Box Gaming.
Sure.
They got some big battles against FaZe Clan. They won it. This time moving into this matchup in Erangel, they finish off top 3. Respectable.
And also, if you compare it with the points just now, where 12 and 13 place got just a tiny bigger of a gap, but that's quite a gap that they need to catch up later on. But when it comes to number 1 spot, this feels like they won week 1, entire week 1 entirely, where FaZe actually did this, how Infinity played this one and so on. This is just so big of a gap, first and second place. I mentioned earlier, the flight path more towards the right side, so the circle is always on the left, right? So that really happened. I'm sorry I jinxed a lot of players today as well. But it happened to be on top of Guard Car. Not really right on top of it, just on the outskirts of the field. Now, we do know there's so little compounds down there. But I love the fact, there's so much that we can learn from Infinity is that they don't rely too much on the compound, but they rely on the trees.
Yeah, they rely on natural surroundings, and they've been able to play it and process it very slowly. They usually, I noticed there's a trend going on with Infinity. They take the safest area of play. They can spend a little time on the blue, and then they cut in and find all the other teams battling. They try to pick themselves up, and then they find themselves over the south side. And of course, going up against GD, it was a little bit difficult since it was all covered up. You don't have the angles, and by then you have to deal with 4 rivals on the right, Boxing on the left, and many more to go. Even DBD has managed to make that top 5, so it was still very good finish for some of these players playing from Malaysia.
True, but it's still one more round to go for these guys. Can they have a bit of a last push here when it comes to day number 3 in the middle of the week? But before that, we're gonna thank none other than Realme GT Neo 3, your Neo Speed awakens with the latest MediaTek chipset, Dimensity 8100 5G. Just try the phone first, then tell us, because we do know this is one of the best phones down there to actually play PUBG Mobile. Also, don't forget to follow everything going on TikTok, which is going to be hashtag Be The One Challenge. We have the TikTok challenge for you guys to follow our official PUBG Mobile pages, which is going to be PUBG Mobile NY official, PUBG Mobile Esports.ny, and also PUBG Mobile Esports.sg, PUBG Mobile official PH for the Philippines. Don't forget, whenever you guys can, do a new account for Grab, because you can get 50% off Grab food order. I want to do that myself as well. It's going to be PUBGM, all in caps. And by the way, it's only for new users. That's why I tell you to do a new account. And also the terms and conditions apply.
Exactly. Of course, with that, we're going to take a little bit of a breather. So see you guys in 5 minutes.
Round 3. Neo Speed Awakens.
Welcome back on board. You are currently watching the 2022 PMPL SEA Championship Fall. This is Choo Choo. It's Contra right here. We're already going into our final game of the evening before we start our Saturday and Sunday rounds. And Choo Choo, today we have a lot of amazing chicken dinners going on our way. But wow, quite the domination we had.
I still want the 1v4 clutch in the last minute. Come on, give us that.
Give us more clutches.
The
We want to
last
see
thing, I
that.
mean, like, especially the last day on during weekends. But today, this is going to be a last match of the day. So whatever it takes for the teams down there, they need to give it a go. I'm talking about the teams down there, as example, BN United, Box Gaming, DBD, and 4 Rivals. They need to push the hell out of it.
Exactly, and I think like the one that needs it the most, I gotta say BN United and also Sem9. But before we even get to that, let's talk about the teams that have tied the points. DD has the most damage, but Infinity has the most eliminations.
They play it smart. If you ask me, I did actually read the comments yesterday where they actually questioned, is it legal to play third party? I'm like, that's a strategy, guys. That's definitely one of the most smartest strategy. That's what Infinity has been doing. 11 eliminations, but if you compare the damage dished out by GD, and even the time they got the circle entire day here. We're talking about entire wrangle.
They just sat there, they waited for the chicken dinner to be cooked up, probably in an oven for like 20 minutes, right?
These are going to be all 3 of my favorite players up there.
3 of your favorite players, what if they come up in the same team? Do you think it's going to be a super team?
I actually talked this with Cloud. I mean, like, if you put Newsy, I mean, like, another player that I want to be up there, it's going to be, who was it again?
For me, Tony K.
Oh, yeah, Tony K. One more, it's going to be perfect. For Lambo, Newsy, and Alan, and also Tony K. That's going to be best team ever.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. And, well, Newsy, he does it all. He's kind of like a support. He's kind of like every...
Exactly.
He's the top fragger. Like,
he rescued most.
Like, who would actually expect that? Like, now we do move our way into our final game, and the only teams that are taking a break this time around.
Finally,
Infinity. Finally, everybody gets a chance today. Infinity takes a break. BN United, Alter Ego, and Yoodo Alliance.
Oh, it's not great for Yoodo Alliance, especially for BN United, because they are at the bottom right now. They need every point they can get for today. That's going to be the end of their run when it comes to day number 3. But for the side of Alter Ego, they're doing quite okay today.
Yeah, Alter Ego is doing really well. Box Gaming, I would say exactly the same. Where we're going to be moving into this upcoming matchup. I've seen some of these teams here having a fair share of struggle. I think this week itself, DBD haven't really shown up as much.
Oh, they can't.
While that round itself, they managed to make it to the top 5. Ego Esports have made it a lot harder for teams like Sem9 to even approach further from that 20th spot that they're currently at. And that's also because of that chicken dinner that happened, even though in that match, Sem9 did well.
True, and at the same time, we do have something for you guys, and I think you guys had seen enough of this version of the sports car. There's so many versions of it, just so you know. There's like, I think there's like around 6 or 7 of it in total.
Well, last week's graphic, it was showing like every single variation, so many colors.
I love it so much. I actually I did mention about this sort of car actually exists in real life, but it's nowhere here. It's in the Middle East, mostly.
But I don't want to see this in real life, actually. I'm a
I
little bit
love
scaredy
it if it
cat.
happens in real life.
Yeah, Strange Town is currently available. Enter if you dare. I think there's something that's going on in Malaysia where they call it, what, Mile Fright?
Oh yeah. They have
you
it
been there
somewhere. I want to go there. I don't have time for it. I mean, like we are here almost every
We got
single
to
day.
break from cast to go.
Yes, we need to go there, but not this weekend. I'm there this weekend. You can go there this weekend.
We have time next week maybe.
If they're not closed up yet. So, I mean, what is your A skill? For me, it's gonna be loving ghost stories and hunting ghosts, maybe.
Hunting ghosts. Wow, you're adventurous. And of course, for those who rather sit still and watch operas, you want to get your hands on the new Royale Pass.
Imagine this in the haunted strange town just now. That's gonna be creepy. Somebody suddenly play the piano.
Would you run from that haunted house? But we can assure you that Nusa will be all fun and games, and like there's not gonna be any haunting games in that.
Nusa, let's Nusa, my friend. I love that tagline, but also if you guys happen to be their big fan down there, and I actually saw one of TikTok actually opened the voice pack of I forgot what's her name again. But she was super excited how she's been called baby every single time.
Right. Bew, we've been waiting for this moment very long, and we've also been waiting for the collaboration with Bobo Boy. With the elemental power, you can dominate the competition. With Bobo Boy, Quaso Elemental should be available in the early 2023, so that's not too far away, I would say.
Yep, Bobo Boy. You have to sing it out loud like
Bobo
that.
Boy. Is that the right way?
It's close enough. It's fine. It's just a soft version of it. But also PMCC 2022. We mentioned about this to you guys. And just scan the QR code. Then every phone have scanners right these days. It's not even hard to do. All you need to do is just find yourself a team. That's the hardest part, actually.
Exactly. And if you feel like you're not a good shot, you can always copy Master Ramen. Hide inside a shack. And who knows? You will walk away with dinner.
TEM Entertainment, you play safe today. What the heck?
I think at the start of the day, I was never playing it safe. Okay, so I started off with 7-9. You ended with 7-9, so tell me about that.
I mean, this is more... Okay, I know we should predict for Chicken, but it's me rooting for 7-9. Come on, guys, you can do it. Because they are at the brink of losing it, because 4i was really shooting up when it comes to overall rank.
Exactly, and I think they've been able to actually save themselves from the gutter. But for TEM, sure, they are a safe team, but I do love their methodology, and the player that has impressed me the most have to be Bevy out of the squad. It was that fight inside Miramar that he has been able to basically pull out some pretty sick shots overall, and therefore I'm thinking if it's not going to be Buriram that's going to be getting it, or if it's not going to be Vampire Esports, it could be TEM.
I mean, for TEM or TEM Entertainment as I call it, I prefer Mormon. Now, if you put Mormon and then you put Newsy and all the times, right? And FaZe, you put Tony K. Who's the last one? If I have to put maybe Tiger X or my name coming up from Buriram, possibly.
My name's great.
Yeah, I mean all the players from Ties are great. What are you talking about?
Right. Honestly, I don't even need to choose. Just hit that random button and sign me up for the next PMPL. And of course, here we go, signing up for our final game of the night. Let's head over to Arangal.
We're down to our last match in the middle of the final week here, week 3, day 3. Now, are they desperate enough for the teams down there to make a play? If they do, this is the time for them to show us they have what it takes. If they don't, they will be actually devoured by the teams that's already up there. Definitely one of the teams that are really close. Not really close. The first and second place gap is 50 points now.
Yeah, for now, Infinity could just basically sleep and they still wake up as the #1 team to start off on Saturday. And
they can start on Sunday.
Yeah, they can start on Sunday, and I don't think they lose anything at all. But then if they're hoping to secure that #1 spot to start off their run inside of the grand finals, then they better do something about it, right? FR Esports, they always start by the edge of Primos. Then you have Geek Fam, who likes to take very different approaches every single map that they play. And they have identified, okay, some of these teams are not playing for this final run. Without Alter Ego, this is a direct access into the melee base.
Oh, Geek Fam is going to Noscar military base. Interesting. They used to love dropping around Fairy Pier. Maybe because... I'm surprised at this, because right now, are they predicting the circle will be contradicting towards a flight path? If that happens, usually ended up. Never mind, it's right on top.
Same circle.
Yeah, I did mention about we might have the same circle.
Lightning
like
striking twice.
Ooh,
And oh,
Damroot.
Damroot chasing
Oh,
after
he got
NFT.
one. Ramon's on the ground. Here comes the rest of the team. And it's going to be, Batman. He doesn't have anything. He's naked and afraid, running around the corner. Here comes Damroot with the shotgun. I don't think shotgun works in this distance.
He's emptying every single shell, like, run to the waters.
And there goes the spray coming out
no
from
time to
Snipes.
swim. It feels bad for NFT. They lose 3 members just like that.
Like Geek Fam crashing into the Sonoscope to base. Who would have thought?
Yeah, and I guess like Geek Fam themselves have a really high first blood rate ratio because they've been trying every single thing that there is under the sun. And earlier this week, they've gotten the chicken dinner back in Miramar. They start off with very early kills, and they just understand, okay, let's study other teams if we were to drop around the sector.
At the same time, that's kind of fair.
Come with a box of surprises.
I mean, like, that's kind of a fair point how they play out, because right now, to secure chicken feels like almost really impossible for the Malaysian team. So,
1 out of 16 cans.
I mean, like, they still have a shot at it, but we saw how many games by now that you don't really have chicken to secure a #1 spot anyways. So it's best to actually just focus on your eliminations and also play aggressive. You get way faster when it comes to the loot, right?
I agree.
In that case, NFT really have nothing to fight against.
You take out more teams, you're placed in a better position. It's always going to be a win-win scenario, so long as you don't lose too many of these members. Now, Mine AP is a little bit smarter when approaching into the island.
They're like, nothing.
We're going to wait slowly. And Sovel, yep, he's just stuck.
He got himself,
no vehicles and
he got himself weapon at least, but nothing on his gears. I mean,
he
like,
can't even move out.
He can't even show his
guy.
face. He can't even breathe too loud.
It feels like you're imprisoned in a way. Not that.
Imprisoned by your own fear, you know?
Yeah, imprisoned by fear. Wow, this is actually very deep. Like.
See me rolling?
Not hating, but yeah.
Okay.
Roll very deep into the Fields train, but PMCC is happening soon, so make sure you sign up if you want your hands on the 40K prize pool, 40.8 to be exact. So TM, they usually start off on Miasnaya. Now that the circle is on the opposite side, I honestly want to see this team that I voted for to seek the best route possible. But even for me to decipher with the best route possible, is the answer to cut through the south side, get into the circle into Pachinki? Or is it like, go up to the north, go through a bunch of teams, get to ruins?
There's a lot of teams in the north these days.
Exactly.
It used to be so vacant back then. Nobody cares about Savannah or shooting range as much. But these days, so many teams taking over on the northern side. Maybe one of the reason I feel like because the circle quite been going up there for the past few weeks here.
Yeah, and also for the fact that I want to highlight a few things when it comes down to Erangel. Thai teams like Vampire Esports like to start by the very edge of the map. Like, they choose places like Zarki, they choose places like Primors.
If there's cave, they're probably going to start in cave.
If there's a cave, if there is ever a cave, of course, that's where the bats like to hide out.
One of the many reasons, right? Because they having a bit of a tough time to secure in the first week anyways. And we talked about Primos. Used to be GIDS drop spot there, but GIDS one of the team that love to nomad these days. They randomly drop anywhere. It depends on the flight path usually. But I think that's a good adaptability if you compare with what happens if the flight path is just too far from a drop spot.
And you have seem to also identify that teams that are more adaptable have been able to secure better points. Like you compare Geek Fam, GD, and arguably, of course, Vampire Esports, right? Like these are just a few notable names where back then everyone's like, no, you must respect my drop spot. No, you can't come here.
That doesn't apply that. This is competitive for a reason. Whoever gets it is the best man wins.
It's like, I don't see your name in school.
It might as well just everybody spawn in drop spot in the first place. Don't bother to do the flight path then.
Exactly.
But I'm loving this comment by Tambi. Infinity is father of Nova. No, that's a bit funny. Oh, sorry, but it's just hilarious.
Wow.
Okay, but Infinity is not playing right now. So, I mean, like, that's a good sign, right, for the other teams. And speaking of the other teams, now, who do you think have the highest shot getting themselves? I think Buriram will really want to try to gain as much elimination points. They're trying to close the gap between the first and second place.
I think it's mathematically impossible
At least
to
close it up.
Yeah,
Not too
just
much.
maybe put a chicken dinner in. That should suffice. Excuse me.
It's okay.
And for now, they're still taking their sweet time. So they'll follow themselves both.
Oh,
But he ain't no James Bond. No time to die.
No time to live. The moment he... Oh, he still got 1 HP left. That's literally 0.00001 HP for Fafel. You call it Fafel, right?
Yeah.
I love to call him Fafel. But he's not going to let it pass by. I'm like, oh.
Any further, I stray away from the way I pronounce it. Will sound like falafel.
Yeah, that's why I like to sound it as Fafel. But for him, the last member of NFT definitely will be discovered here for the side of Buriram. I mean, like, this is the moment that...
I like that this guy only is like trying his hardest to aim, and he actually gets it.
The moment he take a dip of the fresh air, it's going to be... First one to be out with 0 points. They're having a rough start there. NFT, you know, this is at the point when it comes to the final week. Every team should be on their toes regarding they might be crashed by another team on their drop spot. Because everybody's just so desperate right now.
Yeah, especially for those that have not been able to make it into a top 12 position at the very least. FaZe Clan today hasn't seemed to be their best day of performance. We've seen them do a lot better, but now they're already engaging onto SLD. A little bit of safe distance. Ventura's has, it seems like an 8-time scope with him. So he's going to be tagging for days on his DMR. Well, Gosu, he's honestly not too fazed about Ventura's. He knows like, oh, it's just one guy. We can kind of handle this situation, right?
I mean, like, sometimes it turns out to be SLD's side to win. SLD, they got the firepower. They got themselves sometimes a good tactical move as well. It's just down to consistency for them, whether they can be calm and having that composure all day here today. I do notice a lot of teams actually in the blue zones. There are around 3 or 4 teams right now, including TEM Entertainment, Buriram included. I'm not sure where they're at right now because we can't even spot Buriram in the time being.
Yeah, and Buriram United, the last we saw them...
Even Boom, where's Boom?
They were inside of maybe the western end. Boom Esports were starting off very far away across places like above Lipovka. So I believe that, oh yeah, we see a glimpse of that. I believe Octa's making his way past
on the northern side. Yeah, it's going to be a long journey. Oh, hopefully they do have vehicles. If they're actually running on foot, I mean, like, they can still manage to survive in the second phase. It's just going to be 0.6 HP per second. But at the same time, you know, you don't want to get into the circle where you're quite low when it comes to HP. But Ego Esport caught Tony getting the first one to be out as well.
The Taurus at the same time, you mentioned it, SLD's got the firepower, they're already showing up. Big time now surrounded by the rest of TEM. TEM has Bevy on the outskirts, being pinned down by Styles. And more aggression being shown by the rest of Bacon Time on the other side. Oh, things are looking to be pretty heated up between all these Thai teams. Noisy. Oh, he does get a few clips in. Do also finds some players on the outskirts. Early battles coming in at 10-minute mark.
At the same time, FaZe with last remaining member, I'm not sure what happened to MR5 just now. Definitely being shot down while he's trying to escape the situation, possibly. But Asasip and TEM Entertainment trying to take down a Mormon water spray. Last stick of health on the side of OwnStar, but Bacon Time knows this too well. For the Mushroom Tower right now will be in his hands, but the rest of the team cannot help him just yet. Onsen's trying to corner another round, but a Mormon finally taking down on OwnStar. On side of Onsen, try to give extra hands towards OwnStar and also the side of Mormon, but he finished off OwnStar straight away. So the rest of Bacon now left with only 2 players there.
Quick moves coming in from Onsen as he dodges that grenade. Now 2 versus 2 with Noisy inside of the building over the top floor. He tried to pop this one over on the top shack, but he sees him jumping out. A little bit of a missed opportunity for Onsen's, but he's basically holding the line. Mormon doesn't really have angles to provide. But there is a member of TEM that's slowly bleeding out. They will try to secure the point onto Soldier first. Ooh, really close call.
2v2 between TEM Entertainment and Bacon Time right now. Asozip still bleeding out. Nobody can save him right now. Mom is too busy to do that. And Asozip finally finished off by Noise. Onsen trying to finish off Ice, who he heard the footsteps coming out. It's right across him. Oh, but he's a bit too late. Ice ticking down on Onsen's. Down to Moment to make a play. Moment the man. Can they actually do it? When it comes to TEM Entertainment, Moment definitely has it, but feels like both teams might be losing this if it happens to be having a third party coming in.
Now, down to Mormon, and I guess he has no more men left to fight off with the rest of Bacon Time. He chooses to back away, knowing that he can't save Hansons, but Octa being very opportunistic. They were lasting out in the blue zone for quite some time. Oh, he didn't really check.
A bit panicked, like too many people. I'm not sure where the rest of Boom right now. They definitely have a good opportunity to just rush into it, because since they are a bit too mass runner for both of the teams, they're losing 2 men. At the same time, the circle going to shrink even further more. And 4 rivals waiting on the other end on top of Ruin. I'm not sure whether... Oh, it's going to be... Oh, well, I'm not surprised.
Finally Gatka. I mentioned Gatka last round. Finally, we do get that. But Boom Esports, we finally get the answer why Octa is all alone. Because the rest of Boom Esports, they move deeper into Rozhok. I think they are still looking for some stocks. But then again, 4 rivals is still around the water town. They can basically cut the rotation of Boom Esports unsuspectingly. Bacon Time with only 2 more, though. They managed to secure 4 points. But that's all they get. It's really going to be hard moving into Gatka.
Mormon just taking a bit of a dive there. But Noise definitely knows he's here. Eyes is here as well. But at the same time, if they just couldn't wrap things up, this is going to be really dangerous for the South Bacon Time. And both TEM Entertainment too. We're talking about Boom having 4 men still inside of a blue zone, which rotating very late. If they're still committed to this, I mean, like, one of them have to sacrifice the other and just build it out and get into the safe zone as fast as they can, because there's so many teams already inside of there.
Oh, seems like we have a lot of takedowns going on the outskirts. FaZe Clan absolutely wiped out as they faced off against multiple Vietnamese squads, Ego Esports as well as SLD, both working hand in hand to eliminate FaZe Clan early so they get to, I guess, rest a little bit early on, but prepare for the weekend instead.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the thing about FaZe Clan. There are times that when they're on the down low, they don't seem to have the best of performance.
Maybe they're just testing out some stuff. Yeah. Because they definitely secured themselves in the grand finals anyway. They don't have anything to bother by the end of this week. But on the side of Geek Fam, trying to spot out the players just now.
Yeah.
Definitely got themselves away.
And I saw that Micah has been able to find himself a crate, and he's got the MG3. I think this is the scariest weapon of all.
But not many players actually willing to use it, though.
Yeah, but the recall is so low on this weapon that I feel it's imbalanced. It's just straight up imbalance where you could just storm into a building, and it just felt like there's almost no recall entirely. Now, over on the swamp side, across the quarry region, DBD now surrounded by Vampire Esports, and that's one building I really do love. The dome on top. Is this supposed to be like a planetarium of sort?
Maybe. We have no clue. We have to ask the developers what's that supposed to mean, like what's the dome for? Maybe to do some sort of a, stargazing things. But at the same time, it's a bit too low of a mountain to actually have a planetarium, isn't it?
Yeah.
On side of Shrubs, definitely spotted, maybe they heard DBD movement just beneath them. On side of SLD, they got themselves compounds. They had quite a firepower earlier for SLD. They got 1 elimination, that's it. But Eagles, they might surprise us sometimes. So we do have one team just next to the side of SLD. That's going to be the Xaviers again, coming up from the foot of the mountain. We do have Gatka Field. Wow, whoever got that northern side, this is great for Bacon Time.
It's so punishing for the teams who are hoping that it ends up in the middle of the field. Now everybody goes in for a little bit more
Look at how fast Boom is trying to actually get himself into the at least the foot of the hill on this south part. Oh, Mormon's still there.
They've been moving for most part and throughout this map and finally booking themselves the foothill of Mount Gatka. Namshin and the rest of Eagle Esports are dictating who gets up to the hills, while Snipes will number up the rest of GD. They like to hide in the shacks. And oh my god, the tap coming in. Lands it perfectly onto Allen.
Feels so good looking at that one-shot tap straight into the headshot there. But on the other end of GIDS, they couldn't spot snipe because he just hid himself so well. Here comes the push coming up from Geek Fam. Even though it's a bit late since they got himself back on the feet, but Daybot still managed to reset himself. Allen cooking up the nade without healing himself first. But GIDS having a bit of a problem here. They try to cook up the nade and flush out Geek Fam before entering. But at the same time, Mika and the rest of Geek Fam surrounding them as much as they can. Spotted one by one. There's so many windows in this compound.
And they're just basically looking at two members inside the same shack. Micah, he did enough damage. One tick of health left. Initial still goes down though. But boom, there goes GD eliminated. And they don't even secure a point. Geek Fam was too fast, too furious.
And also, they got 2 knockdowns earlier. They definitely know there's a time for them to rush. We have the same situation for 4 Rivals versus D Xaviers here. 1 by 1 trading between these two teams. Lamborghini on the ground, but we're looking at Duck already cooking up the nade, hoping to drop on top of Voki and the person that actually trying to revive him happy. Here comes Frank and the rest of the team trying to actually push forward. But will they be outsmart in the hands of 4 Rivals? Because they have Watchman outside. Pambura is quite far from the rest of the team, trying to go for the flank instead. That's quite smart if you ask me. He is outflanked Rabis in this situation.
Yeah, and Rabis thought that he has the ultimate angle, but it's just a little bit more of a surprise coming from Pambura. He hasn't been able to spot him out though, as Frankie has been getting a little bit more assistance. Oh, Frankie still gets it though. Swift move coming in from that UMP spray down. Frankie 007 trying to do mission impossible right now.
Oh no.
Toe-to-toe against Pamburu as they come up close and personal.
This is really going downhill for the side of 4 Rivals. They had it in the bag before, and Semna happened to be passing by as well. They might actually be the housekeeping team if they stop there and taking the advantage to bulldoze all 2 teams here. 4 Rivals have a bit of a reset, but they didn't expect this drop coming up from Lamborghini, taking on Appy, boom, taking on Bacon, but Xavier still finished off 4 Rivals in such a clean fight just now.
Yeah, as that fight has finished off, there's more to come over on the top side of the hill of Gatka. Boom Esports finding themselves over onto the peak while Bacon Time just hiding beneath the noses, more grenades flying in. Geek Fam find themselves another victim inside of a shack as they trailblaze the rest of DBD. Yeah, to be picked up, but that grenade will land perfectly onto Yuhai instead. Ziggs doesn't really have all too much time, and even so, that grenade has landed perfectly. Geek Fam secures yet another one. No time that Ziggs could possibly do about that. While Jimmy OP is on the further side of the flanks. Snipes doesn't really have health, but he will continue on to put a little bit more pressure on DBD.
Oh no, one more team is here. I feel like it's going to be Vampire taking the advantage. The third party is here, but right now they'll be taking a lot of shots coming out from Jimmy OP. Ravenclaw making sure the flank side is clear for them. Just going to revive the other 2 to reset himself. And now taking another go against the team that actually fighting each other, which is going to be Geek Fam versus DBD. Left with only Echo. Jimmy was so crucial for DBD just now, and they just obliterated him within seconds.
This is one of the most aggressive we've seen coming in from Geek Fam, already securing 7 points apiece. Still within that circle, they can basically finish up the fight with DBD, but they have to keep in mind Vampire Esports is approaching very, very closely, and Vampires look like vultures right now as they're just preying onto them, keeping a lookout over onto the top corner of the map. So Snipes has got a lot of work to do, despite Jimmy OP of DBD trying to his level best to be able to take down multiple members of Vampire Esports. He did a little bit of damage, but significantly not enough.
Here comes the Nate toss over by the side of Mika, try to just fish out the last member. Echo have to tank so much coming into this. And that's going to be the last player of DBD being finished off in the hands of Geek Fam. And we're down to only 9 teams here in less than 200 meters a radius between the players. Definitely they're having a go. So much crossfire outside. Oh, that's right! Ooh. We saw that nade be locked.
It hit his helmet even.
That was crazy.
Perfect nade. We've never seen that one up close before. Boom Esports. They clean up shops, maps, stood no chance with that. Another nade flies right in. Trong's in, the only healthy member of the side of SLD, tries to hold on by the staircases. And the EX having struggles of their own just by the edges of it. And Boom Esports dodges a little bit of those frags coming in. SLD retaliating.
Oh, Boom trying to actually dominate around this compound. But at the same time, there's so many third parties coming up from every other angle. SLD, they're slowly being chipped down bit by bit in the hands of Boom. Vampire taking on Geek Fam. Downroot trying to retaliate. SLD finally being eliminated in the hands of Boom. Yummy with that nade just now. There's going to be dominations in the hands of Boom with 7, but the ones leading still Geek Fam. They only have 1 member left. Damroot tried to revive in UI, but I'm not sure if they have enough time.
Oh.
Low solo for Damroot. They're almost a Kobe finish off back-to-back here, but Ravenclaw find Damroot in the corner. He got himself revived, but... Oh,
it was
so
close enough. Geek
Too
Fam.
close.
They got themselves 10 points, though. This is still a really remarkable run, but here comes Box Gaming intruding the space. This is basically the shelter of death. How many teams have fallen inside of this building? And who knows, Vampire Esports may just be next. But there might just be not enough members of Box Gaming to be able to overwhelm them just about yet. Yummy, spraying the smoke, gets one. Frankie won't be able to actually do all too much. He's the only one left. No time to even rescue Ravis. As Boom Esports find the angle. Yummy secures it.
Yummy just plays so well this one. He got himself 6 eliminations by himself. More than 50%. 60% out of the 100 coming out from the side of Boom. This is what I've been waiting for from Yummy or Octa. Octa have been bleeding out quite a number of time here, quite a long time. Nobody seems to want to actually revive him. They go for the death box first. But at the same time, we're down to 5 teams. It's going to be a lot of a team fights because there's a lot of threes remaining for each of the squad. Back to the side of Ego Esports, Chua F1 trying to actually go for the flank side. Chua being inside of a smoke, being kind of showered with a lot of bullets. But Buriram led himself yet again a good compound to work with.
Yeah, I gotta say, they are in the car showroom and they are here to show everybody else what they've got. And I'm not even certain that they do have much angles to work with to peek out of the showroom itself. As we can see, Ravenclaw marking onto members of Ego Esports before dealing with Buriram United, who's currently in the center.
Oh, Vampires being spotted out by Chua. Next explosion, last tick of out. Oh, he stopped spraying. Oh, Ravenclaw, wee! Passed by, and he still finished off by Boxton the other end. My goodness me, Vampires plays at 5th. Boom now having a real good momentum, fighting straight towards Box Gaming here.
A real good level of consistency for Box Gaming for today. Now making it to the top 4 yet again inside of Erangel. Boom Esports, the one that has made the most damage other than Geek Fam, who is still currently alive, has been able to seek him out so as the moment he peeked out, trying to get the angles against Buriram United, he gets punished instead. Hexa's now looking for the rest of Box Gaming, and they don't really have much to deal with. The circle's going to close in, and Box Gaming might need to leave these rocks behind.
They really can't stay there anymore for Box Gaming. They can't even revive at the same time, but Namshin, that nice nade, loop over to a side. F1, that was a perfect flush coming up from Ego Esports. Now Buriram, they have the walls, yes, but they can't peek out. The moment they peek out, they'll be shot down entirely. And it's going to be Ego Esports also dominating this time. Buriram left with only 2 members. There's no try to spray towards the side of Buriram from afar. Buriram is the center of attention right now.
And everyone's fighting for their lives. Buriram, like you said, center of attention means that they will be blown up by the rest of the squad now hitting into the top 3. Boom Esports. It is just unrelenting. 12 elimination points, and they're still stacking up. Chua as well as FIDMT just turning up against Boom Esports while we have Hexas finally taken out. Box only down to this singular member, and the rest are still limping towards his side. Should be able to save Chrismy. Not too sure or certain if SOAS will be able to reach in time, as bullets will be flying in the way. Chua just tries to suppress the rest of Boom Esports, and they might just actually sandwich it in the Indonesian team.
I'm not sure because Eagles is right next to the side of Boom and they're moving towards them, but at the same time they can't buy more time. Trisme, sorry, never mind. Bansley is time to actually being knocked down. Bansley will be needing, but Box Gaming being finished off at 3rd place, but they still got quite a number of eliminations. But on the side of Boom, 15 eliminations by now.
And now they make it even in the 3v3 fight with that grenade connecting onto Octa. A fair chance for the side of Ego Esports. They managed to close out the round inside Buriram. Can they do it yet again for Vietnam? And Indonesia has definitely landed such a dent upon Ego Esports, with Nacho now being blown up. More nades to fly right in. And Chua, he's going to be hiding at the back. This final showdown, we'll see Boom having the advantage. If they do get the rescue, Ego Esports doesn't seem to go in for the save.
Oh, Boom got the numbers right now. They're definitely getting pushed just right in. They definitely know where Try is. He barricaded himself with number of... Oh, 1 nade to rule them all. Yummy again. And there's going to be Boom. Finish up with a number of eliminations. That's double digit. The only team. I mean, that might ended up like, what, 17 eliminations there.
This is one of the biggest wins that we've ever seen coming from Boom Esports. And once again, dominating another matchup inside of Angle for this week yet again. And my, oh my, what on earth did they have that put themselves over onto this level of performance? We definitely have to find out. But what a good closure to the week itself, and we do welcome them into the weekend.
That was really strong performance coming up from Boom. What a nice team play. We're talking about how they position themselves to secure the elimination. The grenade, especially Yummy. I have a feeling MVP might be Yummy this time. He was incredible. What a sublime rotations and performance coming up from him. Open up so much space. The moment he landed nades, he landed shots. And the moment they land the shots, they knock down. They don't waste any time at all to actually push forward. But Geek Fam also kind of a good start. But at the same time, you know what? When you're being too aggressive, you're going a bit too late towards the circle. You're committed to way too much outside of the zone.
Exactly. They took way too many fights. But when you're talking about rotations overall, keep in mind, Boom Esports have the furthest rotation.
No,
they took like possibly the longest time to get into the circle. And then once they appear, they just have no holds barred. Everybody over on north all the way to the south, all cleared up. And Hexes, I gotta commend him for putting the pressure onto Fox Gaming, and that basically cornered into the blue zone and still managed to find the finishing touches.
But at the same time, because they're the furthest away, so they go through so many compounds in between. So they kind of get a lot of utilities, and they avoided unnecessary fights because, well, this is going to be one of the most utilities if you add up. It's going to be 66. Oh, that's the number.
It's so ridiculous that they have 32 frags.
I did tell you before that they come from the furthest away. So how many compounds they actually pass through to get that much?
Exactly. They definitely came well prepared for this successive win, and now I understand why this run was perfect for Boom Esports. But all in all, take a look at this. 32 points, one of the highest of the week.
If overall, it's still going to be taken by Vampires, which the record right now is going to be 22. 22 by Vampires. I'm not sure, like, week number 2. I don't think there's anybody on week number 2.
We ever see it again?
I mean, like, that was, like, in the finals of, in the final days of week number 2. That's where we got. That's what I want to see this weekend. Can we break the record again? But when it comes to the points, a lot of teams ended up with zeros this time because there's so many teams dominating when it comes to the eliminations, including Geek Fam with a double digit, and also D-Xaviers with 7. D-Xaviers. Well, I got Yummy. I'm happy.
Yep. And it's jaw-dropping. He's got that perfect 7. Well, he can bend it like Beckham too.
Oh, wow. Okay. I wish he got himself a number 7 jersey as well. But Yummy plays such a yummy play today. It's just incredible. We do know Yummy and Octa has been one of the star players when it comes to Boom. And also, when it comes, the star player can't shine by themselves because they need a support fight from their teammates too. But this time, we still have the same top 3 eliminators so far.
Exactly, and remember, like, just a day ago or just 2 days ago, the gap between Tony K as well as Newsy was just 6 eliminations in difference. Today, Newsy has shown up, and it's like, what?
22.
15?
22. Yeah. How did you actually count as 15?
Okay, I'm bad at math. Just excuse me. But of course, now we have a change of pace. It used to be Shirties or somebody else on 3rd place. Mela shown up to have 80 frags. And that also is one of the reasons why Infinity has such a successful run today.
There you go. Mormon actually squeezed at 4th place, And Yu-Hai squeezing in. And look at the gap between the points of MVP. 2.3 0.2 difference between Newsy and Tony K. And the gap between the second and third place is already quite big enough, but the third to fifth place is not that much difference.
Exactly. So far, it's going to be a little bit more work for FaZe Clan. If these sort of accolades actually mean anything at all, then they really have to try very hard during the grand finals or over the span of the next 2 days as we conclude most of the rounds for today, as we can have the overall standings for match 5 itself. Infinity unmoved at number 1. Buriram United secures number 2 spot, but Boom Esports after that chicken dinner, they are sent flying high, and they are currently on third spot, but it ties with DX and Alter Ego.
And when it comes to the region, we definitely saw a domination of this is the usual, which is going to be the ties mostly on the first page. If you compare with the only team with one flag, it's going to be the Xaviers coming up from Vietnam and only 4 rivals from Malaysia. And let's barely make it to the first page as well. So the Malaysians really need to step up their match when it comes to the weekends. But when it comes to Sam 9 and 4 rivals now, they have to fight against each other when it comes to the end of week 3, because they both might lose their spot by the other teams or the other take over the other.
Exactly, and I think like everything starts off from 4 rivals chicken dinner this week itself that have been giving them so much confidence to basically push their positioning. But let's take a look at the league bonus ranking once more, because this is the point that matters a whole lot, right? And Infinity will remain to be that number 1 team, of course, followed by TEM, FaZe Clan, Big Time, Vampire Esports, all from Thailand. Also, let's include Buriram at 7th. And Geek Fam currently at top 10, they're unmoved. But keep in mind, these 4 teams, Box, Sem9, DBD, as well as BN United, it's going to be really hard for them.
Yep. And also, it's not safe for 4 rivals anyway. We saw NFT kind of really going strong, and Box Gaming sort of in the middle ground right now. So let me push down. That's really scary for the side of 4 rivals too. They might all. I'm scared if there's so Malaysian teams being dragged down all the way. They need to really change a lot of stuff in the last 2 days here, because only Geek Fam managed to secure quite a tight spot and like quite in the middle bracket. But you saw how the first page, just 6 out of 10 is going to be the Thai teams again. And 2 of it, Alter Ego and GIDS. GIDS, they're being consistent when it comes to always in the middle bracket of week 1 and week 2. It's just a week 3 feels like a bit off for them.
Yeah, I think like there's just so many pressure points for some of all these teams overall. But of course, we definitely want to check into some of them. So let's speak to one of the teams as we approach this interview. And here we have Pasha from 4 Rivals. Man, we've been waiting to interview 4 Rivals for quite some time. And of course, we have a lot to talk about, because earlier this week, you guys have won the craziest chicken dinner. And that was Appy securing 10 elimination. And that brought forward a chicken dinner for you guys. Now, moving into the weekend already, how are you guys feeling for the entire week?
I mean, for this week, just grateful that I can say that they found a way on how they want to play, and then their confidence is a little bit increasing. And then we're slowly taking our time and then just work ourselves to grand final. That's about it.
Now, you mentioned about you slowly try to take your time to actually get into the grand finals, but at the same time, you're at the brink of it. Now, what are your suggestions when it comes to the team down there, including 4 rivals? What are your plans when it comes to grand finals? Because you guys need to change a lot. There's only 2 more days to play here, Pasha.
I mean, of course, there's pressure, and then, we have a good track record when it comes to game of consistency. Of course, the first 2 weeks, stress everywhere. But then, what can we do? We need to, try our best to focus about the game, and then you cannot let the stress get to you. So yeah, just try your best.
Exactly. I love that mindset, especially it's better that you guys figure it out already throughout this week 3 than to go into the grand finals blindly. And overall, of course, put expectations aside, I think like, there's definitely a certain goal, whether it's personal or for the team. As for yourself, is there any form of wish other than, making it to the grand finals? Because I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of hopes for the boys overall. Yeah.
I mean, hope for the boys because this season we quite struggle on how to play together and everything. And I just expect them to find their form before going into grand final, and then grand final is gonna be a different story. And then we're aiming for the best top position that we can.
Okay, thank you so much, Pasha. Now, don't put the long face. Come on, give yourself motivation. You guys can do it, Malaysia.
We believe
come on.
in you.
Go, Pasha. You can do it.
Yeah.
Don't be sad. But thank you so much. Inshallah. Okay, thank you so much, Pasha. I wish you guys all the best. There's 2 more left. See you guys in Saturday and Sunday. Thank you so much. Good luck and have a nice rest. Oh, he looks so down.
Well, I think it's more of like a relief that I'm seeing in his face as well.
I mean, like, I've seen him relieved before in an interview. That was him feeling very happy because they are in this really critical red zone right now. They need to put everything with limited amount of time.
I would really say that at the very least, right? Like, they started this week at 17, somewhat on the bonus points, and then after that, when they've gotten that chicken dinner and everything else changes, now they are on that first page, and they hope to maintain that throughout the weekend.
Thing is it going to be enough? That's what's scary about this. Is it going to be enough? But back to our recap. You did mention about Boom Defer this week, right? And also the fact that, we're going to have a bit of a clash on Sunup's community base. Who would have thought Buriram dropped there? I mean, like, NFT was surprised by Geek Fam, and Geek Fam, Buriram, everybody wants to drop Sunup's for no reason now, because they want to get elimination points, right?
It really feels like it's a late movers game in this area, because like you
we're going to surprise you.
There's Boom Esports, there's Buriram United. They weren't the first one in the block. We've seen multiple teams here in like the hills and all. Just because they're not in the top 4, we're not highlighting them, right? But it was interesting that Buriram looked like they had the bad spot, and I thought, hey,
definitely they got the circle. What do you mean the bad spot?
At first it was like, the showroom. Do you think that the cover's good? Actually, no.
No.
So many angles to shoot them.
Unless if they're not being spotted by the other players. I mean, like, if they're not being spotted out, that's going to be a perfect angle for them to pick in the last minute. But because they attracted way too much attention by driving into it, so it's definitely like eyes onto them all the way. But Boom, that was a nice game. I mean, they got themselves 17 eliminations by playing from the back with 66 utilities. I'm like, the number is really evil itself because of Halloween maybe. But they were going all compounds they can actually go and loot.
Yeah, and also from the takedowns and restocks from whatever battles that they won.
Yeah.
And they won many battles, by the way. Like, what? They ended around with 17?
I think they got 4 men alive today. Was it 3 or 4 just now?
Yeah, quite the number, I would say. And overall, I think like it's just impressive. Like, never count out Boom Esports. Like, they have been able to impress time and time again. So, fellow fans coming in from Indonesia, you guys should be proud.
And also, again, we want to thank none other than our sponsors, Realme GT Neo 3, not forgetting TikTok, our official live stream partner, and official food delivery partner, Graphic. Don't forget to type the PUBGM if you're new user, 50% off code, because I can't use it. But you guys can actually try to ask for the other codes from Contra, which is going to be our last. Oh, I'm so sad right now. It's going to be our last together.
Don't worry, we're hoping to basically cast more all together, and I hope to see you guys really soon. I'll be off for the weekend, so
you can go to the scary haunted house.
I hope so. I guess like I'll see if I can get a little bit of time for that. But first, we love you guys back at home, and remember, there's more games to go over the weekend, so we'll catch you guys real soon.